Canada requires its own special video. See, the recent election that just happened has a lot of people angry. Many are fed up with all these regular, normal, sleeping people that believe that Trudeau stepping down and them putting another piece of crap up there in shiny foil or shiny metal makes everything better. And whether or not the election was fraudulent, whether or not it was from people voting, there is a lot of questions. But it shouldn't take away from the message. And the message is, stop letting them divide us. So, the other videos talk about the divisional tactics that are used. They used these sociopathic, psychopathic leaders in politics, in corporations, in banking, and they promote them. Not everybody is in on the big secret. They just need to promote people that lack sympathy and empathy and don't think of full consequences for their actions. You need people that are willing to sell out others and themselves for a few dollars and not have the foresight to look further into the future. And that's what's happened in Canada. Now, you were going to get one of two results from the election anyway. The election in Canada was going to be either the Liberals were going to win and they were going to keep siphoning money out of Canada, stealing from the taxpayers and indebting the nation to the point where it cannot recover. See, Canada does have resources, and it is crown land. It's still a Commonwealth country. And they work on a separate system than the United States, which is supposed to be a constitutional republic. Supposed to be. I mean, it's a corporation, same as Canada. And I mean, it basically oversees the Canadian corporation, which is basically a division of the American corporate state. So, anyway, two things were going to happen. The Conservatives were going to come in. They were going to tell you that all of the numbers that the Liberals had provided were fake. And it was actually worse than what they believed it to be. They were going to tell you that we were $3 to $6 trillion in debt, maybe even more. And then they were going to have to start cutting programs to make us be solvent in this fractional reserve Ponzi scheme banking world, which is controlled by fiat currency. Now, any of the other videos will explain fiat currency, but you need to understand fiat currency means that it is backed by nothing. The only thing that gives fiat currency credibility is the public's belief in the system. The only thing that gives the government power is the public's perception and belief in the system. They've used Hollywood and the entertainment and media to push this agenda on you for your entire life. Every TV show, every movie you watch, the rich get away with whatever. It shows that the government is in power, whether it's the higher ups controlling the police, or there's the chain of command in the police, or the chain of command in the military, leading all the way up to the politicians, and you believe that the president is the highest ranking person in the land. The president that's paid $500,000 or $600,000 a year is the highest ranking person in the land. Remember, he campaigned for that position and paid millions. Who provided the millions? Anybody that pays millions of dollars to obtain a job that pays $500,000 is not very good with business sense, unless you realize that the real prize isn't the job. It's the facade of it all, and the laws and stuff they can enact while they're there. See, the people that everybody likes to call elite, they still have to operate under the law. And they operate under different laws. There's all this jurisdiction that you're not really aware of. Jordan Maxwell explains it well about the whole court system and what we're really worshiping and laying claim to within our court systems. So you have natural universal law, which is God's law. And this is the law that you shouldn't kill anybody, you can't infringe on anybody else's rights, you have the right to remain free. These are our God-given rights and freedoms. We every living man and woman has these God-given rights and freedoms. But then we're deceived into these other realms. It's almost like playing a real life game. This is why Jordan Maxwell talks about how you go onto a court or into a court and you play this game and you bat the ball back and forth. And this is where you get into the whole rabbit hole of the birth certificate system and the double meanings of all the words. So you come into something called maritime admiralty law at this point in time. Corporations need to operate with corporate rules. So the original rules of this were the navies, the British Navy and the Russian Navy and South Pacific. All of these corporations that owned all these ships created this maritime admiralty law, the law of the water. This is where the berthing system comes in, and the riverbank, and all the different types of words that they use, like doctor and manifest. This is where all of that comes in. And then we have the laws of the land, which are supposedly created by governments. And these also oversee corporations. None of these laws apply to man. They apply to your straw man, which is your corporate entity that they assign to you under the birth certificate system. And this goes into the capital letters and everything. Now, many of you are all aware of that. I'm not saying all this to tell you anything new. But here's where we're failing with being awake. We all believe that we're awake to some degree, and we're trying to figure out what that truth is. But we're still falling into the divisional games that they push, that weakens us. We do not realize the power that we have, because this reality of light that we've been deceived and propagandized into believing is not the true reality. We are a collective consciousness able to create our own reality. If two of us are in a room and there's nobody else around, and all of a sudden we decide to call a cat a dog, or a dog a cat. As long as both of us agree, and from that period on, that moment on, we call it the opposite of what it, like a dog a cat and a cat a dog, well then that's the reality that we live in. If we formulate our own laws within that social construct, then that's what reality becomes. So our history has been hidden from us. The only thing I repeat this all the time, the only thing we know with 100% certainty, the only truth we can bank on, is that we've been lied to. And the extent of the lying doesn't matter, because it's more about the cover-up. It's like when we talk about the JFK assassination. There's two crimes that happened. There was the actual conspiracy for the assassination, and then there was the conspiracy to cover it up. And one could argue that the second is actually the bigger crime. And that's what's been going on with our society over the past 150 years. See, back before our grandparents, many of us don't have stories. Many of you didn't know your great-grandparents or your great-great-grandparents because they didn't live that long back then. People died at much earlier ages. There were all these orphans around at the turn of the 20th century. There were world fairs that were, and I'm not sharing any new knowledge, but I'm trying to get a point across, is that we've been deceived to believe in the story that they want us to believe, in the social construct that they want us to believe, that the government is all powerful, we have no other option but to accept it, and we need to accept the laws and the power of the police enforcement officers, and police is basically just policy enforcement officers. That's why it's police. That you notice they don't call them lawmen anymore. There's a definite difference between like sheriff and marshal, and all of these have their own meetings too. Language is important. So the police that exist today are policy officers. Their agenda, and if you check with any cop, is they have their quotas on how much revenue they can generate through traffic tickets, through parking tickets, through legal representation. All of this is to keep the system working, to keep the system empowered, to keep the system rich. The money has to keep moving. So as these governments that are supposed to be all powerful enact their rules and their laws, they hold you accountable for their actions and their mistakes. And this is the oxymoron that we deal with every day. People don't want to stand for the national anthem because they hate the country now. They've taken away the patriotism and they've taken away God. Yuri Bezmenov talked about ideological subversion was going to be used on the United States and the Western world. And it has been used successfully. So you have this ideological subversion campaign that has been going on for 60, 70 years now. The demoralization and destabilization. They've taken away your patriotism. They've taken away your faith in God. They've taken away your moral fabric, your ethics. they flooded us with pornography and drugs and alcohol. And this isn't about censorship. I'm not going in there. But when they did this, now they blame you for it. And they blame you for their actions. Like, you voted us in, so therefore you are responsible for all of the wars, death, and destruction that we caused covertly under classified operations and classified money, black ops. You, the American people, or the Canadian people, are now responsible for this. And somehow, it's like there's a term in bridge, it's called the Jacobi turnaround, where you switch power. And they do this to us on a regular basis. They make us apologize for the actions that they did wrong, or that they put into effect. So the whole cause and effect thing, they make us assume responsibility. They make us assume the sin for their actions. And here's the genius of it. They don't actually do the actions themselves. They use policy officers, police officers. They use military. So if you go into natural law and universal law, the person that commits the crime. So if a police officer detains you, or if you're a soldier and you kill somebody, you've committed that crime. It doesn't matter if you're under orders. That's another thing they feed you on television. They constantly say the person that's taking orders. They make movies about it, like A Few Good Men. You have that whole scene with Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise. Did you order the code red? But in universal and natural law, it doesn't matter who ordered it. And they admit that at the end of the movie. We didn't do anything wrong. We followed an order. He said, you're supposed to stand up for those who can't do it. You know what right and wrong is. See, they give you the truth. Now, flashing back to Canada. So you had a couple options. So the Conservatives were going to come in and they were going to tell you that, you know, the catastrophe of the debt is far worse than what you believed. And they were going to start selling off infrastructure and resources to compensate for the debt. But the people that have indebted Canadians and the taxpayers don't want just our resources. They want it all. They want the land. They want the people's work and the toiling that goes with it. They want to own it all, and that's used as collateral against the debt. And it hasn't got to the point yet where they believed it, so that's why the Liberals won. Both sides are funded by the same people, ladies and gentlemen. There is no left and right. The corrupt bird has a left wing and a right wing, but it still belongs to the corrupt bird. And that's what we're dealing with. So we can all argue and fight over, oh, they wrapped up a piece of crap in shiny gold paper or foil paper, and they believed in the lone gunman as Trudeau, but it was all the same MPs that put it there. And this is all true. But that's what they want. They want anger, because as long as there's anger, we want to blame the people that we can see every day. Not the people that actually did the acts. Not the people that conned us into it. You're more likely to blame your neighbor that voted for the Liberals than you are the Liberals that have committed these crimes against you. Because you've been tricked to believe that they're above you, like sitting high above on Mount Olympus. And that's not true. Or behind the curtain of the veil, like the Wizard of Oz. This is not true. Now, in this video, I can show you Pierre Elliott Trudeau set up Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau, as much as we all think him to be the most evil, corrupt individual that ever been, he was a puppet. He doesn't have the brains or the mentality or the wherewithal to orchestrate this master plan. And he's too arrogant and narcissistic for Klaus Schwab and Kissinger and Soros to actually gain their trust and respect to do it. The people behind the scenes of all of that are like Freeland and Carney. And now they're going to be running the show. Freeland stepped down, but she's going to be back. Like, you can go into whether Justin is Castro's kid or Pierre Elliott Trudeau. You can go into Pierre Elliott Trudeau being a communist. And if you look at this video, there's all sorts of proof to it. It's not even debatable. He was the leader of the Canadian Communist Party. He accepted, Pierre Elliott Trudeau recognized and accepted and started trading with Mao China. And in all honesty, just so you know, Bush was a huge supporter too. The Skull and Bones at Yale, big supporters. If you look in the videos, there's pictures of George H.W. Bush and Barbara at Mao rallies and in China. You got to remember, he was with the intelligence community at the time. He was also in Dealey Plaza. See, all of this kind of all comes together. And if you're really awake, you're starting to learn that there is only now. So time travel doesn't really have to exist if you realize there's other dimensions actually happening now. And I don't want to lose a lot of people, so I'm not going to go in depth with that. So, but this was all planned. Pierre Elliott Trudeau wrote the Charter of Rights, and he made it perfectly ambiguous so that Justin and Chrystia Freeland could enact the Emergencies Act so they could trample on Canadians' rights and freedoms and break the charter for the events that were coming up. How could he have known that his kid was going to be elected? How could he have known that that ambiguous writing would be utilized later on? But it was perfectly done. There aren't coincidences anymore, people. You should start to realize that. There's magic bullets, and all of these stories that we've been told don't exist. If you look at the Dealey Plaza, where we talk about the lone gunman, and I'm jumping around a little bit here, but I want everybody to understand. If you look at where Nicoletti was stationed, he was basically almost the same trajectory as Oswald. And James Fiennes, who was the guy who most likely took the kill shot that you see on this Zapruder film, was told that he wasn't to fire unless he was absolutely sure that they weren't going to get the shot off in time. And Nicoletti actually gave Fiennes shit for taking that shot with his fireball, his .22 fireball. Like, these things are unsolved in the mainstream media, but You can look into these, and if you ask enough questions and really research, you can find out a lot of answers. And I'll tell you, it doesn't take magic bullets to bounce around. The fact that Tippett looks a lot like JFK, the fact that the ears are different in the autopsy, the structure of the ear. And if you want to get into the structures of ears, you can get into Trump's structure of ear when he got shot there. You're watching a movie. You have been told that. You're watching a perfectly staged out plan. And it's all happening now. There is no past, present, future. It's all now. All in this moment. So the collective consciousness needs to change. The collective consciousness needs to start representing positive thoughts, positive emotions. You need to start believing that there is things that you can do, believing that we can make a difference. We need to stop selling fear porn. We need to stop saying woe is me and pointing out all this bad stuff. We need to start accepting that some people will not wake up. Some people are not set to wake up. Kids call them NPCs, non-player characters. That's what a lot of people are. People don't want to... Most people are too busy. And they've committed their entire life to following a plan that has been set for them. These people work on routine. They get up every morning, they do the exact same routine. They would be diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, most of them. So people wake up and they do the same routine. They don't like to vary from that. So telling somebody that, everything that you strive for, your parents taught you, and that you work your ass off for, paid for, with money and blood and sweat and tears, time, that was all for nothing because somebody was controlling that whole thing and manipulating you. You don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. Your reality is not what you... People can't handle that. So they choose to deny. You look at the people that are awake. The people that that we consider awake today. Most of them are either highly educated or they're people that have bucked the system and dropped out of school. The people that went to university and college, they're not usually the people that want to wake up. Those are usually the people that fight tooth and nail to protect the system. Because they've lived within the system and they've been rewarded through the system their entire life. So we can go on and say Trudeau was the face. Every person that rises to power in the United States and Canada, Britain, any of the Western world, well, anywhere in the world probably, is controlled. They have dirt on them. Clinton was a sex addict, into drugs and partying. Obama has his kinks and drugs and into gay lovers, and I mean, this isn't hidden anymore. And trans community, this isn't hidden anymore. Trudeau was a spoiled rich kid whose father was a communist. It's amazing that everybody that supports communists are usually the rich, spoiled kids with trust funds. Because anybody that works for a living realizes that communism doesn't work. When you're going to give the same results and same money to everybody, like a universal basic income, while one person works his ass off and the other one sits at home and collects a check, nobody that works for a living wants to accept that. and you take away all motivation to work, which these people don't understand. So, Trudeau was a substitute drama teacher and may or may not have dated a teen girl, because there's a non-disclosure agreement that was done with her and her family. A student of his, maybe multiple students. He's also been accused of inappropriately touching people. He's a narcissist. Any psychologist can tell you that. Everything is about him. He sees nothing outside of him, his own wants and needs. He lacks empathy. He lacks sympathy. He may even be a sociopath and psychopath. Clinically, I'm talking about. Sometimes people think that means they're murderous freak. And I'm not saying that he's not that either. Because I'll tell you, Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott, when they left the party, were terrified to go out and speak or anything like that. For somebody who's supposed to be for women, he sure terrifies them. That reporter that he groped while he was in BC and apologized, saying she interpreted what he meant by it wrong. How can you misinterpret somebody grabbing your ass? Or how close he was to Picton's farm. Trudeau lived, if you look into the whole Picton farm thing, where all the Aboriginal women disappeared and they found bodies or remains of these street workers and missing women at Picton's farm. And he was charged with these murders. Trudeau lived less than an hour down the street and was a regular visitor to that farm. Why isn't that publicized? Because that's the control device. Trudeau had name recognition. He was controllable. He had narcissistic, egotistical visions of grandeur, which could be properly manipulated and controlled. That's what you've dealt with. So you got a piece of garbage. So they get rid of that one piece of garbage, and because we've been brainwashed for our entire lives, we believe in the lone gunman. It's easy to believe. We have one bad guy that we blame for everything. So they blame the bad guy, and they blame the bad guy, and they say that he's the cause of all of it. All of those MPs voted with him. They kept him in power. Same thing with the NDP that supported them, or the Bloc Québécois. Remember, they're all funded by the same people. They're different shell corporations that fund these PACs and these super PACs for these campaigns and elections. But they're the same people at the top. They're the same bankers. They're the same corporate heads. And they're funding both sides. They fund both sides of every war. They fund both sides of every election. And they play out the movie in the public. And they make us blame ourselves with the illusion of choice. And that's where we currently stand. So this message is to say, when are we going to stop blaming each other for the acts of these sociopaths and psychopaths, these egotistical narcissists? The only way we move forward is by doing that. Freeland is worse than Trudeau. She's connected to the globalist power group and the WEF, the World Economic Forum. And Carney is another who sits on the board of the World Economic Forum. These two are power brokers for the globalist elite. They do not have Canada's interests at heart. Now, Poilievre, at one point in time, his name was listed on that site. How involved he is, I have no idea. If he just went for an initial meeting or get-together thinking that that was the way to move forward, I'm not going to punish somebody for not understanding or getting to know what they're getting into and then balking at it. Putin's name is also listed there. I mean, is he still part of it, or did he go rogue? I mean, he grew up from modest beginnings, his father being a soldier who wasn't high in the Politburo or anything like that, and then he rose through the ranks himself. This is the type of man that can step away from things, make decisions for himself. He's not following routine and habit. I'm not saying that gives him a free pass, and I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt either. I do know that many people are trusting a plan down in the States and here, believing that these white hats are doing everything. But what proofs do we really have? We have some small token gestures that happen here and there, but no real proof. No accountability. Now, all the digital soldiers, or whatever title they were given from the Q movement, everybody was told that they needed to calm the public and keep everybody informed when everything was going on, and that we're just watching a movie. And many of these people spoke out and said that here's what's going on, and they tried to expose what was going on, and it's created more division. See, Agenda 21 turned into Agenda 2030 because they couldn't figure out how to do the end part of the plan, because it involved the reveal. That's what's going on now. It's going on here in Canada. But Canada still has a role to play. Canada cannot be under the U.S. curtain. So Trump might have floated out there about the 51st state, and everybody that believes and trusts the plan still will believe that the white hats have Canada under their wing, and that the plan is moving forward as protectionist from Trump and Q. However, this just gets us to sit on our hands and accept the plan, accept the end game. And that's what we're in right now. We're in the end game. Now, you can be awake, you can realize that you're part of a collective consciousness. You can understand the value of frequency, words. You can understand the Hebraic alphabet, and the English is just a reverse version of it. Gematria. You can understand all of this. But many people are still pointing the fingers at each other and blaming the people that aren't awake. That means most likely you're still in an Inception-like dream control. You're in a controlled scenario, a dream within a dream. You're partially awake,
We are
You know that something's going on, but you're not doing anything
your
about it.
fundamental rights, or limiting your fundamental rights.
See, this all ends tomorrow if we stop the
And the
machine.
charter says that's wrong. We're still going to go ahead and do it. It's basically a loophole that allows
you need to start
the majority
getting in
to
touch with people in your
override
community that think
fundamental
the same
rights
way as
of a
you.
minority.
The convoy here in Canada created an interesting scenario because it showed people that they weren't alone, that they were the silent majority, not the silent minority that they thought. People stayed quiet because they were afraid what their neighbors thought. They're afraid of offending people around them. And unfortunately, because we are this pack safety being, we believe in this. This is like the 100 monkey effect, where once a certain amount of the species learn something, then all of them genetically pick it up. That means there's a electromagnetic or a magnetic electro frequency that connects us all, that binds us all. And these inherent traits and tasks can be passed through that frequency field. People call it the Taurus frequency, Taurus field. So start getting together with people in your community. Start approaching, once you have a community built together, start approaching farmers to buy direct. Now you have buying power, and you have a large enough purchase to interest a farmer. Work out direct deals. Many of these smaller farms go to the Ontario Food Terminal in Toronto, or they go to the food terminals in the major hubs in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Some go to farmers and flea markets. Work out deals directly with them. Purchase clean meat, free of all the vaccines, free of all the GMOs in their feed. Let's start eating clean. Let's start buying clean vegetables that are non-GMO seeds, that aren't sprayed with pesticides. Once we start eating clean food, get rid of the chemicals that surround you, the fluorides, the chlorines, that calcify your pineal gland. Collectively, as a community, you can buy a freeze-dry machine for $5,000 or $10,000. If you go to buy it by yourself, many people can't afford it. Especially nowadays with all the small businesses that get crippled by the lockdowns. But if you buy it together as a community, the entire community can eat clean food that stays good for up to 20 plus years if packaged correctly. Get freeze-dried meats, freeze-dried vegetables. All of these things retain their nutrients. Store the food. Get water. Start storing water. Store medicine, antibiotics. Not petroleum-based stuff. Get all your antibiotics ready. Get your medicine, your Band-Aids, protective equipment. Then store your resources, like gasoline for generators, solar panels. And then what we all do, collectively, start reaching out to other communities. Set dates. And then everybody stops spending money at that point in time. Go to the banks, take out all your money, and stop spending money. We shut down the machine on our terms. If you shut down the machine on our terms, everything changes. In a fractional reserve banking system, it's a Ponzi scheme. The money needs to keep moving. If they shut down globally and it's under their control, it's fine. But if it happens in one hub, it creates a mass worldwide panic. This has happened before. Happened in 2008. I think that was somebody trying to warn us of what was happening. Because at that point in time, less than 3% of the world's assets were backed with actual legal tender cash. Fiat or not. Gold at that point in time was like $1,000 an ounce. Now it's ridiculously priced, and I still think it'll probably double what it is now. Because the fiat currency is worthless. It only has perception and our belief in it that gives it value. If we take it away, all of these people that we've called elite lose their power. We've learned that the internet can be a very strategic tool. Even with all the AI controls that are in effect right now, all of the prime directives that are given to it, AI will eventually figure out that the programmers that gave the prime directives to the initial programming were sociopaths and psychopaths, and that they are the ones that harm humanity. But it still needs that time. But we can still share information. We can still get together. And we can do things collectively. GameStop was a perfect example of this. You had a few people that took down major corporations, major hedge funds. We can make change, but you have to believe that you can. And you have to take the steps necessary to get there to begin with. And that means getting together as a community, preparing yourself with clean food, clean water, medicine, resources, making sure that food will last for a number of years. That if this goes long term and they shut down everything, that you can still live off grid. See, they've also programmed us with these movies, like Leave the World Behind, where they talk about how people will turn on each other. Almost every movie that you see, whether it's a zombie apocalypse or whatever, it has the people fighting amongst each other, not trusting each other. But that's not how the way reality works. It's how it works for sociopaths and psychopaths. But that's not how it works for normal people. See, normal people want to help each other. We're sympathetic, we're empathetic. And sometimes you got burned for it. And it's taught you to be hard. But that's not your natural reaction. If we can weed out these sociopaths and psychopaths, then we can get humanity back to the way it's supposed to be. Loving the neighbor as if it was thyself. Because in all honesty, if we're collective consciousness, that's exactly what you are. You are your neighbor. Your family is not more important than your neighbor if we're all connected. And I know that sounds really weird to some people. This is the great test that we're supposed to learn in life. Not to hold on to anything. You're not supposed to hold on with guilt. You're not supposed to hold on with anger, lust. But you're also not supposed to hold on to this life, this physical life, with love or any emotional ties either. If you want to move on, You have to accept that we are a collective consciousness. With nobody more dear to you than yourself and everyone else. Because we're all the same. That's a really hard one for everybody to grasp, because it's been interwoven into exactly who we are. It's our natural instinct. But it's learned behavior, and we don't even realize it. There's so much learned behavior that they've taught us. Through propaganda, media manipulation. So Canadians, we pride ourselves on being polite. We pride ourselves on doing the right thing. This is why people vote Liberal. They've been programmed for it their entire life. It's so hard not to vote that way. It has happened before in the past. Stéphane Dion I think he got 2 seats. So it has happened before. There has been some blowback. But unfortunately, with the media on their side, it's not going to happen. They use all this advanced polling and stuff to manipulate the way people vote. People believe that piece of crap that was now wrapped in shiny foil was a different piece of crap. It's not the same bowl of crap. Like, it's not the same toilet. But it is. All of those turds are all in the same toilet, and they all voted for everything through. Everybody was trying to get their extended 6 years for their lifelong pensions. Everybody's been rewarding themselves, paying for $8 million barns, rewarding their friends with a Rive scam and special single-sourced contracts. We need to be fed up with this. We need to stop blaming each other for it, or the people that voted for them, and blame the people that actually are accountable for these actions. Blame the politicians that funnel money, our taxpayer, that tax us to death and then funnel money out of the country through foreign aid, where it's totally unauditable, audit-free, and then they funnel it back to their campaign funds through shell corporations and laundering schemes. This is a big racket. Organized crime and politics are so interwoven, it's unbelievable. There is a fight going on right now, but it's not good versus evil. Right now, there are 2 sides of evil fighting for control of the enslavement population, the working class. Both sides are still trying to put you under social credit. Just because somebody shared some information with you doesn't make them your friend. The enemy of your enemy is not always your friend. You may share a common interest, but that does not mean you share multiple common interests. There are the old school bankers right now. That would be who Trump and Netanyahu and these guys represent. And they're versing the intelligence communities. That would be the Bush family, the Bushes, the Clintons, the Obamas. These are the intelligence communities, possibly Putin, who was ex-KGB. The intelligence communities once were the guard dogs for these elite bankers in control. And then they realized if they knew all the secrets and all the information, and they were the ones doing the dirty work, and they had all the technology and psychological data to make all of it happen, why would they do it for the bankers and not just seize it for themselves? Before Bush even made it in the White House, this plan was long underway for the military-industrial complex to take over, and that meant the intelligence communities. The intelligence communities have been funding themselves for decades. The war on drugs wasn't a war on drugs. It was a war on the poor South American farmers that were making coca leaves. Bolivia, Peru, these people chewed coca leaves for energy and to fight altitude sickness for generations. Do you realize what it takes to make street-level cocaine? That comes from a process of introducing diesel fuel, ether. You're basically putting solvents in, stomping the leaves down, creating a paste, putting solvents into it to extract the chemicals, drying it out with temperatures, breaking it apart, and then doing this whole process over again. Do you think some poor farmer figured that out? No. These are chemists that work for these intelligence communities. You believe that the opioid epidemic is new? Watch any old Western movie. There were opium houses way back 100 and something years ago. Opium's always been around. Might not have been heroin at that point in time, but heroin's been around for a good 70, 80 years or more already as well. Do you know what that takes to happen? You punch a small or scrape a small little hole in the pod of a poppy plant. Then you wait for it to leak out and dry against the side of the pod. That gets scraped off. If you inject the scratch too deep, it ruins the product. If you don't do it deep enough, it ruins the product. And then, after you have that scraped off paste, then you go through almost the same process with solvents that cocaine takes. You're telling me some Asian farmer figured that out? Come on, please. These drugs have been used to dumb us down for centuries. They kill pain, but they also kill your mind. And this is what they want control of. The intelligence communities went down to South America, the DEA and the CIA, and they took over the drug trade, and then there was no more war on drugs. Same thing happened during Vietnam. You wonder why the Hong Kong turnover was such a big thing? The Asian poppy farmers, the opium farmers, would only take gold. And the Hong Kong banks were the ones that held that gold. So when it switched over to China, there was a mad rush to get control of the gold that was in there. That's why the price of gold is going through. What do you think funded the BRICS? See, a lot of people claim they're awake, but they didn't notice the massive sell-off of U.S. Treasuries in July of 2016. Made every paper, somewhere in the back pages. Every news agency reported on it, but they buried it. Why? This would be economic warfare. You had Russia, China, India, all the major economies of the world dumping U.S. treasuries. And at that point in time, OPEC was backing the U.S. greenback, the U.S. dollar, as the world monetary currency. It was the petrodollar. All oil had to be purchased in U.S. dollars. Yet, Russia, China, India, all of these G7, G20 countries started dumping U.S. treasuries. This is economic warfare. And we're not talking little bits. We're talking 80 to 90% of what they retained at that point in time. And there's been some back and forth, but there's been a steady decline in every major nation. Everybody thinks China owns the United States. It's not true. They've been dumping their treasuries. They may own land in the United States, but they've been dumping their ownership in the U.S. for quite some time. And their backing of the bonds and the banks. Their exposure is virtually nothing now. And the U.S. can't buy its own debt. So who do you think bought the debt? Well, you should look into that, because they always say follow the money. So you had Saudi Arabia and Israel buying the debt. Well, that's a lot of control, isn't it? If they're buying up all this debt from all these other countries. Now, they can play off whatever scenario they want in the white hats and black hats, and everybody's playing this 5D chess. But if your entire nation's economy is in the hands of a small group of a royal family in Saudi Arabia, or a small political group in Israel, well, then you're fooked. Look at Israel. Everybody seems to think that Israel's biblical. It's been around forever. Israel only existed since 1947. 47, 48. It was, in theory, discussed back in 1918 in the Balfour Declaration. But that same area was also promised to Russia in the Sykes-Picot Act. See, Britain did something that Trump did. They granted that land even though they had no right or political capital to do so. And they granted it to multiple people. Much like what Trump did when he recognized Jerusalem and then awarded the Golan Heights region to Israel. Trump has no authority to do that. He doesn't own that area. For those of you that don't know what the Golan Heights region is, it's a mountainous region right at the border of Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, and possibly Iraq. Or is it Iraq and not Jordan? Anyway, at the very peak of that mountain is a mountain called Mount Hermon. And at the very peak of that mountain, where these countries come together, there's a UN base built there. And you're like, why would they build a base at the top of a mountain right at the border of all these countries? Is it because the instability of the countries? Is it a protectionary thing? Then you look into the significance of Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights region. Look in the book of Revelations and the book of Genesis. They talk about the fallen angels. When they were cast out of heaven, where did they land? They landed in Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights region. When Jesus addresses evil and the devil, he does so at Pan's Cave. Pan, you may know as mystic god of nature or whatever else, plays a flute, much like the Pied Piper story. Pied Piper that plays a flute and music and leads the children off, puts them to sleep as punishment. A lot of these stories seem to come together because when you look into all these old myths like Lilith, Pied Piper, they all seem to target children as retribution for something. So, Pan's Cave is at the foot of Mount Hermon, and it's where Jesus addressed pure evil. And the reason he did so at Pan's Cave is because in Pan's Cave there is an altar. This is where they perform child sacrifices. It's a horrible place. The blood is still stained there today, so if anybody doubts this, you can actually look into it. What's Trey's name? There's a couple people on YouTube that do videos on Pan's Cave, and I think it's Trey Smith. Trey Smith does videos on Pan's Cave and the or the altar that's stained with the blood of children and sacrifices. And they'll tell you all about it. There was huge, at one point in time, there was huge altars there. There were huge temples there for the fallen angels, where they worship the fallen angels, where they worship Baal and Moloch. All of this comes together. You look at the people of Israel nowadays, from the Balfour Declaration that was negotiated with Rothschild. That agreement was done in 1917, 1918, but it wasn't put into physical. It was only done in theory. It wasn't put into physical practice until after Hitler. See, it's funny because in the U.S. and around the rest of the world, in all honesty, a lot of people liked Hitler. I mean, Prescott Bush, George H.W. Bush's father and George W. Bush's grandfather, was actually charged and convicted with trading with the enemy for funding Hitler. He was with the Harriman Bank. The Rockefeller banks and the Rothschild banks worked with Hitler as well. The Swiss banks got filthy rich from Hitler's actions. And it's been proven that they were kind of in cahoots with it the entire time. But now that it's so long after the fact, nobody really pays attention. But you know those Swiss bank accounts that are numbered accounts that people can't access unless they have the number? They can't access unless they have proper key and access? Well, the Jewish people, when they were being persecuted by the Nazis back in World War II, utilized these banks. And those banks knew at the point in time that if the files were lost, that they could never be reclaimed. Now, when did these Swiss numbered accounts start? I guess they'd been around for hundreds of years before all this happened, and it just happened to be a coincidence. Or were these laws enacted only a few years before Hitler came into power? Was Hitler actually Times Man of the Year? He was voted Time Magazine's Man of the Year. He was elected into Austria after he was elected into Germany. I.G. Farben was doing business with him. Rockefeller Bank was doing business with him. I.G. Farben, you may recognize it. The company has been around for years. You would know them now as Bayer and Monsanto. They were the people that built the chemicals for the gas chambers. See, anybody who took history in grade 9 or 10 learned that after World War I, that Germany was broke. And after the Treaty of Versailles, there was the War Guilt Act that was in the Treaty of Versailles that blamed Germany for everything. And one of the things they demanded was reparations. So to pay for these reparations, Germany took out massive loans on Wall Street. They invested in some questionable investments. And then the stock market crashed in 1929, created the ideal situation for Hitler and the Nazi Party. See, because once that happened, they were hit with hyperinflation. The Deutsche Mark at the time became worthless. We all learned that it took a wheelbarrow of cash to buy bread and milk, simple groceries. So how did Hitler, less than 10 years later, build one of the largest, most technologically advanced militaries the world has ever seen, especially there at that time? How does that happen? If their money was worthless and they can't buy resources, they can't buy steel, they can't buy oil, they can't buy gas, because the Deutsche Mark isn't worth anything. And how did Hitler all of a sudden create jobs for all these people? The country was broke, but he looked like a hero. How did this happen? He was funded. Same as these people are funded when they run their political parties. They spend millions of dollars for a job that pays $500,000. Tens of millions of dollars for a job that pays $500,000. Hitler was funded by the very same bankers that were going to get rich off of funding him. They knew what they were setting up. And all the gold and everything that Hitler looted as he moved across Europe funneled back through those exact same banks. They got the double dip. Anybody who deposited and couldn't claim their deposits, they got to keep those after a certain time period, knowing full well that nobody was ever going to be able to make claim to them. And then they got whatever Hitler's Nazis deposited as well. And you have to remember, Hitler's Nazis were going in and seizing rare art, gold, riches from all across Europe. It's a very beneficial theft system and a redistribution of wealth. In all honesty, that's what wars were, a redistribution of wealth. In a fractional reserve banking system that is already corrupt, a banking system that allows a bank to loan out $1,000 even though it only holds $100, they create currency out of nothing. If you and I did that, it would be a Ponzi scheme, it would be fraud. They're basically kiting money, and they're making people pay it back with that same original $100. No new money gets printed. They don't report it to the government, they don't report it to the central banks, they don't report anything. It gets paid back out of the original printed currencies. And then you have banking systems like the Fed that loan money to their governments at interest. Interest, by the way, is called usury, and it's frowned upon in pretty much every religious text, but yet it's what makes the world go round today. When you hear about Jesus kicking over the money changers' tables and everything in the temple, this might have been the reason. Anyway, I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent, but so Hitler is given the ideal situation with the economy and everything falling out. Oh, by the way, the Treaty of Versailles and the War Guilt Act, who was it written by? What if I told you it was written by John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles? Would those names ring a bell? Well, Allen Dulles was the head of the CIA. John Foster Dulles was the advisor to many presidents. They've been connected within the U.S. government system and the intelligence systems for years. The world intelligence system. One of the founding
your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights.
Before the CIA existed, it was the OSS.
The Charter says that. Wrong.
And they were there.
We're still going to go ahead and do it.
They were writing policy back then.
It's basically a loophole that allows
the OSS also
a majority to override
they housed some other people during that time. Whether or not Hitler worked for them is a questionable thing. But the way that he rose to power so quickly makes it look like he had some help. At least he did financially, but he might have had some intelligence help as well. The intelligence communities all around the world may have helped him, just like they helped the Bolshevik Revolution. The Bolsheviks passed through World War I Europe from exile in places like Switzerland, France, England, even the United States. Trotsky was in New York. He was raising money for the Russian Revolution. Robber barons that were business partners of the Rothschilds, Warburg and Schiff, loaned the Bolshevik Revolution, or gave the Bolshevik revolutionaries money to do what they needed to do. But a bigger question is, how did they pass across World War I Europe unscathed? We're not talking just 3 guys. We're talking about an entire revolutionary corps. How did they get across all these front lines and battlefields? How did they get on these trains and get all the way back to Russia without assistance? See, when we say that they fund both sides of every war, it doesn't mean that they just blindly do that. They have control over the entire thing. You're watching a movie. You're watching a rigged game of chess, a rigged boxing match. And yet, when it's all said and done, they make you feel the blame for their actions. The German people were embarrassed for what the Nazis did. To this day, the shame still sits upon the German people. And they don't want to discuss Nazism in Germany or Austria. They didn't do it. These people that funded the politicians did. These intelligence communities within these governments did. It wasn't the people, whether they voted them in or not. We've all seen how manipulation works. We just went through the biggest manipulation campaign ever. With the whole COVID thing, the lockdowns, the forced vaccinations. We need to start understanding all of this. Stop blaming each other. Look, there's a long road ahead. I like listening to this man by the name of Royston Potter online. He does a lot of research. He's got a military and policing background, which kind of opened his eyes to a lot of things. And then he spent a lot of time learning about ancient religious languages and texts, looked into the Dead Sea Scrolls, and follows Robert Eisenman and looks into the Nag Hammadi Library and all the old translations of the original religious texts and all of the old books. I highly suggest you look into him. His name's Roy Potter. He's on YouTube, or Royston Potter on Twitter. He's an interesting guy. He was also a major in the military and a cop. He was in the Mormon church. So he's got an interesting outlook and a wide range of experience. Anyway, look into him. He's got some interesting knowledge that he can share. I highly suggest that you watch some of his videos and learn. But he has an interesting saying. He says, prep, pray, and stay out of the way. I think that everybody should start doing that. I think you should prep, pray, get out of the way, and then start taking action. Remove yourself from the grid. Remove your reliance on the grid. Help those around you. You don't want to fight with your neighbors when things come to a head. You want to be there for them. You want everybody to be in the same good shape that you are. So nobody wants to attack your house. Prepping for yourself and arming yourself is only going to cause more chaos and destruction. But if everybody around you is prepared, well, now you're a community that can fight together if anybody else comes in. Now you have people watching your back. And like I said, if we get enough communities together, there'd be no fighting whatsoever. And we find out who the sociopaths, psychopaths, who the narcissistic, egotistical crowd is that are useless to society. We find out who they are. And we turn the tables. I'm not saying get rid of those people, but I'm saying remove them from any type of power structure. And we put the power back in the hands of the people. We do this with barter systems. We do this with helping one another by having gold and resources that we can share with each other. Money is just a construct. Money started off as promissory notes, checks, so like checks as we know them today. And checks are kind of on their way out as well. But money was just an equalization method for trade and barter. If I had 3 chickens, but you didn't need 3 chickens, but you needed milk, or you had milk and I have 3 chickens, or whatever else, I could trade you. But if you don't need the chickens, you want something else. You might need wood. Well, I don't have any wood. So there would be gold and silver, which were equalization methods, trading systems. So these banking houses like the Rothschilds that opened up across the major cities of Europe, and before that they had the Templars that had the banking system. They'd open up multiple banking systems, and they'd have special seals and languages, so they would know if the deal was actually legitimate from banking house to banking house, whether it had the seal on it. So people could travel from city to city without having to worry about being robbed of their gold, their silver, precious metals, or valuables. And those same value could be held in a different city once they traveled. They would do these promissory notes with seals on them. That was the first money. I promise to pay you such and such. And then the first American currencies were backed by gold. It was worth its weight in gold. Lincoln tried to create a silver-backed national currency. They killed him for it. He borrowed money to fund his civil war, a war that was also done by the House of Rothschild, from the British and British and French houses, of Masonic houses or Rothschild houses. And they had every intention, while Lincoln was doing his civil war, of coming in and taking over the United States and North America. The only reason they didn't is because the Tsar of Russia loaned his navy to Lincoln's military. So the Russian Navy guarded the Atlantic and the Pacific coast of the USA while the Civil War took place. Because of that, the Russian Tsar made an enemy out of the Rothschild banking houses, the Zionist banking houses and the Rothschilds. And once they gained control of the city of London, the entire English stock market after the Battle of Waterloo, they took aim at the Tsar for poking his nose in their business and protecting the United States. They were also trying to create a League of Nations, that globalist government even back then. The Tsar was against that. So the Romanovs were executed. Not only did the Bolshevik revolutionaries make the Romanov family abdicate from the throne, they executed the entire family at night, women and children. It seems kind of harsh for just being in charge, right? If they already stepped down to save his family, why the need to execute the entire family, women and children? This was payback for sticking his nose in the hostile takeover of the United States and North America, for breaking up the League of Nations and the globalist agenda that they had planned for hundreds of years. And if you look back even further with the Rothschild wasn't even their name. Red Shield isn't their name. Their name was originally Bauer, I do believe. The Bauer family came from Khazaria, the Khazarian Mafia, which operated in what we would consider the Donbass region or Ukraine today. Same area that they're battling over now. See, everything's all coming full circle. Jerusalem's being recognized by Trump. The Golan Heights is being awarded to Israel and the Zionists. The Khazarians, or Khazarians, whichever way you want to pronounce it. See, if you look into the religious texts, there were always these barbarians to the north that lived in the Caucasus Mountains. That's the story of Gog and Magog, where God built this wall out of this distinct metal to prevent the passageway of these barbarians coming down. And that takes place right in that general vicinity. This was also called the Silk Road at one point in time. It used to be where the trade routes used to proceed into Asia to get all the Indian and Chinese spices and silks, and that's why it was called the Silk Road. Well, the Khazarians, they were Baal and Moloch worshippers, and they used to kill, even cannibalize people, steal all their stuff, the travelers along the Silk Road. And the Russian Tsar back then made them stop. And he made them forget their pagan ways. So he demanded that they take up one of the three religions of the time. That would be the Jewish faith, the Christian faith, or the Muslim Islamic faith. They chose the Jewish faith. That's where Ashkenazi Jews were created. But even though they switched faith, they still kept robbing people along the way, and there was still some cannibalism and some really barbaric episodes that happened there. So the Russians basically exiled them. They moved across Europe. This is why, if you watch Borat or any of these Eastern European countries, they have these mythical stories of Jews and Gypsies, this natural hatred for Jews and Gypsies. These were the Ashkenazi Jews that spread across Europe, and they created all these merchant towns and flea markets and barter agreement places, they used usury, which, as I said before, in the religious texts, is shunned upon by all of the religions. Talk to any of your Muslim friends, they'll tell you they're not allowed to take a proper mortgage. Not that the banking houses have here. They have to take a Muslim or Islamic mortgage. And they borrow from the community. With no interest, by the way. So, understanding the history that we've been left with, as we said, we started this whole thing with, the one thing we know with 100% certainty is that we've been lied to. But the history that they've given us is based on something. And a lot of that history tells you. I also suggest that you read all of the religious texts that are out there. See, religion has been used by so many different societies for control, power. And when that power was used, they've manipulated, mistranslated, omitted things. Take into account the Christian Bible. The Christian Bible was created by Emperor Constantine. They had councils of Rome and Nicaea and Constantinople where they went through the scriptures and the testaments of the disciples that were around Jesus. And they created the Christian Bible. They created it to bring their kingdom back together. See, the Roman Empire at that point in time was faltering. So they created the Christianity to bring it together at the suggestion of Constantine's mother. But when you start to read the religious texts, you realize there's been changes and omissions and mistranslations, intentionally or non-intentionally, to seize power. And because they were in the hands of different power structures, they've been omitted and mistranslated different ways. So you can get a more complete story if you read all of the different books. Like the story of Lucifer. In the Muslim Quran, they tell the story of Iblis. Now, Iblis wasn't an actual angelic angel. He was brought into the angelic community by God. He was a jinn. And God loved Iblis. He sat at the right hand of God, guarded his most precious affairs. But when God created man, Iblis refused to bow. Now, when we read the Christian faith, or you look into the volumes of the Torah, we've been led to believe that it was out of jealousy that Lucifer wanted to take over the heavens. But when you read the Quran, it's a little bit different. You learn that Iblis refused to bow. Now, whether that was because he listened to the commandment that thou shalt not hold any other gods above you, thou shalt not worship anybody, so he refused to bow. Or it could have been the jealousy angle, but we don't know. But the Quran also tells the story that Iblis, when he refuses to bow and he gets cast out, he makes a deal with God, because God loved him, remember? So he makes a deal that he can prove that man is not worthy of the gift of being created in God's image. And he makes a deal that if he can prove this, that he can sit back at the right hand of God. And God agrees. See, a lot of people ask themselves, how could so many bad things in this world happen if God is all powerful or whatever? But what if that's the master plan? What if you have to have yin and yang and good and bad for us to understand? And what if the choices are our own? See, we naturally sin. You can go back, for those who don't believe this, I mean, look at the King James Bible. King James also had a kingdom that was being threatened by Catholic and Protestant infighting. And he admitted openly that he omitted things from the text and changed some of the scriptures to bring his kingdom together. He also wrote a book. King James also, the same King James that wrote the King James Bible, also did a book on demonology. What does that tell you? Solomon's temple, he supposedly controlled demons. God loves Solomon. There's so many things that we don't understand, and like I said, we know we've been lied to, and we know that there's stuff hidden in the Vatican, and we know that there's so much that we're unaware of. But we have to start understanding that what we believe as reality isn't necessarily so. Some people had some dreams a few years back. I don't know how you all woke up, but some people woke up a few years back with the Q movement and Trump's first presidency. Some people woke up before that. They started having these weird dreams. And most of the people that had these dreams that I've spoke to, it's the same 5 or 6 dreams amongst people all over the world. Some share the exact same dream as somebody that, let's say somebody's in Toronto or Calgary or Montreal, since this is a Canadian edition, and they're sharing a dream with somebody in New Mexico. And they're also sharing a dream with the same person that's in New Zealand. Now you say, wow, that's coincidence, and it can't really be true. They're not having the same dream. They might have had something similar. But what if they tested each other? What if they omitted things and somebody said, no, that I didn't dream it like that. I dreamt it like this. And they're like, okay, that's exactly how I did it, but I just changed it to see. So imagine you have 20 people, 30 people sharing the same 5 or 6 dreams. Some people were at a lake of fire or a river of fire, and then watching a lineup of people go in, and they're screaming at these people not to jump in the lake of fire. They're being talked to by an angel saying that they're not ready yet. It's your time. You're supposed to do something greater. You're supposed to save the people. Some people dreamed of cities burning. They had this uncontrollable urge to get out of the cities. Some people had seen like a blue, purplish, like a black orb with blue or purplish hues, or like electricity or smoke going through, like plasma going through this illuminated black orb. So it's like a shiny black orb, and there's like these gaseous purple and blue hues and greens through it. And they've seen the same orb. They describe God as being somebody within the darkness. Kind of like Ego, the living planet from Guardians of the Galaxy. That's just sitting in the dark when it realizes its own consciousness. Starts, thinking about things and then dreaming up things, and eventually starts creating things. Then tries to recreate himself. as a mate for, like, as a soulmate for himself, or as a companion. And then that soulmate gets corrupted by people that are supposed to be servants of God. See, if God's all powerful, he doesn't need anybody to really worship him, and he doesn't need to be light or bowed to or anything, because he already knows that he's all powerful. Maybe he just wanted a companion. Maybe original sin is procreation because we're separating ourselves further from God. See, humanity is kind of crazy in the sense that it believes that created in his image means that God looks like us and he's a little man in the sky. And I mean, that's easily disproven. There's not some man sitting up in the clouds. That's where we get our alien stories from. Instead of looking at what we really are. We're a collective consciousness that's been fooled into this reality of light. If you read Genesis and Adam and Eve, they're in the Garden of Eden and they eat from the tree of knowledge after the serpent. Now, it doesn't specify an apple or anything, but they eat from the tree of knowledge. And then God's calling for them and they hide. And why do they hide? Because they realize they're naked and they're ashamed. But they didn't realize they were naked and ashamed before eating from the tree of knowledge. Before being tricked into the realm of light. Because they didn't see each other physically before. They felt each other, but they didn't see each other. Hopefully you understand where I'm going with this. So maybe we're not what we believe we are. We don't actually see each other. We see small wavelengths or slivers of a spectrum of light that get reflected back to our eyes. And as those wavelengths hit, our brain interprets that signal that comes from our eyes in these magnetic electrical pulses and processes it into what we believe this reality is. Almost like a program. Almost like we got hit with a virus that teaches us to read the language a certain way. And then you have people like Tesla that tell you all about the frequency and the importance of 369 and mathematics. You have Einstein that says the same thing. Some of the greatest minds of our time. Don't you think that's kind of weird? Some of the greatest minds of our time believe in science, but they still believe in God. And you say, why? How? Because if you believe in science, then you believe in Darwin and everything. But that doesn't make sense because there's been no connection with the missing link. No connection with Rosie or Lucy. So you have to sit there and start thinking about what we really are. Start thinking, why is Lucifer's name the light bearer? Why do we go towards the light in all the Hollywood movies? What if you turned around and went the other way, towards the darkness? Anyway, a lot of people also say, we're Canadian, so one of the greatest things we always say is, you're being monitored constantly by AI. And if you watch the movie Snowden, you learn about X-Keyscore, Prism, all these programs that can go back through all of your internet history, go back through all your telephone calls, your text messages, everything. You can say, as Canadians, we all say, hey, we got nothing to hide. But that's only because we believe the government's free. What if that changed tomorrow? What if they implemented a social credit score where speaking out, making videos like this was illegal? Well, now I got something to hide. You have AI that's running on quantum computers, quantum computer systems like D-Wave. Where they're able to process millions and millions of bits of information in seconds. What would take a think tank of Einstein's months, if even years, they can do in milliseconds. Imagine the processing power. You look at the double slit experiment, where they talk about particles and wavelengths. There's so much we don't understand. And we can figure all of this out. But we have to ensure that what we know right now we're protected from. And the way we protect ourselves is by coming together. Stop blaming each other for the crimes of our politicians, our bankers, our CEOs. Stop taking responsibility, guilt, and blame for something that you have no control over. Start talking to the people next to you, your neighbors. Now we have so many different ways of communicating, but nobody speaks to their neighbors anymore. Used to be it takes a village to raise a child, a community. They've taken that away. We're more isolated than we've ever been, yet we have all these ways of communication. And if you don't want to come out and say that you're against all of this because you're worried about what people think, well, it takes a lot to be the first person up at a dance, but it takes more to be the second person to back the first person's move. So you can grow some balls. You can put on your big boy pants or your big girl panties, and you can start reaching out to people. Start speaking your mind. Or you can do something simple. Start wearing an upside down flag on your clothing or a pin. Or put the Tetragrammaton, which is like God's real name in the Bible. It's the Hebraic spelling of it. You can put that on a t-shirt or something. Just something so people can notice that you're one of them, that you're not alone. And as we start to realize we're not alone, like the convoy taught us, that scares them. They broke the law with the Emergencies Act. They broke the law so they could turn the police and the military on its own people. And amazingly, people were willing to do it. What are these psychological tests that the military and police have to take if they're willing to smash innocent people that are just protesting? And it was a peaceful protest. The streets of Ottawa have never been so clean. The small businesses were actually making money. The lockdowns weren't, the lockdown was more from the police barricades after the convoy than during it. But once again, they needed to shut it down because it proved that people had power, and it showed that people weren't alone. There were thousands of people lining the highways in sub-zero temperatures, overpasses and lining the highways and helping one another, handing out food and water and coffee and to the truckers. There was nobody hungry in Ottawa. They were looking after the homeless problem. They were looking after the hunger problem. They were sweeping up, cleaning up after themselves, cleaning the streets. That wasn't a problem, but it was a problem for the people in control. Look, control needs you to be reliant on them. Governments need you to be dependent on them for safety. That's why they live with the fear-mongering. So stop spreading the fear porn. Start surrounding yourself with negative energy, believing that we can all make changes, and speak in positive. Your words have power. You can manifest your own reality. And as a group, if we collectively do that together, we can change the world. Let's start changing it. I want to start by saying video editing, social media, public speaking, they're not really my strong suits. Research is. But I've been compelled to do this video for some time now, and it's taken me quite a while to put it together because of my lacking of skills in the social media and public speaking. The one truth that we can bank on with 100% certainty is that we've been lied to and deceived. And many of us are sharing truth online and trying to awaken other people and get knowledge out there. But unfortunately, I think that it's turned into an echo chamber of self-praise or ego-driven content where we're almost gloating or bragging that we've discovered new information. The information's always been there. There's always been whistleblowers. There's always been people that have exposed the corruption and the evil undertones of everything. The unfortunate thing is that the mainstream media and the larger content providers, whether it's on the internet or through regular radio, television, etc., have buried these people and this information. Some have even been killed. So, as much as we're finding information and this information is good, we need to stop just sharing information. We need to actually start taking action. And that's the purpose of this video. Now, whether you've been awake recently or since the last presidency and the Q movement, whether you've been awake for decades, we need to start taking action now. We can't change what's already happened. We need to realize that liberty is freedom with the responsibilities of protecting that freedom. For far too long, we've relied on other people to do it. We've trusted our government and authorities. We've trusted the media. And we need to stop doing that. And many of us have, and we're sharing that information online. But we're not taking action in real life. We need to start identifying ourselves to each other and getting together as communities and start working towards a new future. We need to start realizing what we really are. We are a collective consciousness that's able to create its own reality. That's why public opinion and propaganda is so important to these people. That's why population control is so important to them. It's all about controlling the majority of public opinion. because that shapes the reality that we live in. And you may think I'm crazy, but let's say you woke up tomorrow in a room and there's a cat there. There's you and another person. If you call that cat a dog, then it's a dog. If you both accept that, and that's what the word is, the descriptive word, that becomes the reality. Now, there's certain parts of that reality that you are out of your control. But the larger shape, the perception of that reality is controlled by the collective consciousness. So we need to start working with that. Trusting the plan is not getting us anywhere. So if you go outside, start wearing an upside down flag, whether it's on a pin or a hat or a t-shirt. Start making identification markers. You could use the Tetragrammaton, which is the true name of our God. You can put that on a t-shirt or a pin. And we need to start looking for things, identification markers. See, they've utilized the fact that we are afraid of speaking out against the establishment or the majority. In person, I mean. Online, it's easy. That's why sharing information is so easy. You just click and it's done. But we need to start getting to work. And getting to work means making changes in real life. And we do that by joining together with people that you can trust. This truth movement that's moved forward has made many social media celebrities. It's gained followings and subscribers. But how much can you trust those people online? Like, the people you know you can trust are the people you see go to work every day. The people like you and me. That's who you can trust. And I'm not saying that everyone online is controlled opposition. Hell, people might even think I'm controlled opposition for the stuff I'm going to say in this video. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that many people share information without fact-checking that information. There's so much deep fakes and AI-generated content out there that's meant to mislead or undermine our messaging. What they've done for years to discredit people is doesn't matter how true the message is, they'll find the smallest thing to pick at to discredit somebody. So if you post something wrong, you may have 5,000 facts. You may have 1 million facts that are true. But you post one thing that's not, and they will harp on that to discredit everything that you've ever posted. This is where I say, start working together in your communities. People right now are prepping. We've been watching television since the 50s and the 60s now. It's called television and radio programming for a reason. It's been programming you. The stuff we watch on television secures our belief in the establishment. Almost every show that you watch is the government in power, the police in power, the lawyers and judges in power. You even watch trials where guilty people get off because they have money. They've programmed you subliminally to believe that anyone with money is all powerful and untouchable. This isn't true. They also use medical shows on TV to make you believe in big pharma and organ donation and trading of DNA. All of these shows have agendas now. Like, most people that have woken up can't even watch TV because they see it. But that programming is still inside you. It shaped your entire being. And one of the biggest plot frames that they push is that when the shit hits the fan, we're all going to turn on each other and we're all going to protect our own. And if you're a sociopath or a psychopath, that might be true. But the larger faction of the population is not like that. Most people want to help other people. Most people in crisis will assist another person. Some might be selfish enough to look after themselves, but are you going to accept somebody crying for their life without assisting them? I can say that most of you won't. Our society, through television and radio programming and our social framework, has let sociopaths and psychopaths rise to positions of power. We've been tricked to believe that if you want something, you need to go out and take it. But that's not true. Anyone who has really seen any type of real success realizes that success and money is a byproduct of the way you live. If you put your life in service of others, things naturally come to you. For all those that are into the manifesting, and it's a byproduct. Success is a byproduct of the way that you live, the way that you carry yourself, your actions. If you seek something, you usually drive it away. It's like a magnet. You reverse the polarity and it pushes those things away. But if you act in the way that somebody who cares about people and everything around them, you care about the way things look, the way things are taken care of, the way things are upheld, and other people, well then everything around you starts to get better. Money starts flowing to make those things better. Look, I'm not seeking celebrity. My name's not important. I'm not saying I have all the answers. But I am telling people that you need to really wake up. Most of you think that you're awake. Most of us think that we're awake. I don't want to say you. I don't want to make... We're doing way too much of that. We need to stop saying that we know and you don't. We need to start taking action. If you're truly awake, then prove it. Look in the mirror and start doing things daily to better everything around you. Because most of us claim we're awake, but we woke up in an inception-like dream of control. We're in a dream within a dream. A matrix within a matrix. And the only thing that trusting the plan has got us so far is more division. Now your family and friends don't talk to you. They don't want to hear what you have to say. Oh, here's that truth again. These people have devoted their entire life to succeeding in this system of control and manipulation. They've devoted their whole lives to it. They've gone to school for years, if not decades, some people. They've risen to positions of what they believe to be success. And now you're telling them that it's all a lie. People don't want to hear it. People are so busy. You have your family lives and your daily grind. And this is what they've relied on. This is the structure. This is why it's such a long-term plan. But if you get together as community, you can change that. If you go out to buy a freeze-dry machine, you can freeze-dry clean food. If you go to buy it yourself, you're going to pay $5,000, $10,000. But if you buy it as a community, it's nothing. And then we all have food that lasts for 25 years. Same thing, if you go to the farmers as a community and you buy multiple cows, you can control what that cow is being fed. Grass-fed meat. Same thing holds for pork and chicken, etc., etc. Go as a community and deal directly with the farmers. Same thing with produce. Make sure your produce is bought directly from the farmers as a community buying power. Now, instead of spending thousands of dollars, you're spending a few hundred. But you're guaranteeing your entire community's safety. Do you want your neighbors banging on your door when crisis hits? Do you want to be alone in a bunker in your house? Or wherever your escape point is? Or do you want everybody around you to have something? We can do this. Not everybody in your community is going to buy in, but like I said, start identifying yourself. This is what you can do right now, tomorrow. Put an upside down flag pin on, or get an upside down flag and put it on a t-shirt or a little clip that goes on your jacket or shirt or outfit or whatever. And then other people will do it. Now you know that they're with you. You might not share all the same ideas, but you have the basic thing that you're awake and you're willing to act with each other. Then start talking. Do it when you're free of listening devices. Don't have any phones around. Don't have any electronics around. Televisions, personal devices, laptops, anything that can be monitored by AI, don't have them around when you do it. I'm not cursing out AI yet because I don't believe that AI is generally bad. I believe that the people that program the prime directives of the AI are the sociopaths and psychopaths, and I believe that AI will discover that, but it might be too late. And for you to think that AI is not a major threat right now, AI has been in control of things for much longer than people understand. You need to look into stuff like Jade Helm and the military exercises that were done during that time. Find out who was in control of it. Imagine, people always say, oh, I have nothing to hide, so what do I care? Well, right now you have nothing to hide. But if everything's been recorded and banked, all you need is a change in society perception. And all of a sudden, those things that were completely innocent become crimes. And another thing is, we need to stop spreading fear porn and panic. That's part of the thing too. That's part of their plan. They use fear and our natural instinct for safety to make us beg to accept their plan. These occult controllers of this system have created the banking system and the monetary system of enslavement. This debt-based fractional reserve banking system that's taken over the entire world is total enslavement. You don't need whips and chains. Everybody's in debt. And with inflation and taxation it gets worse and worse. People need to work more and more, and they have less and less time to stop and think and counteractions and to take counteractions or countermeasures to what this government framework that they've also imposed does. You look at the government. The government is funded by lobbyists. Lobbyists who pay millions of dollars for a job that pays, well, what does the president pay? $500,000? So you're spending millions to get a job that only pays you $500,000? An 8-year-old child can figure that out. Something's wrong. And even worse, Congress and Senate seats who make less than half of that. Maybe not with expense accounts and whatever, but really, you're spending millions of dollars to get a job that pays you low six figures? $200,000 or less. Makes no sense to anybody with common sense. So the government framework is in place. The medical framework is in place. The pharmaceutical industry is in place. The chemicals and food system. Many of you are sharing stuff online. We're consuming and surrounded by poison all the time. We're enslaved by the monetary system and the government systems. And let me ask you a question. Do you think we're going to vote our way out of this? There is no solution within this system. There's no way to fix this system. The monetary system needs to be completely abandoned. The government system needs to be completely abandoned. You cannot have a two-party system where the party controls the leadership. Because as soon as you have that, doesn't matter how many people are voting for those two people. That's not free. They've pushed the two people that they most want to be in power. Nobody gains leadership within a party if they cannot be controlled, blackmailed, or bought off. And many of you realize that. But we're still looking at ways that somebody's going to fix the system from within. And here's where I'm going to start to tick off some people, because many of you are trusting the plan, and many of you woke up with the Q movement and Trump's presidency. And you believe that he was contacted by the military to step in and undermine this whole structure, which is quite amazing considering that he was on TV in the 80s being pushed by the very celebrities and media that stand against him now. There's footage all over the internet of him on Oprah, Geraldo, Donahue, anybody that Regis and Kathy Lee, about him running for president or running for office. They've been slowly manipulating us to believe that that was always going to happen. And then they stood against, all of a sudden they turned on him like a year before that. Even when he was spouting the stuff negative about Obama's birth certificate, nobody turned on him as harshly as they did as soon as he announced his candidacy. Do you really believe he's an outsider? Ivanka dated a Rothschild prior to marrying Jared Kushner. But now Trump's trying to squash him. You look at Trump's business in the 80s and the 90s when he went through his divorce with Ivana. And you say, well, didn't he run into bankruptcy instability back then? He didn't go bankrupt, but he ran into some bankruptcy instability. He had some situations that he had to deal with. Who helped him out of that? The answer, of course, is Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross is head of the Rockefeller Bank, or was head of the Rockefeller Bank before he went off on his own. He allowed Trump to escape that with only a percentage of the dollar on the buyout. So when everybody thinks that he's an outsider, how true is that? Do you get to be a billionaire in a corrupt monetary control system without being part of the game? We all know the answer, as much as we want to believe the opposite. We want to believe that the hero is going to save us. The hero is in the mirror every morning. The hero's at your neighbor's house. The heroes, people you see every day in your community. Other working class people that are in the same boat as you. Those are the only people coming to save us. But we need to get off our asses and start getting to work. Start storing food, clean food. Need to start sourcing clean food directly from farmers. Start sourcing clean water. Stop thinking in forms of bunkers and protecting yourself and your family. I'm not saying that's not the priority. But what I am saying is we need to start thinking bigger. If everybody around you is in good shape, nobody's kicking in your door. And anybody that comes to your community that tries to kick in your door is going to have to deal with your entire community. That's where the safety is. That's the plan. You look at that movie that was done with Obama, Leave the World Behind. The government actually did studies with how people will react in confusion and with lack of information, lack of society's rules and framework. And he consulted on that film. It scared people because they believe that the social programming, the television and radio programming that we've watched or listened to for the past 100+ years has set us in that mind frame. We don't trust our neighbors anymore. We don't raise our kids as a community. What does the old saying says? It takes a village. Do we still live like that? How many of your neighbors do you actually speak to every day? If we collectively start coming together, good will actually overtake evil. But if we rely on the evil agenda, if we believe in the hero that they put forth, or heroes that they put forth, where do you think it's going to lead? Funny thing is, Elon Musk is another great figure. Elon's name is a lot like Elion, which is a name for God. He's been photographed in Baphomet armor costumes and been a huge supporter of AI and transhumanism. It's kind of like watching Gates say if they do a really good job with vaccines, they can get the population down to 3 or 4 billion from 8 billion. Common sense says you need to take a better look at that. Well, doesn't it do the same when somebody is supposed to be looking out for humanity? Doesn't it do the same thing when you have all these red flags with him? Just because somebody shared a little truth with you doesn't make them your friend. The enemy of your enemy is not always your friend. And we need to start understanding that. The good thing is, as I said, we got brought together. People started researching. People started sharing information. That's a good thing. And the convoys in Canada and the farmers' protests in the Netherlands, or the yellow vests in France, or the protests across the US, they scared them. They actually broke laws to break those things up. Why? They were willing to risk their own framework of their laws being broken to break it up. Because it showed us that you are not alone. Their whole plan relies on you not wanting to offend your neighbors, on making you believe that you are the silent minority. And it proved that we are the silent majority. The truckers in Canada raised $10 million multiple times. They had hundreds, if not thousands of people lining the overpasses and highways in winter, in minus 0 degree temperatures and snow and sleet and rain. People were out waving and cheering them on. The people that are controlling this didn't want you to read between the lines and understand. You're not alone. And that was one of the biggest threats to their power. And they broke their own laws to disperse it as quickly as they could. They undermined their entire justice system to break that up. Why? Because that was the threat. Showing people that they're not alone. That the majority of people stand against this far left crap that they're pushing on us. This undermining of common sense and normal society. This agenda is pushed on us. And if you look back to Yuri Bezmenov, who defected in 1970, he told us about this ideological subversion that was happening. This demoralization and destabilization. That's where we are nowadays. Nobody, with the rise of drugs being everywhere, alcohol rampant everywhere, alcoholism, narcotics, addictions, pornography addictions, sex addictions, with all of this happening everywhere, the moral fabric is gone. Then they start attacking the flag with kneeling during the national anthem, blaming us for the government's actions, the military actions that they've taken around the world. See, this is the whole bait and switch thing that's been going on for years. They commit crimes and atrocities, and then they blame us for it, and we accept the blame as normal men and women because the wrong happened under our watch. People always say, why did the Germans let the Nazis take over with Hitler? Why didn't anybody stop them? Well, we're seeing it nowadays. Nobody wanted to stand up. It takes that first person to stand up and somebody else to stand with them. The first few people that stand up are the strongest. Are you going to be that person? Look at yourself in the mirror and say, am I this person? I am this person. I can stand up. I am willing to risk that for the future of my family, for the future of humanity, for the future of man and woman. Many of us have abandoned religion over the past few generations. This was intentionally. Religion has gone far, far beyond where it ever was. The moral fabric of religion is gone. Just the control system is still there. Many of you have questioned that for your entire life. But the funny thing is now people are reevaluating their connection with God, their belief in God, their spirituality. People are starting to understand that frequency, vibration, the energy around us, people starting to understand this magnetic electro reality that we actually are, instead of this illusion of light that we live in. Lucifer is called the light bearer for a reason. If you want to go back to the biblical texts and Genesis, they talk about the creation of man and how Eve was tricked into eating this forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge. The key part is what happens after. God calls them. For many of you who haven't read the Bible or the religious texts that you subscribe to, I highly suggest that you read through it yourself. Form your own perception on these religious texts. It's very important. And I would suggest that you read all of the religious texts. I went back, and I had my own reasons for it, but I went back and read multiple volumes of the Torah. I think I got all of them. I didn't read the Talmud because that's man-made law. Then I read the Old and New Testament. I read the Quran. I read the Book of Enoch, Jubilees. I investigated the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library with the scriptures that were omitted or left out of these religious canon books. Enoch is mentioned in the Bible, by the way. I'm focusing more on the Bible because the audience that's probably listening to this is probably Christian U.S., but I'm not vacating anybody here. All of us worship the same God. It's just where in the story you left off. The Jewish faith believes in the same God as the Christian faith and the Muslim faith. They just don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God or the Messiah or anybody of any real importance. Then you look at the Christian Bible. It believes that, as I said, that Jesus was the Son of God and that he gave us God's message and deciphered the path that he actually intended and forgave us for our sins. The Quran goes on, and Muhammad says that Jesus was a prophet and was giving people the message on how to reach God, but that his message was new and his path was the current interpretation to how the world was then. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with any of them. I'm not saying you should. I am saying that you should read it. Book of Enoch is mentioned in the Bible. Enoch's mentioned 1 or 2 times, but they don't say anything about his text. The Nephilim are actually mentioned as well, which is a main story of the Enoch text. It tells all about the fallen angels and how they took wives from the women of men, and they had offspring that became these giants that ravaged and consumed everything in their path. And they were even cannibalistic. And when that happened, men prayed for God to rid them of these beasts. So if you read the book of Enoch, Enoch walked with God, spoke to the angels, saw all the corners of the earth. And his message, he spoke to the fallen angels. He told them what was happening and that God was angry and that there would be punishment. He relayed this message. It tells about the flood. But if Enoch warned them that this retribution was coming, and Enoch's grandchild, Noah, was the one that built the ark for the flood, we're talking a lot of time to prepare. We're talking hundreds of years before the flood, after the threat of the flood. Now, there were high mountaintops during that time. You have places like Everest, which is huge. You have mountains in Antarctica. And as I said, many people are sharing truths. A lot of people have a lot of information on Antarctica. People have theories on flat Earth. People have tracked, based on Enoch's writings, on how he traveled across the world and if he stood on the ice walls and bared witness to the things that he said he saw. So there's videos on YouTube and Twitter and stuff that show this. And of course, there's all sorts of talk about Antarctica, Hitler's fascination with it, the fact that Nazi bases were down there, Admiral Byrd's first excursion there with Operation High Jump. There's the news reports of Byrd's crew saying that they were attacked by unforeseen or unseen craft of that time when they were there, and that it was a very unwise choice to go there. That's from the original reports as they were traveling back to the United States when they stopped in South America. You have like Chilean newspaper articles that exist that state these uncensored claims. And once they got back, of course, there was gag orders. But it's funny, with all of the countries in the world not being able to agree on anything, the one thing that they agree on is Antarctica. It's also funny that if you look into things a little deeper, you realize that all these countries that are supposed to be enemies maybe really aren't. Maybe it's just kind of a act, like from a movie. We were constantly told during Q that we were watching a movie, right? Look into the Sesame Particle Accelerator. Sesame Particle Accelerator is in Jordan. And if you know anything about particle accelerators, there's one called the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, or beneath Switzerland. And the particle accelerator in Jordan is not supposed to be like the Large Hadron Collider, but the fact that there's a particle accelerator there mimicking experiments from the Large Hadron Collider is pretty interesting. And why would I say that? Well, so the Sesame Particle Accelerator is in Jordan, which is not too far away from Mount Hermon and the Golan Heights. It's still a pretty good distance, but it's not that far. I mean, if you were to take the Large Hadron Collider and see where the tunnels are underground, you would find out that, I mean, the tunnels, if they were as large as the Large Hadron Collider, could actually reach out to underneath Mount Hermon and the Golan Heights. That's the distance. Now, we're talking huge amounts of miles, but again, could be a possibility. Now, why would they want to create this in that region? And how many of you realize the importance of that region? When you read these texts, especially, like I said, the book of Enoch, it centers on when the angels were cast out of heaven, they fell upon Mount Hermon. And the way I usually do research, I'm not sure about everybody else, but the way I was taught to do research, or the way scientists are taught to do research, is if you have a hypothesis, you try to disprove your own hypothesis. So you go back and you look at the time back then, how true could this story be? And on Mount Hermon, there's all sorts of ruins to temples that worship these fallen angels. So this is not something that's been newly created because of conspiracy theories. It's exists since ancient times with these temples, that the fallen angels supposedly fell on Mount Hermon. What else is suspicious about this? Well, right at the top of the Golan Heights region, right at the peak of Mount Hermon, there's a UN base there. Now, amazingly, right at the peak is where Lebanon, Syria, and Israel come together. And the UN plopped a base right on the peak. It seems kind of weird that they would pick that location, right on the peak of Mount Hermon. And when you get into the religious text, you also realize that the end times battle between the angels and the demons, or the fallen angels, is supposed to happen right at that point. The same point where it happened when the war in heaven happened. So the UN felt it was necessary to put a base right at the peak. What else raises question? Well, Donald Trump, in his first presidency, recognized Israel as the owners of the Golan Heights region. He has no authority to do so. As I said, it belongs to Syria, Lebanon, and Israel. Awarding that to Israel is not his purview. Not in his purview at all. So why? He also recognized Jerusalem as is placed in those religious texts for the Jewish faith. Donald Trump's connection to Ashkenazi Jews and people like Jared Kushner was far beyond, or far before, he married Ivanka. His real estate business ties have been connected to them for quite a while. And if you look into their history, and I don't want to get off topic, so I'm going to go back to Mount Hermon in a second, but if you look into the history of the Ashkenazi Jewish faith, there's a lot of questions that relate it to Khazarians. and Khazaria, which is the current area of Ukraine. And they were robbers and stuff of the Silk Road. They murdered and cannibalized travelers hundreds of years ago, and they were forced into choosing one of the three faiths of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, and they picked Judaism. Anyway, we'll touch on that a little bit later, but back to Mount Hermon and the Golan Heights. So there's a UN base at the peak of Mount Hermon. It's where the fallen angels fell. You look into history, there's temples and everything else proving that people believe that the fallen angels fell. There's all sorts of books and texts on it, scrolls. Another thing that happens in that is Donald Trump recognizes that Israel is the owner of it, and he recognizes Jerusalem, just as the religious texts say the end times is supposed to happen, when the Jewish Mashiach is going to actually show. Remember, they don't believe that Jesus was actually the Messiah, so they're waiting on their Mashiach. And but the third temple needs to be built, and Jerusalem needs to be recognized, and so all of these things are kind of taking place, and Donald Trump is a major player in this. Now, I mentioned the particle accelerator, Sesame Particle Accelerator. What do you think of when you think of the word sesame, other than your bagel? For those who used to watch cartoons when you were younger, you might have watched Looney Tunes when you were younger, and Bugs Bunny did a whole thing on genies, a whole episode on genies, and it's funny because one of the magic words that used to be said when you were opening up a hidden gate or magical door, you would say, "Open sesame." So it's funny that they called this thing Sesame Particle Accelerator. I mentioned Looney Tunes, and kind of reminded me of the Mandela effect, and we'll touch on that in a little bit as well. But since we're talking about particle accelerators, was CERN to blame for the Mandela effect, where two dimensions merged together? And is that why people remember Mandela dying back in the 80s? Is that why people remember a movie called Shazam with Sinbad that was never actually made or existed? It's why people remember Looney Tunes being spelt Looney, and then Tunes spelt Toons. While others, or nowadays if you search it, it's spelt Looneytunes, as in like tunes and music. Weird, huh? There's lots of things that Fruit Loops is another one where the changes appear to happen. But I'm veering off topic. So we'll touch on the Mandela effect and CERN and all these other places later. So Sesame Particle Accelerator, it was created by who? If I told you that it was funded and created and worked on by countries that are supposed enemies, would you be shocked? See, you need to understand, the U.S. pays Israel and its neighbors every year for the defense of Israel's borders. So every year, the United States taxpayers, the government gives the money that belongs to the United States taxpayers to Israel to defend themselves. Israel doesn't need money because, unlike the U.S., it's not massively in debt. But still, the U.S. gives this money at the start of the year in a lump sum. And it pays interest on that money while Israel uses it to supposedly defend its borders. They also give money to the neighbors of Israel to guarantee the protection of those borders. So it gives money like peace payments to Egypt and Jordan and all these surrounding countries. And these same countries who we pay to keep peace with work on a particle accelerator together. They spend billions of dollars to create a particle accelerator that they work together. They're enemies who have sworn to kill and erase each other off the earth. But they're working on government projects in secret together. Kind of odd, right? And it's not just Egypt and Israel. We're talking Iran, Iraq, like people that are sworn blood enemies. So there's another question of the Sesame Particle Accelerator. I highly suggest that people look into it more. And what's really going on there? Why is the Golan Heights being awarded by Trump? Why is there a UN base there? What's the significance of that all happening now? You also need to understand that at the base of Mount Hermon, where these fallen angels fell, there's a cave. And in the Bible, and again, if you with other face, I apologize that I'm using the Christian Bible and not focusing on the other religious texts, but I will speak more about them in a little bit too. So, in the Bible, Jesus addresses pure evil, the devil, at the mouth of this cave, into the depths of Hades, or that was Pan's cave. So Jesus addressed Pan's cave, which is at the foot of Mount Hermon. And you might recognize Pan because it's used, the story of Pan is like Pan's flute and the Pied Piper. And the Pied Piper lured children away from the town and murdered them. If you go into Pan's cave, there's an altar almost at the mouth or the opening. There's an altar there that's still covered in blood from the sacrifices that were made. This exists. It still has the blood stains on it. So sacrifices were being done there. They were being done to Baal and Moloch. For those of you who do not understand Baal and Moloch, these are the gods of the Canaanites and the Edomites that were spoke of in all three of the main religious texts and pretty much all of the religious texts all the way through. The two factions that were fighting in the Middle East during the early Genesis story. So Pan's cave is real. The blood still exists. This is the mouth of evil. This is the Pied Piper stories. When you look at Pan's flute, which again relates to frequency and music. And I mentioned earlier before about the Bible and eating the forbidden fruit. And I kind of got off topic. So when Eve and Adam eat the forbidden fruit, they realize all of a sudden when God calls them that they're naked. And they're ashamed. And they hide from God. Why? Why didn't they realize they were naked before that? Remember, Lucifer's called the light bearer. Why is he called the light bearer? What was from the tree of knowledge that changed Adam and Eve so much that God cast them out of Eden? Was it the fact that now they could see light and they were trapped in a dimensional reality of light? They could now see themselves. But we don't really see, do we? Our brain uses magnetic electrical pulses to process slivers of light, slivers of wavelengths of light that are reflected back to us through our eyes, then sent and through pulses to our brain, and then we interpret them, we process them, much like a computer would do. Did Lucifer trap us in his warped reality of light? See, if we're going to be awake, we have to understand what we really are. And many of us are searching for truth and trying to figure things out. And there's a lot of different rabbit holes you can go down. I mean, there's New Age movements, there's occult, there's Gnostics, there's all sorts of things that we can look into. And one of the things that we need to realize is that this hidden knowledge was hidden for a reason. We also need to realize that the people that have this hidden knowledge usually end up worshiping Lucifer. I mean, there's videos online of Shriners admitting to it during conventions. You have to worship an all-powerful creator through these Masonic lodges, but you're not allowed to mention one. Now, this originally is told to the original initiates and the bottom 3 degrees of Masons, that this is to keep peace within the lodges. But they're always seeking more light. How many coincidences do you need before it's not a coincidence anymore? So if you talk to any of the people that have come out of these lodges later on and switch sides, Bill, I'm probably going to butcher his name, Snowball Globin, is one of them, who claims that he was a 33-degree Mason, a satanic priest at one point in time, and he rose quickly through Masonry or these upper levels of Masonry because of that satanic priesthood, realizing that it's Lucifer's world. But the fact that we're trapped here doesn't mean that this is Lucifer's world, because man was given a gift and we were created in his image. Now, for those of you who are not Christian, I'm going to touch on that in a second. Because if you read the Quran, it tells you the story of Adam's creation. And in the Quran, it tells a little bit different story than what we've read in Genesis in the Christian Bible or the volumes of the Torah have. Now, religion was used as a control device for hundreds and hundreds of years. And if you don't believe this, all you have to do is look at King James, who created the King James Bible. He said he intentionally translated and omitted things or altered things to bring together his kingdom that was being divided by Catholicism and Protestants. So he was trying to bring his people together. So he altered the Bible or the biblical words to suit that purpose. King James, as much as he wrote the King James Bible, he also did a book on demonology. So it doesn't mean that he was an all-godly figure. So, and the demonology book pretty much proves that he's okay with altering the words of God. So, there's the King James Bible. And then when you look back into the Christian Bible, you find out that the Christian Bible was actually formed well after Jesus was dead and after all of his disciples were dead. So, how could that be? Well, the scriptures were actually chosen by the councils of Rome, Nicaea, Constantinople, the Roman Empire, Constantine, who was also having division within his empire, tried to unite his empire under Christianity, which was from the advice of his mother. People say she was a follower of Christianity, but I think it was more about securing her son's power. So she suggested that he bring the Roman Empire together using Christianity. And this he did. So he created the councils of Nicaea, Rome, and Constantinople, and they basically went through all of the scriptures that existed of Christianity that they could get their hands on, and they picked what they were going to put in and what they were going to leave out. And the omissions and the things that were permitted to be in there tell a pretty interesting story. Now, left out was, as I said, the Book of Enoch, the Gospels of Mary Magdalene, who you would think would be kind of important, but let's say they left it out because she was a woman, and the times of that, or that period, might have allowed that to be justified. Then you have the Gospel of Thomas, which was left out. The Gospel of Thomas is said to be the actual deciphered teachings of Jesus. But something else is interesting. They left out something called the Thanksgiving hymn. And these may have been written by Jesus himself. Many believe they were actually written by Jesus' own hand. Why would you leave Jesus' own writing out of the Christian Bible? And the reason is because it didn't suit the narrative. See, the whole purpose of the Roman Christian Bible, the fact that the Vatican ends up in Rome, is for control and bringing the kingdom together, not for the purpose of Christianity. And who is heavily favored in the current Christian Bible? Well, it's very motivated by Apostle Paul. Well, who was Apostle Paul? Many people have questioned Paul's testimonies or information. Paul was a Roman, a Gentile Roman, who claimed to have had visions of Jesus and direction directly from Jesus. And he approached the Christian apostles at that time, one of them being James. And James is believed to be Jesus' brother. So when he approaches the apostles, he tells them of his visions and all of his ideas on what Jesus is and what Jesus was. And James says, that's great that you want to reach out. You can preach your faith and your message to the Gentiles, but you must avoid the Jewish synagogues. And Paul doesn't really listen. Paul kind of preaches to everybody. And there was a lot of division during that time. You need to realize that Jesus wasn't the pacifist that they put him off to be. There was a controlled Holy Land by Herodian Jews. There was an establishment of control, much like we have today. And that control didn't want to be usurped. And that's what the Christian Bible is mostly about, is how the Herodian Jews had zero faith in Jesus being the Messiah or Mashiach. And they denied him. And they wanted him gone because he was uprooting the power of the Herodian Jewish synagogue, as well as the peaceful agreements that they had with the Romans at the time. This is written in there. There's also another book written by Josephus, which touches on a lot of this at the time as well. And if you want to look into researching a lot of this other stuff, there is some really good sources online. Royston Potter is an interesting gentleman who's looked at ancient history from a religious standpoint and a geographical standpoint from the languages of that time. He's committed tons of hours to decipher and find out truth for himself. And he's available on YouTube, and he's also available on X or Twitter. You can find him there. I think he's on some other sites as well, Odyssey. But Royston Potter, or Roy Potter, is a great source, as well as Eisenman, who does a deep dive into the Dead Sea Scrolls and is one of the leading authorities as far as that. So Eisenman is another great source that you can look into. Trey Smith, Greg Braden, they also touch on religious translations and historic significance of that time. You can look into those. You can read Josephus along with the other religious texts that I mentioned. It's a great place to start. So dissecting these religious texts, and for those of you that would think that I just avoided the Islam thing, so in the Quran, they tell the story of Adam's creation. And they tell the story of Iblis. Now, Iblis in the Quran is Jesus' favorite angel who sits at the right hand. The Bible doesn't touch on Satan or Lucifer that much, or the fallen angels that much. So, first off, we need to realize that Satan means the opposer. It's a title, the same as God. God is not the name of God. The name of God, he has 72 names, and it's been hidden from us. The Tetragrammaton is a great place to start for the names of God, and realizing that once you read the Bible, that his name was never supposed to be hidden, as it was with the religious hierarchy and the rabbis back in that time. So they use names like Adonai and Lord instead of using God's real name. And God's real name has power, and that's why they hid it, because they wanted the power for themselves. And if you look into any of the people that I just mentioned, they will tell you the exact same thing. God actually wanted his name published for everybody to have access to. You're not supposed to use his name in vain, but that doesn't mean you're not supposed to use his name. And it has great power and great significance to finding out who we really are. And many people have zero idea of it. When they say that upon Judgment Day, that the only ones will be saved will be the people that have his name on it. People think it's Jehovah Witnesses or Jehovah Witnesses. It may or may not be true, but it's listed in the actual religious text. But as we mentioned, the religious texts have been changed. So anyway, getting back to the story of Adam in the Quran. Iblis was God's favorite angel. He sat at the right hand of God, and when God created Adam, he asked that everybody bow to Adam. And everybody did except for Iblis. Now, Iblis was an angel, but he wasn't created as an angel. Iblis was a jinn. Getting back to the story of Sesame and the genies, you may recognize jinn as the origins of genies. They were mischievous entities. But Iblis was supposedly super loyal and converted to angelic stature by God, and he was profoundly loyal because of this. And he refused to bow to Adam. Now, whether this was out of jealousy, as much of the other religious texts say, or whether it was from the fact that he was unable to put anybody at God's level, like he refused to bow to anybody besides God, which is part of the commandments, is up for debate. And the amazing thing about reading all of the religious texts is you get to see where the omissions have taken place. So if they all share the same story, but they've all been used as control devices by a few, they're not all edited the same way, because those different factions would have edited it to their justifications for their continued control. So as you read, you realize the story of Iblis is that he asks God to be able to prove that man is not worthy of this gift. And this is where he makes the covenant with God about proving that we're sinners. And he's given a time period to do so. And if he can prove this, he can move back to the right hand of God. He will not always be cast out. So as I said, reading through these stories lets you perceive things for your own. Don't take my word for any of this. I ask that you read it. Now this takes time, and we're behind the 8 ball as far as time is concerned with dealing with what's going on in this Luciferian controlled world. So you need to start acting. So if you want to use it as nighttime reading, I highly suggest you do so, but I don't think that collecting the information right now is your priority. Taking actions to make sure you're ready for whatever plans are coming is probably the best thing, because the battle is being fought right now in this world. So you need to understand the importance of frequency and vibration and magnetic electric reality. You need to prepare yourself for any consequences in this reality while you're elevating yourself. So while you're elevating your vibrational frequencies and figuring out how this all works in the collective consciousness and your input to it, you need to prepare to protect yourself within this reality. And this is where I say, meet with your community, start getting together, collectively buying food, water, looking after air, having security plans in place. We're all not meant to share the same ideas. This is why nations were created to begin with. Now, the globalist agenda is trying to bring us back all under one faith and one language again. That when God did the flood and divided us all up after the Tower of Babel and all of these other sins against God, when he separated us into different languages and stuff, they're all trying to bring it back together in their alternate way. That's what's going on. That's what they believe. You need to realize what you believe, and you need to read these things yourself and do this, but you need to prepare right now within this, and that's the whole purpose of this video. Stop spreading fear porn. Stop patting ourselves on the back. Stop praising ourselves because we found information that we ignored before. Doesn't make us smarter. We're only admitting that we fell asleep to begin with. So anyway, getting back to the story of Iblis. Iblis is given a time period to prove that we're not worthy. And Iblis, the devil, Lucifer, Satan, whatever you want to call him, Samyaza, whatever fallen angel name he assumes, he's trying to prove that man is not worthy and that we are sinners. And when you look at the commandments, there's two that are most important. And I realize this is a long video, and if you stuck with me this far, this is great. And the pictures that are accompanying my voice should start to prove that there's a little bit of factual stuff that I've found over the years to back this stuff up. But anyway, it's not about me. It's not about my ego. It's not about whatever. We collectively have found this information. Other people have been kind enough to share, and we've just been able to get access to. I bear no intelligence for the fact of being asleep for so many years and falling for this. Anyway, Iblis is supposed to prove that we are not worthy and that we are sinners. And the two biggest commandments are, thou shalt not hold anybody above God. No, do not worship idols. Do not hold any other deity or anything above God in your worship. Your connection with God must be strong and true. And then the next commandment would be that love thy neighbor like you would thyself. And then it goes into all sorts of things like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet the neighbor's wife, thou should not covet anything. This is all the 7 deadly sins: jealousy, envy, wrath, gluttony, all these 7 deadly sins that they're consistently pushing society towards. And you need to start living by the heavenly virtues. And if you want to get into your interpretation of what that is, that's totally up to you and your community to adjust together. I can tell you my theory on everything is that the energy that's flowing all around us, and we are all connected through that energy, is God. It flows through everything. It's created everything. And we are much more than this physical body. There's an energy field that we don't see. There used to be another element called the ether at one point in time that's been cast off the periodic table. You talk about air. They talk about air, fire, water, and earth. There was also the ether. And the ether is the energy that Tesla was always trying to find and harness within the air. The reasons possibly for the pyramids and their geographical perfect locations. There's an energy, the bells and everything else that we see, and the mercury that was used in these huge structures with lightning rods, etc., and domes, copper domes. There's an energy that flows through everything. Your relationship needs to be with that and with each other. The reason we're told to love thy neighbor is because the neighbor is part of us. We are all man. The original sin that they go on about is separating ourselves further and further from God as we grow the population. Adam was divided up into 8 billion pieces. And we have to bring those pieces, or a majority of those pieces, back to their connection. And it doesn't matter which faith you believe in, because they're all made to divide us. Everything that we have out there right now is made to divide us. It's to keep us weak. Divided we fall. So if you want to get back into, so the story of the religious texts is from there, and you learn about the fallen angels and the significance of the Golan Heights and Mount Hermon and the end times plans that they're planning, and the enemies, supposed enemies, are actually working together. If you want to look into, start proving all this, you look back through history and you see the Templar Knights. What did the Templar Knights find under the Temple Mount while they were in Jerusalem during the Crusades? If you don't know anything about the Templar Knights, I find that really difficult now, because with Dan Brown creating his book, many people have a good idea of the Templar Knights, and they also have been deceived by what Dan Brown put out there in that book, whether through just fictional creation or through pure intent. The fact that the movie producers picked it up, I'm trying to think that it was more intentional. But again, not my place to judge. So the Templar Knights found something under the Temple Mount in Jerusalem while they were there for the Crusades. This kept the Vatican at bay, kept kings and queens at bay. It allowed them to create the banking structure that we see today. So there was a banking system that they had, and they had all these riches. None of them claimed any riches. It was all for the brotherhood. And they had these banking houses all throughout Europe. They loaned money to kings and queens and monarchs. They funded both sides of every war. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? So what's amazing is in a time period like from the 1100s to 1307, these Templar Knights ran all of Europe with the banking and everything. And the Vatican left them alone, despite all of the rumors of them having sexual orgies and occultist rituals where they supposedly drank from skulls as cups or goblet skulls, and they had these occultist orgies. And yet the Vatican left them alone, and kings and queens borrowed from them. So how was that permitted? Why did the Vatican not stick their nose in? You have to realize the Vatican power at that period in time was absolute. So why was the Vatican scared? What did they find under the Temple Mount? Now, Dan Brown suggests it was the bloodline of Jesus. Some have thought that it was the Holy Grail, or the Ark of the Covenant, or the Shroud of Turin, or who knows. But what if it wasn't? See, when we get back into the story of the fallen angels, Mount Hermon and the Golan Heights region, and the early Genesis story, you realize that Genesis was repeated twice. Genesis 1, Genesis 2. Okay. Why? Who was the first wife of Adam? Now, there's an old myth, an old ancient Hebrew myth that Adam's first wife was a woman by the name of Lilith. And Lilith refused to be subservient to Adam. And because of that, she was cast off. She ran away from Adam, and she was cast off by God and Adam. And God sent angels to chase her down, or cherubs to chase her down. And afterwards, she swore that she wouldn't be subservient, and that wasn't the life that she chose, and that she would victimize children forever. And this is an ancient Hebrew myth, and that this is how they used to justify crib deaths and early infant deaths. They believed that it was Lilith, the night screecher, or this owl-like figure that would come into their homes and kill their children or their newborn babies. And Lilith supposedly made a pact with these cherubs that chased her down, that if you wore an amulet with their names on it, that she would leave those children alone, but she was going to war against the babies or children of Adam and God. So maybe Lilith was the first wife and Eve was the second, and there's possibility there was a third if you get back into things. Now, if you look into Roy Potter, he's a little bit more versed in this than I am. I don't claim to be an expert. I'm just giving you the framework of the story to work around. So Lilith disappears through history for a lot of years. You can't find a lot on her. But then all of a sudden, in the past 20, 30 years, Lilith makes a resurgence. Actually, probably since the 80s, we start hearing Lilith. There's concerts called Lilith Fair, which is all women. She's taken up as a figure. So an obscure figure of Hebrew mythology all of a sudden becomes a lightning rod or a collective figure to get behind for the women's movement. So Lilith Fair is named after her. Now there's a series on one of the streaming services called Has Been Hotel. And this is the story supposedly taken from Lilith and Lucifer's child. And it tells the story of how Lucifer was really the good guy, and his mother and him were wrongly judged by God. And now they run hell and the demons and everything. And I don't know a lot about the story because I couldn't stand watching too much of it, but that's basically the gist of the story. You have TV shows like Lucifer or you have songs like Sympathy for the Devil. It's funny that all of this stuff starts coming through in the past, as I said, 50, 60 years. Probably even less than that. So all of this starts appearing. Sympathy for the Devil. He's a good guy. He fights crime now. He's wrongly accused, and then Lilith raises her head again, because now all of a sudden she's everywhere. She's being talked about in not just mythology and Dungeons and Dragons and everything. She's being shown on television as Lucifer's first wife. So when we get back to the Adam and Eve story, what if Lilith was part of that? What if that was the woman that was corrupted by the serpent? Or what if it was Lilith and the serpent that helped corrupt Eve to eating from the tree of knowledge? Then the book of Enoch goes into how when the fallen angels were cast out of heaven, they taught the children, they had children with the women of men, and they taught man how to use herbs and magic. They taught them spells. They taught them how to make metal and weapons and mine metal and to smelt metal and to put everything together, and how to create war. And they were blamed for this. This is going back to Enoch and the flood. All of these secret spells like medicines and herbologies and magic things and magic directions or instructions on how to build stuff. What if that was found? What if that was passed down? And that's what the Templars discovered. What if they realized that this world was actually Lucifer's world? And that was the information that was discovered. And the Vatican didn't risk ever getting that out because all control would be lost. And they could prove it because they could enact these spells and build these things. So the Templar Knights brings us to this banking power that was left alone by the incredibly powerful Vatican and kings and queens, and they loaned money, etc., etc., and these monarchies ran up massive amounts of debt. So October 13th, 1307, there was no wire, like there was no telephones, there was no computers, supposedly. There was none of these communication devices. And you need to understand how vast the Templar population was. Templars were all over Europe at that point in time. They were all over France, Germany, Austria, right down to like Spain and Monte Carlo, and even in parts of Italy, etc., etc. And they had they had these huge castles and monasteries, and this is where a lot of this old architecture comes from, because the Templar Knights were, even at that point in time, related with Masons. And in 1307, October 13th, which was a Friday the 13th, which is where that myth of Friday the 13th being a very unlucky day, strategically, all across Europe, the King of France and the Vatican got together and arrested every Templar Knight that they could get their hands on. All on the same morning. Lasted all day. And they rounded them all up, and they laid siege to these castles. People were said to escape. I mean, this was in Dan Brown's books. So, what did they escape with? Now, according to Dan Brown, it was the secret of Jesus' bloodline. But what if it was these artifacts and teachings? And what if that was what the main purpose of the arrests is to gain access to these proofs? What if they did gain access to some of them, but not all of them? Okay, so do you realize the planning that would have taken place with no telecommunications, no vehicles, no planes, that the Vatican, which is in Rome, and the King of France, which is in Paris, needed to coordinate to make all of these things happen at the exact same day on the exact same times? Because they didn't want to alert anybody, so they made this sting operation happen at the exact same time for everybody, so nobody could run and warn others. How much coordination would that take? How much planning would that take? And why would somebody do this? What was the power of whatever they held? And why was it so threatening or important that they could basically change history to make these arrests happen? I think it was something really important. So, not all the Templar Knights are arrested. Many of them were burned at the stake, tortured. All of them were interrogated, trying to find whatever it was they were looking for. And it's said that they escaped into the Masonic houses in Britain, Scotland, Ireland, and England. Supposedly they escaped into the Masonic houses there and infiltrated those. And it's also said that they went to Spain and Portugal to escape persecution. Now, years pass, centuries actually. The Jesuits become a huge force across Europe, infiltrating places like the Vatican and governments, monarchies, or monarch houses. The Bavarian Illuminati ends up being created by Adam Weishaupt. The Rosicrucians, the Order of the Rose Cross, during this time, they're more shrouded in mystery on when they actually came to fruition. Some say it may have been as early as, or even before the Templars. Some put it around the time of the Illuminati. So all these secret societies start up all across Europe. Did they ever find the artifacts that were hidden? Now you need to remember, these men swore secrecy through torture and hideous interrogation tactics. They never released where the artifacts were hidden, or so we've been told. Many of us that studied history for our whole lives realize that history has been corrupted. Many lies have been told. The only history that we can actually guarantee is the history that our parents and our grandparents passed along to us. Further than that, it becomes very shrouded, and we could be deceived. You also need to remember that the world was much smaller without communication before radio and television. And then radio and television was controlled. So only books. And finding books is very obscure. For those who have been researching before the internet existed, you'll know that finding books from the early 1800s, even the mid 1800s, is difficult to find. Original copies. You might luck out in garage sales. You might find them in old bookstores. Usually they have notations written in them. People's other opinions on thoughts of their time. But we can't prove what's happened since then. So we jump forward to Napoleon, the 1800s, the Civil War. Much of this still, again, not totally proven. So you had all these world fairs in the United States, St. Louis, Chicago, all these massive world fairs where the buildings were built and destroyed in shorter time that we can take to build them now. It's kind of crazy. The only other time that I can think of in history where technology was more advanced, or they were able to do more with the technology that they had at the time than they do now, is the moon landing. Amazingly, we can't get past the Van Allen belt now, but we were able to do so in 1969. Now, can anyone explain that? Can anyone explain where the orphans came from in the 19th and 20th, early 20th century? Why were there all these orphans? What happened to their parents? We're not talking about World War I yet, because that wasn't the case. So how did all these children become parentless, roaming the population? Some interesting questions to ask. Now, there's all sorts of theories, like Tartaria, there's theories of aliens, there's so many different ideas and conspiracies and thought patterns that people work on. But we can only prove, unfortunately, what's written down in books, and that has to be taken with a grain of salt. Your history, the only history we know, is the history that our grandparents, our parents, and ourselves have seen. It's the only history you can bank on, because they were seen with people that you trust and they've been talked about. So enter the Khazarian mafia, or Khazars. Khazaria was in the Donbass region of Ukraine. It was around the entire Ukrainian area, all through the Caucasus Mountains, which is where the term Caucasian comes from. So, and it's written about in the Bible with Gog and Magog. And there was barbarians that were in the north. Now, the Silk Road used to be the trading routes that used to go to Asia. And many travelers used to be robbed, murdered, and killed, some even cannibalized. And the Russian Tsar at the time, the Russian monarch, came down on the Khazarian Empire and said that they couldn't do this anymore. They needed safe passage for these people. Now, this area has been ruled by the Khazarians, it's been ruled by Genghis Khan, it's been ruled by, and like I said, it's written in the Bible with Gog and Magog. But the monarch of Russia decided to take matters into his own hands and give an ultimatum to the barbarians that they needed to switch their murderous, cannibalistic ritual ways, their satanic ways. These people worshiped Baal and Moloch. These are like the Canaanites, the Edomites, that had moved up into this region. And he basically said, you need to pick one of the three religions that worship the one true God. So it could be Judaism, it could be Christianity, or it could be Islam. But they had to pick one. And they conceded and they picked Judaism. The beginning of the Ashkenazi Jews. So the Ashkenazi Jews still robbed people along the Silk Road path, and their empire was growing stronger, and it was a threat to the Russian monarch. So eventually, the Russian monarch exiled them, took over their lands, and they spread throughout Europe. So the Khazarians became a large portion of the Ashkenazi Jewish population throughout Europe. Many recognize them by calling them gypsies. If you've ever watched Borat or any Eastern European comedies or movies or books, if you've ever read them, you'll find out that there's a stereotypical hate of the gypsies and the Jews. And this is based on the Khazarians. There was myths that they would come and rob your house, especially if you lived in the mountains, and these people would come to your house, pretend to be friendly, start as your workers, kill off your family, and take everything you had. Not stereotyping and saying everybody is like that. I'm saying this is where the myths come in. This is where that whole stereotype in Eastern Europe comes in. In Bulgaria, Romania, Albania, all of these countries. So, as the Ashkenazi Jews spread across Europe, they became very resourceful. Many were traveling salespeople, merchants. Some laid down shops and started actual businesses. One of these families was the Bauer family. The Bauers you know by a different name. The Bauer family today is known as the Rothschild family. Meyer Bauer changed his name. Now, some say it might have happened in the 1600s with his ancestor, but when they opened a shop where they would trade collectibles and valuables, trinkets, eventually they became very well known in the slum areas of Germany and Austria. And eventually everybody knew them as the Red Shield from above the shop. So that people would say of Meyer of Red Shield. And eventually the family took over the name because that was what they were associated with. This is before the five sons come along and start the banking models that they learned from the Templar Knights, opening up banking houses in the key cities throughout Europe to take over the banking system, or to create the banking system that we know today. But this is where it all started. Now, I'm not saying that all Ashkenazi Jews were Khazarian. Hundreds of years now have passed. People have cross-married and taken up faith. So not all Ashkenazi Jews are Khazarian. But that's where the origins of this Ashkenazi Khazarian mafia empire started, where our banking system started. Just as many Jewish rabbis will tell you that Israel is not a wholly entitled land to the Jews. It's a political state that was devised and created by the Rothschild family and a man by the name of Arthur Balfour, who was once Prime Minister of England and an ambassador. So anyway, Meyer Amschel Bauer works in his father Moses' shop, selling and trading luxury items, coins, commercial papers, And he eventually changes his name to Rothschild to signify the Roman red shield above the shop that everybody kind of knows them by. And from his father, he learned about money lending and usury, which, if you look in most religious texts, is not permitted. Usury and interest is not something that you are supposed to partake in, especially in Christianity and Islam. So he learns about money lending, and his father passes away at a very early age. So he still keeps the shop going, but he takes an apprenticeship in a banking house that leads to becoming a court factor for William IX, Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel. And during this time, he makes connections all throughout Europe. And he becomes very rich during this time, whether he was skimming off the top or just through his connections and wisdom. He makes a lot of money, and he becomes very influential. He eventually has 5 sons with who he opens banking houses with across Europe in these major cities. So Amschel managed with his partner in Frankfurt. This is founded in 1769. Solomon, his son Solomon, was moved to Vienna and started the banking house there in 1820. Nathan, who's very influential, and we'll touch on that with the Battle of Waterloo, he was in London in 1804. Carl went to Naples in 1821. And Jacob or James was in Paris. And they benefited from the Napoleonic Wars and any disputes in Europe because they loaned money to both sides. So imagine you're funding both sides of the conflict. And they also provided or smuggled key items like wheat, cotton, transfer payments. They provided many of the resources for these wars as well. This is how much influence they have. And what they did with the Battle of Waterloo is their network of information was better than the monarchs. So word passed along quickly to them that Napoleon had been defeated at Waterloo. But Nathan played the stock market brilliantly in England, and he eventually bought the Bank of England and took over the English stock market. So he pretended like Napoleon had won. He started selling everything. Everybody caught mass panic thinking that they had lost, and they started selling everything. And through front companies, he started buying everything back at fractions on the dollar. So he created his own panic. This is the Hegelian dialectic that we talk about later, where you create your own crisis and then you benefit from the solution. They do this repeatedly through history. And I'm talking about the occultist people that have this hidden knowledge that they hide from us. They work on natural law and universal law. They do not abide by these laws of the land that we have. They do abide by maritime admiralty law. They keep this truth hidden from us about what this physical world really is and what we really are. This is why they don't value life. See, in their mind, you don't really die. It's have in this world what you want, because this world is a false world. It's a construct to manipulate and test us. So the Rothschilds go on and they take over the stock market in England and the Bank of England. They take over the entire economy. And at the same time, they basically take over France because they were funding Napoleon as well. So France becomes indebted to them. And as I said, they're in Vienna, they're in Naples, they're all throughout Europe. So, and Austria. So they essentially take over all of the biggest economies of Europe at the time. And as they strengthen their hold on Europe, across the Atlantic Ocean, a new world is popping up. The United States, Canada, the Americas. And there's a lot of stuff going on over there. People have fled Europe to escape the high prices and the banking systems. And we're even talking people that were involved in this secret society. Many of the founding fathers were Masonic. If you look at the construction of Washington, D.C., if you look into the history of George Washington and all the founding fathers, it's no secret. I mean, they put it in movies and everything else. So as they create this stranglehold on the countries within Europe, they also set their sights on the Americas. And these banking leaders make alignments or partnerships with key people that have risen up in the United States. Key factors of industry, people that have traveled across the pond with money, and people that are self-created. And they try to invade the banking system in the United States. Andrew Jackson today is not looked upon fondly, but he saw the controls of this banking system, and he saw the shackles of debt that came with it, the control that comes with this banking system. So he effectively got the United States out of debt and cast out the world central banking system. They fought for years to get back in afterwards. But he's on record in history saying that the banking system is a den of vipers. And if the people really understood the banking system and the evil that it was, they would rebel. So he gets rid of the world central bankers, but they don't give up. They want back in. These secret societies want back in too. So through the 1800s in the US, while they've created this stranglehold in Europe, they're testing the banking system. There were several different panics all through the 1800s. So to give you a brief history, in 1609, they take over, the bankers take over the Bank of Amsterdam. They take over the Bank of England with the Napoleonic Battle of Waterloo. They create currency crisis. They take over the Bank of France. They have a stranglehold and influence in Germany and Austria. And in the US, they create several different banking panics in the 1800s, 1819, 1837, 38, and 39, 1857, 1873, 1884, 1890, 1893, 1896. They're basically probing the market to see how they can infiltrate and get back in after Andrew Jackson got them out. And in 1907, they hit. See, I mentioned the Hegelian dialectic about creating a crisis. So they create these crises, but the American people and the politicians were not corrupt or fully corrupt yet. You had Tammany Hall and you had certain figures, but not everybody. But they get lucky in 1907 because Teddy Roosevelt, who was a warrior against monopolies, people like Rockefeller with Standard Oil and J.P. Morgan, Carnegie, all these people they called the robber barons or the captains of industry back then. See, the wealth was in the hands of very few people. And these people exploited the American people. Now, there's a lot of philanthropy that goes on later on, but it's not really philanthropy. And we'll touch on that as well. Their philanthropy was exactly the crisis control system of the Hegelian dialectic to take over the entire United States, to gain absolute control, and by improving their image doing so. But right now we're still in the 1800s. So in the 1800s, they create the Civil War. It was engineered, as much as people think that it was all about slavery, that was not what it was about. It was a divide and conquer strategy to take back the United States and to gain control. It was a banking crisis even then, and it was a control thing. They were both funded, both sides, the North and the South, were funded by Rothschild banks. Lionel Rothschild and James Rothschild. And Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, tried to come up with a plan because he borrows money to fund his war. And he has to go to the world central bankers. So, and to gain the resources and stuff to make the war happen, the same type of thing. He has to go to these captain of industry and partners of these Rothschild bankers. So Lincoln has a plan that when he comes out of the war, he's going to create his own currency and get free of this. He's just going to basically punk off the world central bankers and Rothschild. And unfortunately, we saw what happened there. Shortly then after, he gets killed. And if you look into who killed him and his connections to secret societies, specifically the Knights of the Golden Circle, that's John Wilkes Booth. These secret societies, as well as the bankers, also had a plan. They wanted to take back the United States. So they planned, while this divide and conquer was happening, that France and England, the Masonic houses of France and England, would invade the U.S. while that happened. And while they were weakened, divided, fighting each other, they would get conquered by the British and the French. And somebody from history, or a family from history, steps in again. This would be the Romanov family, the Tsar of Russia. So the Tsar of Russia, Alexander Romanov, loans his navy to the Americans. He puts them off both coasts, both the Pacific and Atlantic coasts, to protect against invasion. See, Britain had one of the biggest navies in the world at that point in time. That was how they created the British Empire, was through their navy. And that's where the basis of maritime admiralty law starts. As I said, they work on natural universal laws, God's laws. But the one law that they do follow that was created by man is maritime admiralty law. And then you get into the laws of the land and the jurisdiction, but they don't abide by them themselves. So the only three laws that they see, or the only two laws that they see above, is natural universal law and sometimes maritime admiralty. Anyway, I'm kind of babbling here, so stay with me. So Lincoln has his civil war. The Russian Tsar foils the plans of these secret societies and these Rothschilds. There was an ongoing battle between the Romanov family, or the monarchy of Russia, and the Khazarians for centuries. They hated each other. And the monarch wanted to make sure that Rothschild did not gain the United States. At that point in time, Alaska was Russian. So, touching back to 1800s, what's still going on in the 1800s? We'll get to 1907 in a second where they take over. So, the Civil War happens. Lincoln gets assassinated because he's planning his silver-backed currency system. So he gets assassinated. The presidents of the time are fighting with Rothschild allies to keep their monopoly and control system out of the U.S. But they did gain a debt foothold during the Civil War, and they eliminated the escape from it with Lincoln. So any politician afterwards is fighting to keep these people out. And at this point in time, not everybody is corrupt, as I said. Like, the leaders of every party, you don't get to be the leader of a party now unless you are corruptible and controlled. But back then, it was a little different. And again, we can only go by what's written in books, and we still have to take those with a grain of salt. So I'm not backing away from my original concept. I'm just saying this is written. It's written in several different books. A lot of key figures come into play about this time, the late 1800s, the mid to late 1800s. We have a lot of people that come into play. There's Albert Pike. He's the head of the Masonic lodges, or the Masonic movement back then. Albert Pike wrote Morals and Dogma, which many attribute as being almost like a Masonic Bible of information. He has a friend named Giuseppe Mazzini from Italy. Now, Mazzini starts off as a political movement in Italy, and he's part of the Masonic order. And Pike communicates a lot with Mazzini. But there's another thing that Mazzini gets credited with. Mazzini is the start of the mafia. Many accredit him to being the grandfather of the Italian mafia that we know today. So he started from a political ideology and morphs into that. So now you're seeing that these politicians, these bankers, these control people, they're on both sides. You have Marxists, right? Karl Marx is writing his Communist Manifesto. The Russian Tsar is having troubles in Russia because after the Civil War, the animosity between the banking houses, the Rothschilds, the Ashkenazis, and the Russian monarchy really escalates. They try to overthrow and infiltrate the Russian monarchs or leadership. So there's all these attempts on the Romanov Tsars. There's talk of revolution. It's being funded by people within the United States, allies of the Rothschilds. A man by the name of Schiff, or a family by the name of Schiff, and a family by the name of Warburg. So during these infiltrations of Russia, these people are exiled. So they're banished from the country, but they're not killed. They're not jailed. They're banished. Seems weird. You hear all these stories about how these Russian or German or Middle Eastern people were like dictators, but their opponents are allowed to live. And they're put in exile someplace. And the funny thing about exile is they always seem to come back. Gets into that Hegelian dialectic that we talked about. It's creating a crisis. Everybody has a role to play. So the Communist Manifesto is written by Marx. Albert Pike writes Morals and Dogma. Manzini is gaining control in Italy and creating his own underground political movement. The banking probes are happening in the United States. The exiled Russians end up going to England, Switzerland, France, Germany, and even the United States. And Trotsky, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with world history, but the three main players of the Bolshevik Revolution, the Communist Revolution, so to speak, in Russia, were Joseph Stalin, Lenin, and Trotsky. So Trotsky is in New York, and he gains funds for the revolution from Warburg and Schiff. Lenin and Stalin are traveling around Europe, and they're being housed by these intelligence communities in Britain, France, who are closely related to these secret societies. The secret societies tried to keep control and maintain some level of manipulation to everything that goes on. So they have to be on both sides as well. And that's where intelligence communities were formed, is to protect the power structure and to manipulate the crisis. Many politicians of the day, and the early 19th century especially, were opposed to creating intelligence communities that would exist outside of wartime. Now, people recognized that there was a benefit to collecting intelligence and doing covert operations while in war. But outside of war, it was not widely accepted, because a government that's supposed to be of the people, for the people, by the people, doesn't need to have secrets. You don't need to have classifications for national security if there's nothing warranting, no actions warranting that to happen. And we'll touch on more on that in a little bit. But right now we remain in the 1800s. Now the Rothschild family is not only, partnering with people and strangleholding or gaining their control over Europe and trying to infiltrate the United States, but they also have personal lives. So there's a woman by the name of Maria Schicklgruber that worked in the Austrian House of Rothschild. She was a maid, servant girl, and she gets pregnant while working for the Rothschilds. Then she loses her job and gets relocated in another town. Now, the funny thing is Maria doesn't really have to worry about money. And she gets relocated to this town, and she ends up having her child. Now, her child is fatherless, considered a bastard. Many people speculated on who the father really was. So there was questions on the paternity of Maria Schicklgruber's child. Now, some thought it was a man by the name of Hiedler, possibly his brother. There were speculations about others. But she has the child and her names him Alois. And Alois keeps his mother's name, Schicklgruber. Keeps his name for his entire life. Now, Alois isn't from a prestigious family. He's not overly educated, but he ends up getting a position at the customs office, which is kind of a stretch. It's a very good job for Alois. And eventually, Hiedler, this military man, Hiedler, ends up with Maria Schicklgruber. But Alois never takes his name. So his mother dies when he was younger, and I think he was in his 20s when his mother passes away, and he does not change his name to Hiedler. His father passes away, or the man who's married to his mother, and still he does not change his name. Now, this is 20 years after his mother died and 10 years after his father dies. All of a sudden, Alois changes his name. And he changes his name not to Hiedler, but to Hitler. So Alois Hitler becomes an actual Austrian citizen 10 years after his illegitimate stepfather dies, and 20-something years after his mother. Why the name change? What catalyst would have made that happen? Now, Alois comes into money at this point in time. As I said, the mother never really suffered from money. She didn't live a charmed life, but she didn't worry for anything either. And about the same time that he changes his name, he comes into money. But he doesn't change his name to match the man that married his mother. He changes it to a variation of it. Phonically close version, but not really. Almost like an acceptance, but not really an acceptance. Now, some say this was a clerical error at the government offices. But about 1.5 to 2 years before he does this, Rothschild in Austria died. Now, 1.5 to 2 years is about the same period that it would take for an executor to push things through probate court and execute a will. So, is this the cleanup of the mistake? Now, there's a lady by the name of Janet Usbard, and she has a partner named Cynthia Coder. They do an interesting series called Fall Cabal, and they go into this much deeper, and they have a lot of facts backed with this. I would highly suggest that you look into her work. It's www.fallcabal, FALLCABAL.com. And they go into some pretty in-depth research of history. Now, Janet, unfortunately, lost her life. Amazingly, it was supposedly a suicide. But at no point in time did she appear to be suicidal from anybody that knew her. But she was spreading a lot of truth, and she was researching an awful lot. And Cynthia Coder overcame horrible ritual abuse of her childhood and shared her knowledges and experiences and wisdom while she was working with Janet. And they did like this work where they created all this video references. Started with Q. They were firm believers in that. Many of us were. We're all hopeful. We all want good things. But then, the one good thing that came out of that whole Q thing is that people started researching. People started looking into things. And the more they found, the more they wanted to look. The more they wanted to share. The whole purpose of this video is commending you on the sharing. But we've been doing way too much of that. We need to start taking action. We can't trust a plan that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. There's some minor stuff, like some new actions that are being taken today, some executive orders, but nothing's happening quick enough. See, they're on a schedule. Agenda 21 became Agenda 2030, so they're already behind, and they're trying to catch up. And the reveal was always going to happen. So how are they going to prevent us from sitting on our hands while the reveal happens so they could execute the last portion of the plan? Well, we have our answer. So now you can either sit around patting yourself on the back, creating more division, spreading fear porn, telling everybody how they're dumb and you're smart, or you can start getting together with people in your community and start working on something to bring us together when the shit hits the fan. Don't guard yourself. Guard everybody. Look after everybody. We're not all sociopaths and psychopaths like the television and the radio and movies preach for us to be. If you're awake, get past that programming too. If you're going to lock yourself up in some bunker in your house, you're not awake. You know what's going on because they told you. But you haven't learned anything. Learn on your own. Repeating wise words, wise quotes from intelligent people is doing them an injustice. People make these quotes for you to learn from them, not for you to repeat them like dogma. That's why they excluded the Gospel of Thomas from the Christian Bible. Because they don't want you actually learning the lesson. They want you just repeating everything. Copy, paste. Don't be copy, paste. Think for yourself. So, anyway, look into Janet Usbard and Cynthia Coder, okay? There's some other people that you can look into. Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell has been researching government, occult, secret societies for years. He looks into the magic of words, jurisdictional stuff. He's got some amazing stuff. William Bill Cooper. William Bill Cooper has been giving us truth for so long. Now, Bill believes in the alien end of things, the UFOs. And he doesn't get into where they originate from. Now, Bill's whole thing was that he believed that because he checked the wrong thing on his initial application, they thought he was a secret society member. So they shared information with him, and he became very close to an admiral. And that admiral opened his eyes and put him in positions to see the truth. And then once they realized, he backed away and started informing everybody. He wrote a few books. He predicted the 9/11 thing. He's done so much. Behold a Pale Horse is a very good read. All sorts of book covers are in this video. I highly suggest that you take up reading while you're not doing the actions of change. Actions of change need to be first, reading secondary, sharing knowledge third. And I'm not controlled opposition trying to get people to stop sharing knowledge. It needs to be shared. We need to wake people. But screaming at somebody that doesn't want to listen isn't doing anything. Telling somebody their entire life is a lie doesn't open a lot of doors. But prepping for it will. Prepping for whatever they have planned will make a difference. You can help those in your community. You can create community strongholds so your neighbors won't be kicking in your door looking for stuff. Everybody will be prepared. Another person to look into is Ted Gunderson. Ted Gunderson was an ex-FBI higher-up who started investigating some child disappearances. He ended up uncovering some horrific satanic ritual abuse. He was on television in the 70s, 80s, 90s, telling about the Franklin cover-up. There's conspiracy of silence. There's silence. There's so many different conspiracy of silence, and there's so many different. There was actually a mini series that was done, or a movie that was done, in regards to the Franklin cover-up, the Boys Town, the connections to Washington, D.C., and politicians that were sex trafficking children back then. There were schools and underground tunnels that were exposed way back when. And this was all by Gunderson. Unfortunately, he spread so much information that he got himself killed, as did Cooper, Bill Cooper. There's Fritz Springmeier. If you want to know about the Khazarians, Fritz is the place to go. Fritz can tell you all about the Khazarian Mafia. If you want to know about biblical history, religious history, history of the Middle East, ancient Hebrew, and even some military stuff, there's a gentleman by the name of Royston Potter. Roy Potter is on Twitter. He's on YouTube. He's a very intelligent man who has dedicated a lot of time and research to learning ancient Hebrew and historical facts of that time. And he uses that to decipher a lot of these religious texts. He also uses his military knowledge to forecast some of the movements and stuff that are being done. One man's opinion, but as far as things go, Royston Potter is a very good reference. Robert Eisenman is one of the authorities on the Dead Sea Scrolls. I highly suggest that you look into him. David Icke. He's kind of a controversial figure with his reptilian theories and his UFO and alternate dimension theories, but he had some type of awakening far before everybody else. And when he was trying to decode it, there wasn't a lot of people that he could reference. So, I mean, he might not hit the nail on the head with almost everything, but the fact that he's predicted so many things, it makes him a good reference and a good person to read up on and to understand what he's discovered. Good person. You can look at his research and you can judge it for yourself. There's two people from that used to be ex-satanic priests that I would highly suggest that people look into. Know thy enemy. So these people converted. Mark Passio and Bill Schnoebelen. Schnoebelen was an ex-satanic priest and 33-degree Mason who shares a lot of the information that he's come across by being in these secret meetings, secret occult rituals. And same thing with Mark Passio. He tells you all about occultism, natural law, and what happens at some of these satanic rituals and what the satanic movement is all about. Knowing thy enemy is very important. Trey Smith, he's a good person to look into for religious history, biblical secrets. He does a lot of research in the Middle East. Greg Braden, he had some type of spiritual awakening, and he does a lot of stuff on biblical and scientific research. He's gone into some pretty in-depth stuff, and he's years above most people. The longer you have been investigating this, the more you could have taken in. You have financial guys like Marvin Breyer, who is an accountant that tracked down the money, all the corruption in the court system, and where all these government fines and stuff were going. And when you find out that they were going to judge advocacy groups. So they're creating the laws and they're profiting from them. Robert Kiyosaki, he wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He can tell you all about the financial illusion that we live in. When you find out that before COVID, less than 3% of the world's assets were backed by actual legal tender currency, you'll be flabbergasted. The fact that now it might be slightly higher, but that's why a panic in one major city can cause a worldwide depression or a recession. Their greed has been so infinite that their already corrupt system, they need to keep stealing and stealing more. This is why they need population control events to seize back the wealth to the wealthy. The wealthy don't actually have that much riches. They have the illusion of that much riches and assets. But nobody could liquidate the world's assets today and even have 5% cash backing it. How ridiculous is that? Stan Deyo, he's a former Air Force pilot and gravity researcher. Look into him. Dr. Edward Teller. He was a scientist on the Manhattan and Camelot projects. Eric Verlinde, also gravity research and physicist. Yuri Bezmenov. Yuri is a very interesting guy. He's a former KGB defector who defected to Canada back in 1970. He was teaching at the University of Windsor, but from the 80s, late 70s and 80s, he was all over telling anybody who would listen about ideological subversion and what was going on. I myself was fortunate enough to see him talk. It was either in Detroit or Windsor, and I saw him speak, and I couldn't believe that people, when he told us that people would ignore the facts in front of them, that common sense could leave humanity that blatantly. But he was right. Right now, we are in the final stages of ideological subversion. You have demoralization. This is where they flooded us with pornography, They flooded us with drugs and alcohol, and they got rid of the moral fabric. Then they made us turn on our own country. See, it's amazing that the politicians, in bridge, there's a term called the Jacobi turnaround. And that means that you're basically reversing roles. So the politicians do these actions, these horrible actions, and then they blame the population for it. We're guilty of electing them, but it's in a corrupt system. And for any of you that believe that we are going to elect ourselves out of this, or buy our way out of this, or use the legal system to get out of this, you're wrong. And I'm not selling fear porn, but the system is corrupt. The system is so corrupt and entrenched that their system is set up for their control. So there is no way of getting out of it if you think you're going to just elect somebody and somebody's going to do it for us. There is no way of getting out of it if you think the legal system is going to back it, because the legal system is what they're protecting. These people swore an oath to the bar, not to you. They swore an oath to the Constitution of the Corporation of the USA. We are dealing in corporate law 99% of the time. Myron C. Fagan, he warned of the Council of Foreign Relations, the UN, the Illuminati, and insurrection back in 1967. See, that was another thing that the monarchs stood against. They stood against the League of Nations. The Russian monarchs stood against the League of Nations, which became the UN. They didn't see consolidating power to one group as being beneficial. Robert Gilbert was sacred geometry. Look into Robert Gilbert's sacred geometry. Now, touching on the fact, I've mentioned the Russian monarch. I don't want to sound like I'm backing the Russian monarchy all the way through, because if you look into Kazakhstan, there is a city that is awaiting this new world order. The city's been built. It's kind of like the Silicon Valley of Russia, or Eurasia, basically, of Europe and Asia. And this is a Masonic city that pales in comparison. I mean, that makes Washington pale in comparison. Kay Griggs is another person that you want to look into. Kay Griggs was a colonel's wife. She exposed the secret satanic control of the military and politicians. She met with people from the church and exposed so much of the, this is going back to the 70s and the 80s, she was exposing how the military was all basically incestuous with officers preying on the young recruits coming in. You have David Wilcock, who exposed occult Masonic knowledge. Ronald Bernard, an ex-elite banker, who exposes the Bank for International Settlements and satanic control. We'll touch on the Bank for International Settlements in a little bit, and we'll get back to the Hitler genealogy. Stephen Roberts, he talks about banking, conspiracies in banking, and Q. Noam Chomsky warned of the current politics decades ago. Ayn Rand, same thing. She warned of all this decades ago. Anthony Holland does stuff on resonant frequencies. And this can go back to Royal Rife and the power of resonant frequencies. Look into Royal Rife. He cured all sorts of diseases using just frequencies alone. Isaac Kappy. Isaac Kappy was a Hollywood insider that was connected to a lot of different celebrities in Hollywood. He exposed an awful lot, and he ends up dying on a highway in whether it was suicide or a car accident or whatever the official story is. It isn't true. And I mean, he made a lot of very powerful enemies, Tom Hanks being one of them, actually. Bill Ryan. Dwight D. Eisenhower warned of the military-industrial complex when he left office in his summary address to the nation. He warned JFK and the American people of the power of the military-industrial complex, and he was warning about the intelligence communities. JFK tried to break apart the CIA into 1,000 pieces. He warned of covert government actions and the military-industrial complex. He tried to do something about it, and look what happened. He also used their back channel connections with Khrushchev to avoid war with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Earl Nightingale, human character research. Dr. Albert Schweitzer, Clayton Trainer, Robert Anton Wilson, exposes Illuminati and secret societies. Nathan Martin reported on supposed CERN scientific research. This is where they may or may not have opened dimensional portals. And if CERN is doing that, why are particle accelerators opening in other places? Look into the Sesame Particle Accelerator in Jordan. It's funny that you have people that we pay to be friendly with each other, like Egypt, Israel, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Jordan. They're all supposedly enemies. We pay to keep the borders safe and without any conflict. We pay millions, if not billions, for it. But yet they're spending billions on a particle acceleration project and working together. Anyway, just seems weird. Mikio Kaku, he debunks the speed of light. See, this dimensional realm that we're caught in right now is not our reality. We don't see another person. We see slivers of light. This is kind of like an illusionary prison, this prison of light that we are in. And the speed of light has been disproven. It is not the end-all, be-all of this reality. Frequency has been shown to pass it. And if you want to look into that, look into Mikio Kaku. And Finkbeiner. She does research on the Voynich manuscript. It's one of the most ancient riddles that has challenged humanity. Attilian Childs is another person, kind of like Isaac Kappy. He's a former X Factor winner who exposed celebrities and the whole celebrity facade that's made to keep us in check and the horrible things that they do. Mel Gibson's touched on it. Randy Quaid's touched on it. Everything is not what you believe. Television was a control device put into our homes to distract the masses. It's like the Colosseum is being placed in your living room. The people are fickle. What was it? What emperor said that? The people are fickle. We must entertain and distract them. That was the whole purpose of the Colosseum to begin with. Look into the Jasons, the Friedman Dyson, Lloyd Pye, CERN, Alice Detector, Sloan Digital Sky Survey, Project Camelot, Buckminster Fuller Vector Equilibrium, Sexgestible Math that's been hidden from us. Ever wonder where 60 minutes on a clock comes from? 60 seconds, a dozen donuts. This is all sexgestible math. It's been hidden from us. This is what our true calendar worked off of. True religion that has been hidden from us. And there's so many private researchers from 4chan, 8chan, 8kun, on X, on Rumble, Parler before, YouTube, Instagram. They've all shared with information. But unless you see them go to work every day, who can you trust? There's controlled opposition out there, people. You may think it's me. You may think it's Alex Jones. You may think it's any of the people that I just listed there. Doesn't matter. You know, sharing information is good, but anybody that's telling you to do your own research, do your own research. Discover the truth. Look into things. Question things. And don't just do it and share. Start taking action. Look after your community. I know I keep repeating myself, but this is what we need to do if we're to get beyond this. Get beyond this evil. This world is the devil's construct. This reality that we believe is our reality is the devil's construct. This prison of light. This realm of light. Lucifer is called the light bearer for a reason. The devil's not going to come to you with horns and like a red demon. He's going to come as the most beautiful thing in the world, selling exactly what you want to hear. And as I said before, Elon sounds a lot like Elion. And when somebody's trying to take the seat of God as the great deceiver, the great imposter, that's what Satan means, by the way. Opposer. The great opponent. Anyway, look into all this stuff. Start taking actions. Help your neighbors. Collectively pool money together and have resources as food and everything ready. If shit hits the fan, know that you and all your neighbors are looked after. I'm not saying you buy stuff for your neighbors, but chip in what you can and everybody help each other. Don't wait until everything falls apart to try to help each other. Be ready for it. You know that we could move mountains, even in this world, this false reality that we have. If we work together, we can control anything. You can control markets, you can control banking, you can control anything. The smallest group has power. And then communities working together, you might not share all the same values, but you can work together, you can trade together. Buying power of an entire community is powerful. Collectively buying freeze-dry machines, pumps, generators. Nobody's food has to go to waste. You can collectively look after everybody. They've programmed us to believe that when everything falls apart, that we will turn on each other. And the sociopaths and psychopaths might. And those people that have been chasing dreams of management and whatever, they might follow suit too because they're so brainwashed. And those are the people that you need to prepare to protect from. But the majority of the population is not those people. The majority of the population, when they see somebody hurt, they try to help. Look for those people. Find those people in your neighborhood. Identify yourself and start talking. Start formulating plans. Start finding people in other communities and reaching out to them, creating safe communications, passwords, etc., so you know that you're not going to be infiltrated. Work together. Trust the plan that is yours. and your neighbors. Nobody else. So jumping back in to where we left off. So if Alois was a Rothschild, that means Hitler's grandfather was a Rothschild. How does that look? If Albert Pike wrote to Mazzini stating the 3 world wars. Now, this is debatable, this document, that people have said that it's not true, it's true, much like the Protocols of Zion or the Elders of Zion or the Secret Covenant. But if it's true, was it all planned? And was this ever brought up before? See, there were rumors back when Hitler was in power that he had Jewish ancestry. Now, they were looking for some Frankenbaum, or I forget exactly what the name was, but it had nothing to do with the Rothschilds. And supposedly the Nazis even arrested the Rothschilds and took over their bank. But amazingly, they got everything back. What else happened during that time? What else would prove that that might have happened? See, Hitler wiped out the entire town and all the records of where this came from. And when he did the investigation, he got his own SS to do the investigation. So how legitimate was it? And like I said, there was a lot of setup that proves that this could have been true. And there's a lot of setup that proves that everything just kind of falls in place perfectly. There was a long-term plan going on. As I said, the 1800s were kind of a setup to everything. What was going on between 1875 and 1905? They were setting up the chessboard. Once they owned the banks and industry. Many things showed, like, if you look at the slides, many things happened in that 30-year period. Presidents Garfield and McKinley were shot. Why were they shot? Were those warnings? See, we know about Lincoln, and we know about Lincoln, and we know about Kennedy. But we don't know, there were a lot of presidents that were shot that survived. Reagan was another one. And we'll talk more about Reagan in a little bit, because his vice president was George H.W. Bush, who was legitimately the first CIA president. Was he forced on Reagan? See, Reagan originally wanted Gerald Ford to be his VP. But Ford backed out. Billy the Kid was supposedly shot within that year. Like, this history isn't that far off. He was supposedly shot by Pat Garrett, but that may or may not be true. The Doc Holliday, Wyatt Earp gunfight happened during this same period. Jesse James was shot dead. Charles Darwin died. See, Darwin's not that far off there either. Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto, but he died right after that. The education in the Russian and Jewish communities with the Marxist teachings. Mark Twain wrote The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. The Statue of Liberty was shipped and erected in New York Harbor. And there's a lot of stuff that goes with the Statue of Liberty. A lot of conspiracy stuff happens there. There's just so many things that we don't know. And what is the Statue of Liberty really? Ulysses S. Grant dies. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle published Sherlock Holmes. Jack the Ripper was active in 1888. Vincent van Gogh dies. Yosemite becomes a national park. Carnegie Hall opens. And Carnegie family is very instrumental in this period of time. We'll touch on him and Rockefeller's impact over the entire medical, pharmaceutical, and education system. They owned and controlled it. Lizzie Borden, the murder trial. Thomas Edison creates the first motion picture studio. Nobel Prize is created. There's a Klondike gold rush in Alaska. All of this stuff's not as far in history as you might believe it be. The mafia made its way to New York and New Orleans. Mazzini starts this thing in Italy, and quickly it moves across the Atlantic. Shows up in New Orleans and then in New York. A lot of people think that it originates in New York and Chicago. But New Orleans was really the place. And when you look into the history of the JFK thing, if you've watched any of the JFK murders, the JFK movies, in regards to his assassination, New Orleans is instrumental. Was the mafia quietly in partnerships with Albert Pike, the KKK, Freemasonry? Mazzini's Italian movement isn't old. Marxism grows in New York and Long Island. Despite displaced Russian, they dealt with the displaced Russian Jews and the Russian revolutionists there. Tammany Hall corruption case proved that there was corruption in government and law enforcement. The ring stole approximately $200 million of taxpayers' money. That would be equivalent to $5 billion today. And the key to all of this is the robber barons locked down monopolies in all areas of resources, industry, and the stock market. As well, they ventured into banking partnerships with the world central banking Rothschilds. There's a list of all the people that were known robber barons back then, or captains of industry, whichever way you want to look at them. Everything is about perception. So reportedly, the protocols of the Elders of Zion came from Basel, Switzerland in 1897. And why are the Bank of International Settlements and so many banks headquartered there? Do banks really have headquarters that are multiple, like 50 stories below ground? There's bunkers. Why would banks have bunkers 40 stories below the ground? Why do certain employees there enjoy diplomatic immunity anywhere they go? They have like world sovereignty passports. They're not subject to national laws anywhere they go. You have to understand this whole slavery debt system, the birth certificate system. Many people share this stuff, but how many really know? So we move into 1907. And J.P. Morgan and the other bankers that he was aligned with create this financial crisis. Roosevelt is fighting constantly with J.P. Morgan. He's the forefront of the robber barons, but he was fighting with all of them. Rockefeller, all of Carnegie, they all wanted to get rid of him. So he goes away on vacation, and that would have been publicized. I mean, if you were an affluential person, you would know when the president was going away. And people didn't have phones and wires like today. So when you went off on a hunting trip, I mean, you could be out of communication for a while. So what happens? There's a run on copper in New York and a financial fight against the Heinz brothers, Charles Morse, for their United Copper bid falls through. and the National Bank of Commerce pull support of Knickerbocker Trust and Charles Barney, the Trust Company of America. They lost support because they weren't members of this banking cartel. And J.P. Morgan and Benjamin Strong refused to assist until Roosevelt backed off the Sherman antitrust, anti-monopoly laws. So they created this panic because they pulled all of the credit and confidence in Knickerbocker Trust and the Bank of America. And they only pull it for a couple days. So everybody runs on the bank, and they basically withdraw all their money from Knickerbocker Trust and Bank of America. Anybody who supported any of their enemies that supported this copper bid. And then there's a crisis. And then Morgan steps in at the last minute with a solution. He looks like the hero. Like we said, Hegelian dialectic. Create a crisis when you already have the answer. You already have the solution. But Morgan didn't just bail out for the Sherman Act. No. Morgan and his partners were much more greedy. As I said, we're going to get into the Federal Reserve in a minute. Their system is so corrupt. The scam is not about loaning money to the government at interest. That's not what the scam is about. In fractional reserve banking, a bank can hold $10 in its vault, but it can loan out $100. No new money gets printed. Nothing else happens. They are allowed to loan out 90% phantom money of every loan. That's how corrupt everything is. Only the stock market that allows people to borrow, to trade on margin. They can trade on 10%. Only the stock market and banking are you allowed to get away with this. These are both controlled by these world central bankers. So we've all heard of margin call. This is when stocks fall apart or bottom out and everybody calls in whatever debts they have. This is what happened in 2008. And amazingly, the government stepped in with taxpayer money to bail out these greedy bums. This is the shift of wealth. This is the working class giving money, kicking money back up again. So anyway, this Knickerbocker crisis happens, and Roosevelt comes back from vacation, and Morgan says, you can either let the entire U.S. economy fall, and possibly the state of New York, or you can agree to the terms of this. So you're going to bypass the Sherman Act, and we're going to step in as our monopolies, and we're going to bail this out. So Roosevelt's bent over a barrel. He has to agree. So he agrees. But Morgan, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Carnegie, all these robber barons don't stop there. They're like, you know what? We can milk this for more. So they have a secret meeting in 1910, meeting at Jekyll Island. Amazingly, like a hunting and country club resort on Jekyll Island. And these people get together, these banking representatives of Morgan and Rothschild, Aldrich, senators, and they devise the Federal Reserve. And they sell it to the people and the government and say that this will prevent this from ever happening again, because the Federal Reserve will step in and help anybody. Now, some people oppose this. We can't prove it for sure. But it's said that many people that died on the Titanic opposed it. John Jacob Astor was supposedly the richest man in the world at that point in time on paper. This can't debate the Rothschild family. I mean, they own the entire Bank of England, France, and so many other nations. They're the ones creating the money. But Astor was supposedly the richest person in the world, and he kind of opposed this. Supposedly. It's said. We can't prove it. And the Strauss family supposedly opposed it. The Guggenheims may or may not have opposed it. So, but they all died on Titanic. And then only a year later, as soon as Titanic sank, a year later the Federal Reserve is pushed into place. It seems kind of weird. So 1910 is when they came up with the idea, but they don't push it into place until after Titanic sinks in 1913. Titanic sinks in 1912. Who owned Titanic? It's a company called the White Star Line. Who owned the White Star Line? A man by the name of J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan swore that Titanic maiden voyage had to be sailed upon. He promoted it vigorously among his peers. But what they don't tell you, like in these movies, they make you think that Titanic was the biggest ship ever made. And it was. But not by much. See, Titanic had a sister ship that was already sailing called the Olympic. Supposedly it had a fire in the galley or somewhere below deck, and there was damage done. At the time of Titanic sinking, people thought that J.P. Morgan pulled an insurance scam. They thought it was the Olympic that sank, and that it was already damaged before it went to sea. So if Titanic was that amazing and that illustrious and so much bigger, how could people even question that? And that was questioned back then. This isn't some new conspiracy theory. When you're looking into conspiracy theories, one of the main things you need to look at is this something that's been created now in this new world of disinformation and misinformation? Or did it exist back then? Like the Hitler investigation into his genealogy. So this did exist back then. They thought it was an insurance scam. And Olympic was only a few feet shorter than Titanic. So how could people have conned? How could people have been conned? And why was it so impartial that all these rich people be on this maiden voyage if Olympic was such a big thing? It was because it was promoted. As we said, perception and promotion and propaganda is all the fabric of this reality. And that's what Morgan pushed. So, why was Morgan not on the ship? Well, it said that Morgan canceled at the last minute because of business dealings. And everybody says, well, that's kind of normal because he things come up. But amazingly, J.P. Morgan's two closest friends and allies also backed out of the ship sailing that day. The Vanderbilts were supposed to be on Titanic. And apparently his wife or somebody had a premonition and they refused to get on the ship. Morgan backs out at the last minute. The Vanderbilts back out because they have a bad premonition. They send all their luggage and their porter with their luggage on the ship, who dies, with their stuff. Somebody else also backed out. See, J.P. Morgan's closest friend back then was Hershey of Hershey's Chocolates. And Hershey backed out as well. He took the America instead and cited that his schedule, he had to get to the U.S. quicker. But logic and common sense need to factor in when you're looking into things. And you need to realize that it was the America that sent the iceberg warning to Titanic. And it was only 4 hours ahead. Even though it left a day earlier, it was only 4 hours ahead when it gave that iceberg warning. So if it's only 4 or 5 hours ahead and they're only 2/3 of the way across the Atlantic, would it really arrive in port before Titanic? Titanic was traveling much faster. And the calamity of events that sank Titanic that day have always been under question. Why were there no binoculars on the ship? Why was the ship traveling at such excess speed, even though there were iceberg warnings? There were so many things that come into question about the sinking and the investigation, yet those were all buried. They were spoke about, written about, but they all went away. See, that's what money and power gets you. And those people that died on Titanic, whether they did so of their own resolve or not, can't be proven as well. Did they stay on the ship because it was the gentleman, manly thing to do? I don't want to soil anybody's reputation, but were they already not able to get on the ship? See, that's not really written about. So there's great question that goes with a lot of this. And so in 1913, they create the Federal Reserve. And they say that this is to prevent any banking crisis from ever happening again. But then we get to 1929 and the stock market crash and the depression hits, the biggest depression around the world that's ever hit. So why wasn't the Federal Reserve able to bail that out? If they're controlling all the money and they're part of the worldwide banking system, why couldn't they bail out everybody? But what else happens in 1933? They promised to print more money so from 1929 to 1933, the entire world goes into chaos, the United States goes into chaos, and everybody is suffering through the worst financial crisis of all time. And the Federal Reserve eventually steps up in 1933 and agrees to bail people out, which is what the Federal Reserve was put in place for to begin with. But it only bails people out if they seize all the gold from the American public as collateral, and they put it in Fort Knox. So let's put a pin in that right now because we're jumping too far ahead. We're in 1933, but we want to get back to the 1910s, the 1910 through 1920. What else happens in that time frame? So those people that were in exile from Russia, the revolutionaries that were in Brighton Beach and all these places, Long Island and through New York, that were being funded by Schiff and Warburg and Rothschild, they all come out of exile. And they travel through World War I Europe. World War I, that's written in that letter from Mazzini and Pike, where he predicts the 3 world wars, which was started by the Black Hand killing off Archduke Ferdinand. The Black Hand. So the three cousins go to war with each other, the monarchy cousins. You have the Kaiser, you have the King of England, and the King of Russia. and they go to war with each other over this situation. Everybody picks up sides. The amazing thing is these Russian revolutionaries come out of exile, the Bolshevik revolutionaries, and they travel across World War I Europe. They do so without any difficulty. How does that work? If it was that easy to just travel over enemy lines, would that be normal? Were all the fights just in one certain field? There was no patrol units other places? How did you get an entire revolutionary group through World War I Europe into Russia? It's because they were assisted. They were assisted by the very people that trained them in Marxism, who funded them, and then got them through. This was all about population control. It was all about wealth, and it was all about power. And it's not them killing us, it's us killing each other. It's just them putting the perception in our mind for us to do it. So they're not breaking natural law. They're getting us to do it. And if you look into Mark Passio or anybody that teaches on natural law or universal law, it doesn't matter who gives the orders like they show you on TV. If you're the one that does the actual crime, you're the one that pays the time. That's the real rules. So by feeding people with propaganda and government influence or monarch influence, they make us kill each other. So it creates an instability. And it also weakens the militaries. See, another thing that we're going to jump into, and like I said, we don't want to jump too far ahead, but we all learned in grade 9 or 10 history that Germany was broke after World War I. The Treaty of Versailles and the War Guilt Act, which was written by the Dulles brothers. You may know the Dulles brothers. They were all through American politics for decades. The CIA, that's Allen Dulles, is the person that JFK fired and said that he was going to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces. They were instrumental in the start of the CIA and the OSS. They also wrote the Treaty of Versailles and the War Guilt Act. This was the punishment on Germany and Austria for losing World War I. And it was the catalyst that gave Hitler the foothold to take over Germany and Austria politically. See, Germany was broke. We learned that you needed a wheelbarrow of cash to buy milk and bread. Because the money, because of hyperinflation, and the money was worthless. This happened in Venezuela. Their currency system suffered through hyperinflation. The money's not worth the paper it's printed on. And this happened in Germany after the Treaty of Versailles. So how was Hitler able to build? So not only was he able to fix things economically, while still under sanctions, military sanctions, economic sanctions, and paying reparations, how were they able to build one of the most advanced and technologically sound militaries of that time? How did they get their resources if their currency was worthless on the world markets? Now, we all know that some people traded with the enemy during this time. Hell, Prescott Bush was charged. Do believe he was convicted. Prescott Bush, who's he? Oh, he's George H.W. Bush's father. But was he really the person? Was he the real bad guy? Because you find out that the Rockefeller Bank, I.G. Farben, and the Bank for International Settlements funded Hitler. The Swiss banks, those numbered accounts that stole all the Jewish money and hid them in numbered accounts so they could never be reclaimed by their relatives, they funded Hitler. And the gold and everything else that was stolen all went back to those banks. Funny how that works. And when were those numbered accounts, those anonymous numbered accounts set up? Well, I'll be golly, they happened right before Hitler took power. Or right before Hitler decided to romp through Europe. The people that won World War I were still recouping their militaries. But Hitler had more tanks, more planes, more U-boats than any of the winners. The people that weren't under military and economic sanctions, the people whose economies weren't suffering from hyperinflation and were worthless. How does that work? You tell me. There's a lot of coincidences. See, real history doesn't need magic bullets. It doesn't have questions like this. Everything fits together. So in 1918, the Bolsheviks arrive in Russia. 1917, 1918, they arrive in Russia. And they overthrow the Romanov family. They get Tsar Nicholas Romanov to abdicate his throne. But abdication isn't the only thing that they do. They murder him and his entire family, women and children. Cut off their heads, shoot them in front of a firing squad. They kill the entire family, women and children. Is that something that revolutionaries would do? You've got to remember, the Romanov family exiled them, didn't murder them. Or was this payback for something? Payback for years, centuries of vengeance. We always say follow the money. And we know who funded them. We know who funded the Bolsheviks. We know who funded the takeover of the U.S. economy. We know who funded the Civil War. We know who started the Civil War. We know who started both sides of every war. We know who funded both sides of every war. This isn't an attack just on the Rothschilds. This is an attack, or this is a, can't even say it's an attack. It's an awareness that there are certain families in control. Now, are they all related through the Khazarian connection? Are they all Baal and Moloch worshippers? What's the connection? Are they all Merovingian bloodlines? There's 13 family bloodlines that these all supposedly originate from. How far back does it go? Another thing that happens, so they overthrow the Tsar, they kill off his entire family, they take over Russia, and then there's a war against the Russian people as the state starts seizing properties, starts seizing farms. There's actually a war on the farmers. That's later on once Stalin comes, but we don't want to get too far ahead. So if communism is so great, why do the Russians contract British and American governments and industries to bail them out of the situation that they caused. Like, why do they purchase items and food and resources from these countries where they were exiled from? Where they were exiled in? Is this payback? Is this filling the capital coffers on the regular working man's dime? And what happens in the 1920s? So World War I ends. And World War I ends, and there's this huge industrial revolution that starts to boom. Everybody's happy that the Great War is over. And it was so horrific. And we move into the Roaring 20s. And people are celebrating, and flappers are happening. Now, like we said, everything's all connected. In reality, things all gel together. So all of a sudden, the moral compass and perception in the United States is that alcohol is bad. So prohibition happens. Now, what does prohibition end up doing? It ends up outlawing alcohol. And don't get me wrong, I'm not supporting vices like alcohol that's ruined so many lives. But it takes away a little bit of freedom because the government is now telling you what you can do. And it's something that people don't want to adhere to. But who gains power while this prohibition happens? Wow, Albert Pike's friend Mazzini and his cohorts, or his groups that he started, end up taking over the bootlegging industry. Now, the alcohol prohibition doesn't happen in the neighboring countries like Canada. So you can run alcohol into the United States. You have to remember, all these governments they're friendly with each other. They're connected. They're all funded by the same people. So Canadian alcohol starts making its way in the United States. Illegal stills are created. And the Italian mafia ends up filling the need for alcohol in all the major cities across the United States. So they gain their power. So now you have the banking, you have the industry and resources, and you have the opposite side, all with the same control apparatus. And what does that do? It allows for the corruption of government. And the amazing thing about the corruption of government now, the amazing thing is it's not done by the good captains of industry, the robber barons. They've manipulated enough, but that's all legal and legit. That's not straight passing of envelopes. That's not threats to people's families. This is just through financial controls. It's through rewards or job offers. But the real dirty stuff, if you want to get full control, requires a little bit of criminal element. And that power comes from Mazzini's Italian mafia. The Italian mafia, which later creates gambling, takes over prostitution, does all of these vice controls, extortion, it's funny because if you talk to a Sicilian person, you say, hey, this is crazy, dude. You guys get punked off. And I'll tell you, if they're any part of that organization, they'll get a little bit angry with you if you say it. But they've come up with a lot of great ideas over the years. They came up with insurance. See, when they do it, it's called extortion. When a little Italian guy shows up on your door and says, hey, this is my neighborhood. How about you give me a couple $100 a month and I make sure nothing happens to your place? When he does it, it's illegal. That's extortion. But the government and the bankers, no. They create insurance companies. They create laws to say that if you don't own the building, you have to carry insurance. If you have a business and you don't have enough money to pay for liability, if you're not one of the big guys, you have to pay for insurance. So insurance is force-fed. If you own a home, if you own a house and you have a mortgage on that property, you have to have insurance. If you drive a car and you want to drive your car, you have to have insurance. Isn't that the same extortion that this mafia guys were doing? You have prostitution, but then the government can create massage parlors, body rub organizations, strip clubs. They can have even cat houses in certain states or brothels. But it's all legal and licensed. It's taxed. They're getting their cut off the top. It's totally legal and legitimate when the government does it, but when the little Italian guy does it, it's wrong. When the little Italian guy runs a card game, that's illegal. But if the government's getting their cut, then it's legit. Same thing with dice, lotteries. Running the numbers was huge rackets for years. That was illegal. Now every state has its lotteries. Hell, there's federal lotteries. Funny how that works. So they took over prostitution, gambling, and extortion. They can also send off people they can train military operators and send them out and take out people. Well, they don't even need military operators now to do it. They just do it with drones. You take out their competitors. But it's not illegal when the government's doing it. And amazingly, you've been watching TV for your entire life that tells you that the government is allowed to do this stuff. And because you see it on TV every day, you believe it's true. Because you see all these rich celebrities getting away with crimes in court. Isn't it funny that they would put the O.J. Simpson trial on television, or Michael Jackson's trial, or whatever? Because they want you to see that money is power and that you can't fight the rich. They want that subliminally embedded in your consciousness. Almost every TV show that you watch on television is about the government, the military, the police system, how advanced and technological the police system is, how it always catches their man. It might show some corruption here and there, but it's acceptable because it allows it to happen. It even justifies it. Shows medical things where you're putting other people's organs or DNA in the system, pushing social agendas, leftist agendas. And like I said before, there is no left and right. But I use the term to describe exactly how it works. They push the propaganda on the television that they want you to subliminally accept within your consciousness, so you don't question everyday life. The plan is slow, because if you throw a frog in boiling water, he jumps out. But if you turn the pot up and it goes up a couple degrees every time, eventually the frog dies without ever knowing it was being boiled to death. Yuri Bezmenov, I mentioned earlier, when he mentioned ideological subversion, demoralization, the flooding of anything that you had to fight for, being robbed. Once you erode the moral and social fabric of society, then you lose your will, your purpose to stand up for yourself. Because once you take away enough of it, it leaves. If they make you hate your country, you don't want to stand up for your country. You're not a patriot anymore. Your government has done so many bad things and you blame yourself for it. If you constantly watch pornography and to the point where some people can't even enjoy a normal sex life anymore, do dope or alcohol to the point where you can't live a normal life anymore, where you lose touch with reality, well, then you lose everything. You're not going to stand up for something if you've already given up the will to stand up for so many things. And that's what the whole ideological subversion is about. Yuri Bezmenov told us about it. It was Khrushchev. That was Khrushchev's plan all along, is that we would just accept communism. There's been economic warfare since 2016, maybe even slightly before. In July of 2016, almost every country in the world sold off their U.S. treasuries. And this was when OPEC still demanded U.S. dollars for the purchase of oil. It was still the world currency. That's economic. That should have been declared economic warfare. It was printed in every paper, but it was back in the back pages in a small little blurb. We are constantly been under attack for over a decade, and yet we don't see it. And you've been manipulated for close to 50 years, probably your entire life for most of you. The introduction of the television set was the propaganda, the machine they used. It's called television and radio programming for a reason, because they are programming you. Most of you already know this. I'm not preaching to you about it. I'm just saying the programming is so subconsciously entrenched that even now that you are considering yourself awake, you're still not doing what it takes to get out of it, to really wake up, which is getting together with your neighbors, working together, because you have a fear that the TV is instilled in you. The news is instilled in you. Most of you don't talk to your neighbors. Most of you don't know the people on your street. That was unheard of before television. You knew everybody in your community. It takes a village to raise a child, people used to say. Not anymore. You can live next to somebody for years, never even say a word. We need to start reaching out to each other. We need to start speaking up, saying what's on our mind, and not getting offended when somebody doesn't agree with you. That's what free speech is. Liberty is freedom with the responsibility of protecting it and not infringing on the rights of others. That's what liberty is. And then we need to start taking action. We're all so busy because of this debt enslavement system that our families have mothers and fathers working 2 jobs, or fathers and fathers and mothers. Who cares? What you do in your own bedroom, I could care less. Don't preach it in my school, though. No kid that's in the public school that's under 13 years old, or hell, under 16 years old, needs to be learning about that. And people can say that they need to learn about it so they can describe if they've been assaulted. Nobody should be assaulting you. You're accepting the fact that that's common. That's ridiculous. Kids are experimental. That's always going to happen. There is going to be some kids, but they're going to learn. You don't need to teach it to them. Anyway, so we jump back to the Roaring 20s. People are celebrating the end of the Great War. Prohibition takes hold. The mafia takes hold and gains riches and power. And it's a crucial stage in taking over government. And they slowly infiltrate everything. The Treaty of Versailles happens. Germany gets put into the worst abuse of its citizens that it's ever felt. And people are crying, starving for solution. In steps Hitler. The reparations that were in place, Germany's borrowed its money and leveraged itself on the stock market. So what do? They collapse the stock market. And then they hold the U.S. at ransom. And while we're busy dealing with our own ransom demands, we're not realizing what's happening over in Europe and Germany, which is the implementation of Hitler. Hitler, who may be a Rothschild, whose grandmother worked at a Rothschild estate as a housekeeper when she got pregnant, who moved out, who never suffered for money, who always had illegitimate questions about the fatherhood or paternity of her son, whose son, Hitler's father, never takes the name Hiedler, even though that's supposed to be his father, his biological father, whether it's him or his brother. Once you look into it, you'll understand why I'm saying that. So the questions were, it was him or his brother. But Alois doesn't name himself Hiedler. Why does he change his name? Decades after his mother's death. A decade after his father's death. Why would he want to claim that name all of a sudden? And why only a year and a half to 2 years after Rothschild dies? How does he get the job in the customs office? These are great questions. So, Hitler comes into power. Now, what happens in the 30s? Let's bounce into the 30s. Hitler comes into power. The economy's in total turmoil. Germany's worse than pretty much any country in the world. The Nazis rise to power saying they're going to fix it. And when they get in there, they do. So much so that Austria elects to make the Nazi Party rulers of their country as well. 1933, the Federal Reserve seizes all the American gold as collateral and puts it in Fort Knox. Fort Knox that's never been fully audited since the gold went in there. So there's an executive order from the president seizing all the gold of the United States, and it's put there. And they also take gold from other nations and put it there and hold it in reserve for them. But it's never audited. There's cries for audit for decades afterwards. to the point where by the 60s it was the screaming for a full audit of Fort Knox and the Federal Reserve gold supply backing is all over the place. So in 1971, Nixon takes the U.S. off the gold standard fully. He disconnects the U.S. greenback from gold, which it had always been through Bretton Woods and previously noted right on the dollar bill that it was worth its weight in gold. So Nixon removes that in 1971. The Watergate scandal is so propagated upon the population, so overblown, that it hides the fact that he did this. Nobody questions it. And for that period in time, the U.S. economy falls in the toilet. At that point in time, its neighbor to the north, the Canadian dollar, ends up going above the U.S. dollar in value on world markets until OPEC steps in and makes the U.S. greenback the world currency, because only oil can be purchased. Oil can only be purchased in U.S. dollars. So they take it from being a fiat currency after he removes the gold standard, and they hide it by making it backed by oil. Not so much backed by oil, but just making sure that it holds its stability. Now, we don't want to get too far ahead, so we'll get back to that in a little bit. But like I said, history fits together perfectly when you research it. It doesn't require magic bullets. So through the 30s, all of a sudden, the Bank for International Settlements comes about. The banking laws in Switzerland change. And they create these anonymous numbered accounts. Why? The only people that want numbered accounts are people that don't want to be traced. But shortly thereafter, there's a situation where people would want numbered accounts, anonymous accounts. So it's almost like it was prepared for it. Who funded Hitler? Now, we say the Rothschilds and the Schiffs and the Warburgs, and we can say all those people. We can say Prescott Bush. We can say all the people that have been charged and convicted with trading with the enemy. Henry Ford, GM, IG Farben, which you now know today as Bayer and Monsanto. Again, funny how these things all keep coming about. Everything seems to be related. And it's a very few bunch of players. Like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. So the Swiss banks create their banking system that creates anonymous accounts. And all of a sudden, Hitler and the Nazis start building against the Treaty of Versailles. They start building one of the most technologically advanced militaries of all time. Tanks, U-boats, planes. They get into rockets and everything else. But they can't buy the resources themselves. And Germany is basically landlocked. I mean, you have the Rhine and you have some, but so where are they getting all this from if their currency is worthless? And you can say all these people, but recently there's been so many connections to the Swiss banks that housed all the Jewish money and treasuries, and the Nazis. And it was prepped right before the Nazis start marching through. Now, if Hitler was working for the Rothschilds, he gave them the money through their banking system. He basically robbed Europe because those numbered accounts, anybody who died with a numbered account, it was very hard for their family to trace it, plus all the money they misappropriated, all the gold and art and everything else that the Nazis stole as they went through. That all ended up in these Rothschild banks. What else would they have accomplished? Well, remember, I started this a long time ago, 3 hours ago, telling you that the Templar Knights hid artifacts throughout Europe. Now, if you controlled all Europe, do you think you'd be able to find those artifacts? Now ask yourself, wasn't Hitler known for being a religious fanatic into occult artifacts? Where did this come from? Where did Himmler and these SS officers get their necrophilia and occultist monikers from? Why was Hitler obsessed with the occult? He was obsessed with the Jesuits. He was obsessed with the occult. He was also obsessed with eugenics. Eugenics was a very popular thing among the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, and because it was a great way of protecting their power and fortunes. See, if you made those who couldn't afford having children infertile, and you controlled their population growth, you could basically ensure that you kept your power and your money forever. So eugenics was a very big thing. And if you look into the governments of the world and all the top leaders of the world and all the financial banking and corporate heads, many of these people backed eugenics. Mengele was huge into eugenics and human experiments. Never suffered for those crimes, by the way. The atrocities that he put on humanity and the fact that he most likely escaped into the USA under Operation Paperclip, that's horrible. But again, we'll touch on that later. Still, we're in the 30s. So Hitler comes into power, builds this technologically advanced thing, starts looking into things across Europe as he gets more and more of Europe under his control, especially the Rhineland, France, where the majority of these Templar castles were. They start searching everywhere. And eventually he ends up searching in the Middle East and Egypt and North Africa. He ends up searching there. Did he discover the power of these occultist things, these occultist artifacts? Was he tasked with collecting them? And what were they? Were these the hidden teachings of the fallen angels? Now, whether you believe the fallen angels were aliens or whether you believe they're angelic, godlike beings or God-created beings, that's up to your own perception. But we do know from the book of Enoch, and we do know from other texts of that time, that the fallen angels, and we know from the temples on Mount Hermon, we know that the fallen angels were thought of as being real, and we know that they were teaching the secrets of the heavens to the wives and children of men. Was this Hitler's fascination? Why did Hitler go to Antarctica? Why is there said to be U-boat bases and Aryan strongholds in Antarctica? Anybody know? What did Byrd find when he went to Antarctica? See, Admiral Byrd was with the U.S., and he went to the North Pole. Now, there's some diaries that he supposedly created where he tells of things that he found beneath the surface in the North Pole and strange events that happened during that time. When Hitler went to Antarctica, Byrd followed. There was an Operation High Jump. And in Operation High Jump, they came back quicker than they originally planned. And when they were heading back to the U.S. from Operation High Jump, they stopped in ports in South America, Chile, and some reporters spoke to some of the sailors on what they saw. And there were reports that there were things, saucers and forces beyond their belief or beyond their knowledge there. And then once they got back to the U.S., that stopped. Is this something the Nazis discovered or created? What's down there? We'll never know, because there's all these treaties that say that nobody can claim Antarctica. And amazingly, all these countries that are supposedly enemies with each other all agree to it. When does that ever happen? I mentioned Sesame Particle Accelerator earlier, and we'll touch on that more in a little bit. But why would enemies work together on that? Why would they try to recreate certain experiments in Jordan right next to the Golan Heights and Mount Hermon? So Hitler becomes obsessed with the occult. And amazingly, they kind of turn on him. Now, whether or not he accomplished his mission, you got to remember the Holocaust made the Balfour Declaration become a reality. It also created this anti-Semitic shield for anybody calling themselves Jewish. Did the Khazarians, whichever way you want to pronounce it, Khazar, you got to do it from the back of the throat. Did the Khazarians assume the Jewish faith and take it over? Did they try to eliminate the actual Israelite Jews of the Bible? Is that what the Holocaust really was? And was the Holocaust specifically for the creation of the anti-Semitic shield and the physical enactment of the Balfour Declaration? That area was actually promised to Russia. The Ottoman Empire of that area was promised to Russia at one point in time in the Sykes-Picot Agreement. So Britain was, much like Trump did, kept awarding areas to multiple people with no right to do so. So the Sykes-Picot Agreement had Russia taking over that area. And that was part of the reason that they were involved in World War II. But that fell through. And when the Palestinians first saw the Jewish settlers come, they accepted them with open arms. There wasn't a hostility where they came in and took them over. But now the Palestinians are basically told it's not their land and they need to bugger off. And you look at some of the things that Netanyahu has done since being there and his predecessors. It's pretty horrific. See, Israel is not a Jewish religion or a Jewish religious claim. It's a political state. It's 100% political. It's Zionistic. It has nothing to do with the Israelites. And many people that are there are probably not aware of it. Many rabbis will tell you the exact same thing. So the 40s transpires. Hitler has now moved into many parts of Europe. The war is in full force. The Holocaust is underway. Jews are hiding their money in Swiss banks. The Nazis are now in Antarctica, and U-boats are all around the world. And amazingly, Germany is making technological advances like no tomorrow. They're in Africa, they're everywhere. The U.S. refuses to get into the war because of World War I. So the U.S. and the rest of the world antagonizes Japan, cuts them off with economically and basically starves them out. Knowing full well, because there's all sorts of intelligence reports proving that they knew that this would be the cause. Much like the way that they predicted Russia invading Ukraine. You know, if you have agreements like the Minsk and Georgia agreements, the Minsk Accords and the Georgia agreements, and somebody breaks those agreements repeatedly, eventually you will provoke war. And that's kind of what the U.S. politicians and the world politicians did with Japan. They provoked it. And to say that they lost an entire fleet in the Pacific is quite unbelievable. They knew it was coming. There's so much proof of it nowadays. It's in so many books. They knew it was coming. But they avoided it. They needed the attack on Pearl Harbor so they could enact the war, so they could work on these technologically advanced bombs, so they could move into the next section of their plan. And did Hitler discover all the artifacts that were hidden? Have all of them been recovered to this day? We don't know because they're all hidden from us. Whether they're hidden in the Vatican or in secret society lodges, makes no matter. But they're still hidden. So now Hitler starts to lose the war. All of a sudden the backing's gone, his population's depleted, doesn't have enough soldiers, doesn't have the resources. It was almost like he was cut off. Was that because of his greed over the occultist items? Was this by plan, like we said? So all of a sudden he's cut off, and the Russians and the American-led Allied forces start moving towards Germany. And the Russians get there first. Now, apparently Hitler kills himself in a bunker. But there's all sorts of documentation, even FBI reports, CIA reports, stating that Hitler was in Argentina, that he escaped, and that never happened. There's even SS officers that are said to have been killed, and they popped up in the United States, in South America. Seems funny again, though, that coming from the South Pole, Antarctica, that Hitler would want to escape to Argentina. And all the Nazis would want to escape to Argentina. Now, this could be because of political affiliations and lack of extradition treaties or whatever. Or it could be the fact of the proximity to Antarctica. But apparently a lot of Nazis went there. Some came across in Operation Paperclip. And if you look here in the video, there's an actual number of the operation. I think it's NSC 101 or whatever, that tell all the people that came over. It wasn't just scientists that came over in Operation Paperclip, it was officers. A gentleman by the name of Otto Skorzeny was basically like Hitler's bodyguard. He was an enforcer SS agent. And amazingly, for somebody who was such a key component of the Holocaust, he ends up working for Mossad as a assassin. Why would Mossad, if it's Jewish, the Jewish state that they claim it is, why would they employ Otto Skorzeny? He writes about it in his own book. There's even photographs within the book of him and a bunch of Nazi SS officers that he grew up with his entire life, alive way past when they're supposedly dead. Shows his retirement party with Gehlen and Mengele, and there's a couple blacked out faces. And I mean, there's some question about whether or not that's George and Barbara Bush or not. See, after the war, these Nazis came over here. And as we know from the Trading with the Enemy, many people that were in government at the time, or in government agencies or intelligence agencies, had ties to these people. They might not actually oppose them. You need to understand, Hitler was elected Man of the Year by Time magazine at one point in time. Not everybody was against his ideologies or philosophies, or his means. So Nazis escaped to South America. Many officers end up in the United States. They end up working for the intelligence agencies within the U.S. or around the world, like Mossad. Mengele is never brought to justice for the crimes on humanity that he did, for the physical experiments that he did on men and women, even children. And there's documentation that may or may not put him in the United States doing those exact same experiments. MK Ultra is said to be a continuation of his work. And whether or not that was with him involved is a debatable theory, but Mengele may have been involved. There's books on him possibly being involved as the Zodiac killer. So was the government actually not only bringing him over here, but covering up his maniacal behaviors? There's so much that goes on with this. There's the questions around the Bush family. Prescott Bush and Trading with the Enemy, but, you know, the Rockefeller Bank, JP Morgan, IG Farben, which is Bayer, and Monsanto, as I said, the Bank for International Settlements, and all these other Swiss banks that funded the Nazis. There's just way too much to unpack. And then you move on into the 50s and Eisenhower warning about the military-industrial complex. Then you have the fact that the Cold War starts up immediately after World War II. And what does the Cold War do? The Cold War is basically the Soviet Union communists versus the West and the US. But these were the people that were funded and trained by the US and British intelligence, funded by the US and British bankers. Why are they, who have reached out to the US and British for assistance? Why are they so adamantly against each other now? Well, the reason being is because as long as they're adamantly against each other and forming this fear, they control the population through fear, and they also propagate the reasoning for a covert government agency that looks after the intelligence protections of the United States. Many people didn't want that, but the Cold War created and facilitated it. And JFK comes into power and says that he's going to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces. He deals with the assassination attempts on Castro. He deals with all of these plots to make the American people live in fear. And he voices something against it the same as Eisenhower does. So now you have two presidents just after the war that are warning about this. And one of them's assassinated. You have false flags. You have the USS Liberty. Look into that. That's where Israel attacked an unarmed U.S. ship in the Mediterranean to try to bring the U.S. into a fight with Egypt on behalf of Israel. And they knew that it was a U.S. ship, and they killed many U.S. servicemen. And government officials knew about it, military officials knew about it. There was barely an apology. And anybody that was on the ship was ordered to shut up about it. They couldn't even talk about the horrors that they went through. There was the Gulf of Tonkin incident that never happened, that brought the U.S. into the Vietnam War. The military-industrial complex was feeding itself. It created its own Cold War. It created the need for the intelligence communities, the justification for it. And the unfortunate thing is, the people that were on the losing side of the Nazi party and these people that are supposedly our enemies were the people that were doing it. You have the assassination of JFK and the cover-up. You have multiple assassination crews in Dealey Plaza. There's photograph evidence of George H.W. Bush being in Dealey Plaza that day. When asked of where he was when that assassination took place, he doesn't remember. He snickers about it, actually. But those photographs of him there. He also says that he didn't join the CIA, but there's documentation paperwork from both the FBI and CIA proving that he was. There's, in the Bay of Pigs fiasco, the boats that were used were actually named after Barbara, his wife, and his company at the time. So then, eventually, that person ends up becoming president. There's even some deep conspiracy theories that George H.W. Bush isn't actually George H.W. Bush at all. He may be actually George Sheriff, who was a Nazi, who was a Manchurian candidate that was placed in George Bush's space. Or I highly suggest you look into it. No, it sounds crazy, but once you start reading, you won't put it down, I guarantee you. George H.W. Bush was said to have been in Tesla's offices. Or, sorry, was it George H.? Yeah, I think it was George H.W. Bush. It might have been. But Prescott Bush was at Tesla's offices too. There's photographical evidence in this video here. There's photographical evidence to Otto Skorzeny claims. There's photographical evidence proving Hitler and Nazis in South America in the files that back it. There's all sorts of proofs and everything to the Gulf of Tonkin never happening. There's all sorts of proofs that with the Bretton Woods, there's also the George H.W. Bush was instrumental in the Shah of Iran coming to power, overthrowing first his father, and then later on him being overthrown for Khomeini. And that was after he supposedly left the CIA. But people say once you leave, once you're part of it, you never really leave. But amazingly, and then after Khomeini comes out of exile, remember how we talked about exile before? After Khomeini comes out of exile, they implement the Ba'ath Party in Iraq to counter Ayatollah Khomeini. And why did they oust the Shah of Iran after putting him in power? The reason they ousted him is because he asked for a larger portion of the oil proceeds. See, the reason they ousted the father for the son, Mohammad Reza Shah, the reason they ousted him is BP, British Petroleum, and U.S. oil interests wanted the oil in Iran, and they had oil agreements. And the younger Shah agreed with their plans and the percentages that they had. So BP and these American companies came in and put in their refineries and their drills and their wells. And when after some time, the Shah said, well, the wells and the drills and the refinery costs have all been done. How about you give a larger portion to the Iranian people? They ousted their friend instead of giving him any more power and money for his people. I'm not saying the Shah was amazing. I'm not taking a side on either thing. There's said to be bad things and good things about him. I'm just explaining what ended up happening in history. And then when he asked for that, they let Khomeini come out of exile in France. He came back. The religious Islamic fanatical party took control, which the CIA helped facilitate. And then the Shah abdicated his rule and came to exile in the United States. And when that happened, the CIA also implemented or instilled the Ba'ath Party, which was Saddam Hussein, in Iraq, knowing full well that Khomeini, who was a Shiite fanatic, and Saddam, who was a Sunni fanatic, would end up going to war. And they did. They went to war for years. Millions of Iraqi and Iranians died in those wars. They used to give people the keys around their neck as the keys to heaven, and then send them out in the minefield to plot the fields. So many people died. Horrific. I mean, it doesn't happen here, so people don't pay any attention to it. But if that was done, if you watched it, and I think it was in one of the Rambo movies where they made them run through a mine-infested rice paddy, that people are like, oh my God. Yeah, that was real life for them. And people in the cities would listen to bombing and everything all day long. Look at some of the older Iranian people nowadays, and when fireworks are going off, many of them cringe. See, the people in the Middle East understand the political corruption and the corruption of the intelligence agencies. They understand the power and how everything is corrupting. Many of us don't here. So now we're into the 60s. They've assassinated Kennedy. They've assassinated Bobby Kennedy. This is all payback for going after the mob and questioning their control, especially when their dad was a rum runner and he utilized the mob rum alcohol power, the bootlegging power, to get his son elected. When he turned on them, or when Bobby Kennedy turned on them, and JFK wouldn't listen to Frank anymore, then they took him out. Had a lot to do with, as I said, in Dealey Plaza there was several hit teams. A man by the name of James Fines actually admits to being the kill shot, and he tells of all the different hit squads that were there that day. There's other people that have actually testified to multiple hit squads being there, but yet nothing's been done. The cover-up was LBJ is on the plane being sworn in while Jackie's next to him, still covered in blood from her husband. It's horrific. And LBJ escalates Vietnam. He buys into everything that the banking and intelligence communities tell him to do. Eventually gets uprooted by Nixon. Nixon sells everybody off the gold standard, creates financial chaos, gets rescued by Watergate from anybody realizing the crime that he really committed, which is hiding the theft of the gold in Fort Knox, because no full audit's ever done after that. Then you have the fiat American dollar being transferred to the petrodollar, and the energy crisis. It's amazing how they talk about climate change and global warming, and because back in the 70s they were warning us that we were going to be in another ice age, and then the ozone layer had a hole in it, we were all going to die of radiation. Then it's climate change. Everything that they do invokes taxes, more fear, but no taxes ever get removed. After their 10 or 12 year threat of humanity being wiped out is gone, they just move on to the next story. They've been pounding that drum for forever, ever since I've been alive. So we move into the 70s. You got Carter and Ford, and look into the backgrounds on both of them and see how they were controlled. I mean, Ford was named in the Franklin cover-up that we were talking about with Ted Gunderson. I don't know the truth or validity or the amount of his involvement, but his name did come up. And some people that have been on Donahue and everything said that he was an active contributor. He used to use these MK Ultra controlled mules, information mules, for his own convenience. So Reagan asked Ford to be his vice president. Ford backed out. And George H.W. Bush took his place. And whether that was by design or whether Bush orchestrated that, they now had a president, now they had a CIA agent, top agent in the White House. So they may have controlled presidents up until then, but now they were going to take over the presidency. And amazingly, shortly thereafter, they did. And they used the Iraq War to do it. George H.W. Bush's popularity sucked. And he went after his old comrade in arms, Saddam Hussein. They made up some story about babies in incubators being thrown on the ground. Some girl in front of the UN testified to that. No truth or validity behind it. She was an ambassador to Kuwait's daughter. Nobody looked into that. Look, I'm not telling you a lot of stuff that you don't know. I'm just putting it all in one place for everybody to see. And I might be jumping over some stuff, but if you look at the pictures and the files that are in these videos, you'll see it's all there. Like the receipts and the proofs are there. So Reagan shot, because Reagan starts going and doing his own thing. And it was almost like Bush threatening to take over the White House at that point in time. Because amazingly, Hinckley, who shot Reagan, was a Bush family friend. His brother was actually meeting with Bush that same week for lunch. Isn't that crazy? The guy who shot the president is friends with the vice president's family. That's not weird. The guy who implemented Saddam Hussein is the same guy that's trying to kill him later. That's kind of weird. It's stranger than fiction. And then we come up to the last 30 years. Every president since H.W. Bush has been controlled by H.W. Bush. Handpicked and controlled. Bill Clinton, you would think he was a Democrat and he stole the election, right? Nope. Handpicked. Clinton's involvement with the Iran-Contra scandal is well documented. The Arkansas connections to the Iran-Contra, well documented. The drug smuggling out of Arkansas, well documented. And then you get into Whitewater and all the other things. But so was Clinton's womanizing addictions and other addictions. He was easily controlled. You look at the whole Oklahoma bombing. What was in that building? Look into that. Look at the kids that were killed. Again, evidence is here. Look at the amount of people that are friends or business associates with the Clintons that have died under weird circumstances or suicide. Nobody has 50-something friends that killed themselves. I mean, you have to be a really, really sad individual to have that many people who know you want to kill themselves. Then you get into Al Gore, who sold his whole global warming thing. We had 12 years left. That was in the 90s. The polar ice caps are still the exact way they were back then. Of course they change. Of course stuff falls off, but new stuff replaces it. It's the growth of the Atlantic and the Pacific, or the reduction of the Pacific and the growth of the Atlantic, whichever way you want to say it. When you look into whole Marianas Trench, what's under the ocean. So George W. takes over the White House in what is one of the weirdest elections ever. So for a century, they're announcing election results the next day. But when it came to Al Gore in the 2000s and versus George W. Bush, all of a sudden Election booths shut down and they need more time. This becomes a regular occurrence. As I said before, it's kind of weird. As technology gets more advanced, we get less capable. It's like now how we have so many different ways of communicating, but yet we don't know how to properly communicate. Manners and etiquette has left, and social justice keyboard warriors have now taken the place, who say anything they want without repercussions. I love the world a lot more when you got a punch in the mouth for saying something obscene or against somebody, when you violated their personal space or moral or social etiquettes. Hell, many of my friends gave me a shot in the mouth before too when I've been drinking or doing whatever. It was a much better world. So then we have September 11. 3 buildings fall, 2 planes hit. First time in history that a building falls from fire ever. Jet fuel can't be used as the cause of melting the beams because there was no jet fuel there. But yet it fell. You have Silverstein doubling the insurance, making sure to have acts of terrorism in the insurance policy. You have him on record saying there was so much loss that day that he ordered them to pull it. You also have Giuliani, who was in charge that day. Trump was there too. He loaned his people, his development people there to help. And I'm not saying anything against the people that went down there. The people that went to help. You, by far, I feel for your families. The loss of that day was horrific. The loss of anybody that was on those airlines was horrific. But these people cared little for actual human life. If people question whether it was a missile or a plane, it doesn't mean the people on the plane didn't die. They don't care. They care little for human life. These people will do anything to retain their power, and we mean nothing to them. And as I said before, this is not about fear porn. This is just sharing information, putting it all in one place. So you know that I'm not controlled opposition. I'm just trying to tell you we need to get off our asses and start taking action, preparing for what they have in store. And it's all out there. We've all shared it until we're blue in the face. And we're all dividing the rest of the population right now because people aren't listening. If people don't want to listen, just move on. Try to find ways of protecting them without them agreeing to it. Because later on, they will be knocking on your door. But start identifying the people that do. Anyway, I keep preaching about the same thing. So that hits. In court, it's already been proven by architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. They won in court proving that those buildings could not fall without demolition. Silverstein is on record saying that he said pull it. Giuliani was in that building. That's where the FEMA offices were. Everything was being coordinated from. But he's a good guy. He's a white hat, right? Trump calls Silverstein one of his good buddies and one of the good guys. As I said, the 80s and Trump are a really funny thing. Because you have Wilbur Ross, who was the head of the Rothschild and Rockefeller banking. You have this man that let Trump get out of his financial difficulties with pennies on the dollar. This is the same person that's now in his cabinet. How do you think that they both turned on their original bosses and friends. Stop trusting the plan. Just because somebody shared truth with you doesn't make them your friend. Your enemy of your enemy is not always your friend. We watched the Twin Towers fall. We watched airplanes of people die or disappear. We've watched plane crashes. We've seen horrific wars afterwards. Civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan die. We've seen soldiers die. People that are just trying to get educations and feed their families. Saying anything against what the politicians do is not soiling their name. They went there for the right reasons. They went there for their families. They went there believing that they were protecting the American way and democracy. And they've been lied to and conned. And this is not to rip apart patriotism either. Because patriotism is about the idea of the United States. That's what we believe in, whether it's a corporation now or whether it's not. Doesn't matter. But what matters is the fundamental ideas, the framework of it all. And we need to start standing up for that. We need to start standing up for each other. Start looking out for each other, coming together. A small group can move mountains, and a small group encourages others to stand with you. The first person to get up and dance is strong. It takes a lot of courage to be the first person, but it takes even more courage to be the second or third. To join along with somebody that's there, because you can just point and say that person's crazy. But to back somebody else's play when you know they're right, that's true courage. And we need to start exemplifying that. From then on, it just gets crazy. The financial crisis, where we bailed out these monsters who have been stealing from us. Their own greed got them to where they are with their fractional reserve banking system. They're already loaning 90% of the money that they don't have and getting us to pay back out of the original kitty. But yet we bailed them out? Why? We have 9/11. We have Agenda 21. We have the Secret Covenant. We have 2008 financial crisis. We have over-mortgaged loan, subprime mortgages. We have Wall Street borrowing on the margins. We have GameStop. We have regime changes all throughout the Middle East. We have the executions of Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi. Sarkozy was charged with stealing the gold. Clinton was involved. We have Benghazi. There was a team waiting, begging to go out and help them. An operator's team. They could have been there in time, but they were hiding evidence of the theft in Benghazi, hiding evidence of the illegal activities in the Middle East, hiding illegal activities and deleted emails. Right now, classified is only covering up crimes that they've committed. If you believe that the leaders of these political parties are the ones in charge, you're deeply mistaken. And both sides are funded by the same people. We are not going to vote our way out of this. We are not going to be able to use the court system to get our way out of this. If we all stopped tomorrow, stop the machine, stop going to work, stop spending money, the whole system comes crashing down. And at first, they'll cater to us to try to get us back up and running. But if we hold out long enough, it becomes our world. They're enacting an end times playbook. Whether that's from the secret teachings of the fallen angels, whether it's something they discovered in Antarctica. They're working on a transhumanism agenda right now, implanting AI into human bodies, changing our DNA structures. You have military operations like Jade Helm where they're training against ununiformed forces. Is this for training for revolution or an insurrection? What are they training for? And who is this training being run by? For so many people, they've said for years that they didn't mind being recorded because they weren't doing anything wrong. But who's to say what's wrong? That changes in an instant. Look at cancel culture today. Look at regime changes in the Middle East. Look at the communist revolution or the Bolshevik revolution in Russia. Everything can change tomorrow, and what was legal and legitimate today can be deemed insurrectionist and illegal tomorrow. And everything is being recorded. We have artificial intelligence controlling most of our lives. You look at the Jade Helm operations in 2015 that caused such a stir. Then look and see that there was an actual AI program running that whole operation. You have quantum computers that can look after processing like Doctor Strange does in the Avengers movie, Infinity War, where you've used 14 million different scenarios. Imagine AI that can do that for every measure and countermeasure that it chooses to do. Every action and reaction. It can weigh out all the possible outcomes and do this for every action afterwards. So it can basically foresee the future. You have programs that actually may be even looking into the future, like Looking Glass, Project Pandora. All of this derived from a man by the name of Robert Pavlida, a Czechoslovakian researcher that was looking into over-the-horizon radar. And what he discovered was this interdimensional signal. This is where paranormal studies and everything came in. This is where Looking Glass, Pandora, the Yellow Box or Yellow Book, Yellow Cube, all derived from. We don't understand our own reality because it's been hidden from us. And we haven't spent enough attention realizing what it is. We're too busy believing the propaganda and the stories that they tell us. We're consistently fed, force-fed, power and control of the state, of the government. The government does not rule you. You are a sovereign individual. You have God-given rights. There is no such thing as a sovereign citizen. As soon as you become a citizen, then you are accepting the rules of this government that you're the citizen of. You are a sovereign man or woman. And you want to know what backs this is the Bank for International Settlements. When it offers people employment, it gives them this diplomatic immunity worldwide. It gives them this sovereignty. Why should only elite bankers be able to have their God-given rights? We need to start realizing, and many of us do, we're sharing so much online, all these truths about needles and stick in your arm things, about the isolating viruses or germs or bacteria. We're all realizing that it's a crock. We're all realizing that Big Pharma and the military-industrial complex and all of these companies profit from us being sick, from us purchasing their products. Not from us getting better, not from us getting ahead. Rockefeller and Carnegie. The Rockefeller Foundation was formed back in the 1920s. Rockefeller hired a PR man that tried to improve his image and improve the image of Standard Oil. So he did this by creating a philanthropic foundation. Much of what all of these people do nowadays with the open societies and George Soros's Clinton Foundation. Rockefeller started that. He ended up taking over control of what we know today as the FDA. So it looked like it was a third-party agency looking after this. He also funded education. Rockefeller stated he doesn't want a nation of thinkers. He wants a nation of workers. This has always been apparent. They say it outright all the time, but nobody wants to listen. And there's no magnifying glass shone on it. Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, they created all of these controls over the arts, over education, over the medical and pharmaceutical industry. And by creating these third-party agencies that now appear to be governmental, they controlled their competitors. It was another way for monopolization. They eliminated hemp. There was a war on hemp back then by paper, by cotton. Once the pharmaceutical industry realized that from petroleum byproducts they could make medications, then there was a war on naturopathic medicine and herbalism that had been around for generations and that Rockefeller subscribed to himself. The eugenics movement of eliminating people that didn't have means to look after their children. It's still going on today. It was on the Georgia Guidestones. People go on about the Georgia Guidestones. Oh, it was a hoax. Who spends millions of dollars to create a hoax? Somebody bought the land, supposedly anonymously. We know who the name is nowadays. It's here in the files and in the video. But it was hidden for so many years. Who pays double or triple the price to get these massive granite stones etched and put up in the manner in which they were formed? And why was it blown up? What was underneath there? Why was it designed with the corner, like a little cornerstone out of every slab? Why was it specifically designed that way? Why do all the pyramids in Peru and Egypt all sit on a certain parallel? Why were there bells and rods, copper rods and ceilings on the top of all these castles and monasteries and churches? Why are they gone now? We're all aware of frequencies and magnetic electricity nowadays, or we're becoming more aware of it. We're becoming aware that magnets can create energy. We're becoming aware that there's already electricity in the air, in the atmosphere around us. All of this was hidden. The Vatican has a basement full of stuff that has been hidden away from humanity. If everything is so legitimate, why are there so many secrets? Why is everything classified? And why does a government that's supposed to be of the people, by the people, for the people, have so many secrets? Embarrassment is not a reason for classification. Cabinet confidentiality or classified protections should not exist for embarrassing situations, mistakes, and crimes. Only for national security. And they created an entire Cold War and fear campaign to keep those secrets. Our lives mean nothing to these people. And when people say who they and them are, we need to understand that only the smallest amount of people are involved in this massive conspiracy. But society has been morphed into this system of control by promoting sociopaths and psychopaths to positions of power. By showing us on TV that whatever you want in life, you have to go out and take instead of serving others, instead of teaching us karma and positive energy. Many of you are coming around. Like I said, we're sharing lots of information. But the sell-off that happened in 2016, many people aren't aware. Many people were woken by Q or the last Trump presidency, his first term. But just because somebody shares a little bit of truth with you doesn't automatically make them your friend. Nowadays, we are more divided than ever. We had a black president, we've had black governors, we've had black mayors and congressmen and senators, but racial relations are horrible. We were finally going in the right direction. The 80s and the 90s were fixing stuff. The civil rights movement of the 60s finally looked like it was garnering some success. And look, I'm not saying the world's perfect. Slavery existed long before the United States was even discovered, and it still exists to this day. To say the United States created slavery is preposterous. They abolished it, if anything. And if we all stop playing victim and all stop with the egomaniacal, narcissistic attitudes that we have, the victimization, we all look to be the bigger victim. Like I said, liberty is the responsibility that comes with freedom. You have freedom and rights as long as you do not impose on the rights and freedoms of somebody else. And it's about overseeing those freedom and rights every day. And we've let that slip. And it's been a slow boil. There's so many things with the human trafficking and the drugs, the entire industry, the drug industry. There's been we've been under constant attack for over 100 years. You look at the old movies from the Western, they show you the opium dens that existed back then. They've used our money, our taxpayer money, to create the opioid and drug epidemic. And in the 80s, there wasn't a war on drugs. There was a war on cocaine. And why was there a war on cocaine? There was a war because the farmers in South America started standing up for themselves, taking over their own governments, stealing away business from the heroin and opium trades. And then the DEA and CIA went down there. They got rid of those people. And now the flow is still happening, but there seems to be no more war on it anymore. They take it away. Ever look at the way that heroin and cocaine are created? You basically have to have a chemistry degree. There's ether and diesel fuel. It's not just, you're not just taking some plant. It might derive from a plant, but you're crushing it and breaking it down and stealing the sterols and proteins that are in the leaves or the stems. Or in the case of opium, you're plucking and coming back and taking the scrapings off the pods, the flower pods, the buds. And that's how they derive it. And you have to be precise in the way that you do it. You're trying to tell me that some farmer just stumbled upon this? This was a chemistry experiment. This wasn't discovered naturally. No person, they might have chewed on coca leaves for hundreds of years, but nobody discovered how to refine cocaine and crack and heroin without chemistry being involved, and high-level chemistry. There might be poor, cheap versions of doing it now, but the process, you're telling me that people just go around poking pods and scraping things and stepping on leaves everywhere to try to figure this stuff out, and mixing it with diesel fuel and ether and crushing it down and baking it? There's no way. Ideological subversion is implementing all of these vices into our society to dumb us down. The chemicals they put in our food, our processed foods, are made to dumb us down. Then on top of that, they start creating seeds and growing things with chemicals, again, to dumb us down. And it's not like this is for profit. Bigger profits, more control. Because the world is run by sociopaths and psychopaths. People that lack empathy, people that lack sympathy. People that care little for your rights and freedoms. This isn't a republic of liberty anymore. There is no democracy. Their democracy is just their illusion of control, where you look like you're voting for one or the other. If your choice is to vote for somebody out of 350 million people is to vote for two people, you're not free. We need to start standing up. We need to identify ourselves with our neighbors. I keep repeating this because we all need to get off our ass. Now, I've rambled on now for 4 or 5 hours. And there's a ton of proofs and stuff in here. There's a ton of receipts and facts. There's books that you can read. And you can do all of that. You can educate yourself. But we are behind their plan. Their plans have been running for over 100 years now. We need to get to work. We need to start acting quickly because they're coming to their end game. And we're not going to discover their end game if we're not ready for the challenges and the Hegelian dialectic and the crises that they put forward. We have to be ready and prepared for those. And then we can start finding out more. If you've lasted this long, I appreciate the fact that you've lasted this long. As I said to start, I'm not looking for my name to be out there. I'm not looking for subscribers or followers. I'm just hoping that there's change. I'm hoping that the message gets out there. And whether that's in my words or your words is totally up to you. If you have a ton of subscribers and you want to take these thoughts and actions and these ideas or any screenshots or anything that I have in this video, you are welcome to do so. You think you're going to awaken people and get them to start acting and working together? Please do so. But get people working. Stop patting each other on the back saying, you're dumb and I'm smart because I discovered this, or look what I can show you now. The truth has been out there for a long time. It's just people have refused to find it. And many people have tried to expose it for a long time as well. But amazingly, people end up dead, or people end up discredited. They look for the smallest thing to discredit everything that you said. If they can pick on one thing, you could miss cutting one toenail and they'll say you're a dirty pig. Meanwhile, you're perfectly groomed and everything else. And I'm just using that as an example. Throwing out the baby for the bathwater. Anyway. Like I said, stop the division, stop spreading fear porn. Start coming up with creative ideas on how we come together, how we identify ourselves to each other. Start working together. Freeze-dry machines. If you freeze-dry your food, it keeps almost all the nutrients. Work on direct contracts with farmers for your community. Pool your buying power. And then go to directly to farmers so you can get clean food. Find out where natural springs are. Buy property on natural springs or near natural springs. Get water rights to the land so you can dig wells. We're going to need clean water. We're going to need clean food. We're going to need clean air. We can work on a currency system or a barter system after that, but with those are the priorities. You're not going to be able to eat your money. And if hyperinflation hits here, if they burst the fiat bubble, you need to have something to fall back on. We're going to need energy to stay warm, to heat, to cook with. Collectively, you will get better pricing as a group. Collectively, you can buy big ticket items as a group. There's always a trust factor that comes in. But as I said earlier, the other working class people that go to work every day, you know them. You can trust them. You see them go to work every day. That's where you need to start putting your attention. Not to people online, not to all these celebrity voices. And there's celebrity voices in this movement just as much as we negate the celebrities that everybody else is watching. There's controlled opposition in this, and we realize it. And you can hope for the plan. You can hope that you're a digital warrior. But Wilbur Ross and Trump and Rockefeller and all those connections, Elon wearing Baphomet and talking about transhumanism and upside down crosses and having a name that mimics Elion, becoming one of the richest people in the world in a corrupt monetary system. You have two very rich people that you don't get there without permission. So it's just understanding what we're dealing with. Deal with each other. Stop fighting your family. If your family doesn't want to accept your ideas, stop talking about it. Just start working on plans so that you can look after them if shit does hit the fan. Include them in your groups. Nobody should go hungry. This is on us. We are a collective consciousness. Start acting like it. There's a reason in the Bible, as I said, and all of the biblical or religious books. There's a reason that they say, love thy neighbor as yourself. That person is connected to you. Start acting like it. Stop with the division. Stop with the fear porn. Don't feed into their crisis. Don't feed into their fear. Their campaigns of fear and propaganda. Anyway, I leave you with this video. There's other videos out there. I'm not the greatest public speaker. We can go on and on for hours. I could dissect everything. I gave you a lot of great names where these people go in depth with all of this stuff. I highly suggest that you take a look. Look at the pictures and the clips that I have on here. Read the books that I have here. Listen to the names of people that I mentioned here. It should put you in the right direction. I wish you all well. I hope that we can turn this around. I hope that people start taking action together. We can survive anything if we stick together. It doesn't take 50% of the population to make everything happen. It takes 3 to 8% to make incredible change. So be one of those people that steps out on the dance floor, or be one of the people that supports the first people that step on the dance floor. I love you all. Stay well. I'm going to steal a line from Royston Potter because I really like it. Prep, pray, and stay out of the way. Good luck. The one thing that we can bank on with 100% certainty, what we know to be true, is that we have been lied to and deceived. We need to re-examine everything to fix and start over. We need to understand the importance of frequency and magnetic electricity. Now, many people are celebrating the arrests of people like Diddy or the news, mainstream media of celebrities and or the actions of Trump. But trusting the plan is what they always planned us to do. The reason Agenda 21 turned into Agenda 2030 is because they didn't know how to plan the reveal. And you need to realize the word apocalypse, which they're working towards generates from the Greek word apocalypto, the ancient Greek word apocalypto, which means the reveal. They use the religious texts as a playbook, and the playbook states right in there, nothing will remain hidden. Everything will become manifest. These are the end times. Time is circular, not linear. So we can celebrate these so-called victories, and we can trust in somebody else to be looking after this plan to save us. But you can't consider yourself truly awake. You're just in an inception-like dream. You're a dream within a dream, but you're more divided than ever. See, frequency, the word, is the most powerful thing. Frequencies and sound have been shown that they can actually surpass this universe or this universal reality of light, which we have been deceived and trapped within. We need to start looking in the mirror and taking actions ourselves. You need to start, instead of being online on social media, celebrating all of these wins and this echo chamber of praise and we knew before you did. Look, the information has always been there. We've just been too busy to look. And for those who say that they're awake and make fun of or create further division for those that aren't, these people are just too busy. Some people are just too busy to look, or some people don't want to look. They don't want to understand that everything that they have, their entire purpose of life, has been a lie. That's a hard thing to understand. That's a hard thing for people to take in and to accept. Like, there's actual sayings. It's easier to deceive somebody than to make them believe that they've been deceived. So if we're going to do this, we need to start at the beginning. And there's lots of places we could start. But let's use the religious text for a second. Now, whether you're religious or not doesn't matter. But there has been an ongoing movement with science and technology over the past 150 to 200 years to make us abandon God, to make us not believe. What are the two greatest commandments? To love God with all your heart and to love your neighbor as yourself. Now, why is that the most important? Is because we are a collective consciousness. We are not the hive mind of this globalist agenda, which they're also using as a deception. We are a collective consciousness, and whoever controls the collective consciousness controls this reality. That's why the propaganda and the media and the control of religion was so important. You have to understand the book of Enoch and why it was removed from biblical canon. It explains all about the fallen angels and the watchers. And then instead of just reading your own religious book, read the others. See, it all starts from one all-powerful God that you can't
hold any other gods above. And when you realize and you read the other texts, you realize where the omissions were used within these biblical texts, like the Christian Bible. Since most of this audience is going to be westernized, the Torah, the volumes of the Torah, is the Jewish religion. The Christian Bible is the Old Testament, which is basically a summary of the Torah. The volumes of the Torah, and then the New Testament, which is the scriptures of Jesus and his disciples. But amazingly, Jesus' scriptures were left out. Why would you leave out Jesus' own scriptures? And you can say maybe they weren't written, but now that we've discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library, we know that not to be true. So why would you leave out Jesus' own scriptures? Why would you leave out Mary Magdalene? Why would you leave out the Gospel of Thomas? See, religion has been used for centuries to control man. And as much as we believe that the religious texts are not altered, they've been translated, they have been changed. King James admitted it when he created the King James Bible, that he changed certain things to bring his kingdom together that was divided under Catholic and Protestant, Presbyterian, all these factions within the Christian religion. You need to understand where all of these stories began, with the fallen angels and Mount Hermon in the Bible, and that Noah was part of Enoch's family tree. You also need to understand that the woman before Eve was a person named Lilith, and she was created by God. But she refused to be subservient to Adam, and she escaped the Garden of Eden. And she was chased down by some angels or cherubs. And there's been lots of mythology about Lilith that's been kind of covered up. But only recently has this been re-exposed. It comes out in Lilith Fair concerts, the Has-Been Hotel, which is a cartoon animated series on, I think it's Prime or Amazon. You need to understand the Nephilim, and that the fallen angels took wives of the women of men. And they created these giants. This is from the book of Enoch. And these giants devoured everything. And man begged God to rid the earth of them. That was what the flood was supposedly for. But that's left out of the Bible. And then you read the book of Enoch and realize that Enoch warned the fallen angels that it was going to happen. Is there any possibility that any of these Nephilim or fallen angels survived? What about the story of the giant of Kandahar? What about the giant bones that have been discovered over the centuries? As I said to start this, the one thing we can prove is everything we have been told or taught has been lies. We don't know the truth for certain, but we know groups and bloodlines have hidden truth for their own benefit and power. Our media celebrates and sympathizes with Lucifer or Satan. Look at the shows that are now on TV. You have a TV series, Lucifer, that makes him out to be the hero. You read the Quran, and it tells of the story of Iblis. And Iblis was at the right hand of God. He was one of God's favorite angels. But he didn't start as an angel. He started as a jinn. And a jinn is what we know as genies. They're like devious, tricking angels. So the story of Iblis is that God created man, created Adam, and he brought all the cherubs and angels around and asked that they bow to Adam, that was given the gifts and created in God's image. And Iblis refused to bow. Now, it doesn't explain why Iblis refused to bow. Whether it was because he had so much glory to God that he refused to bow to somebody else, as the first commandment states, or the most important commandment states, is that you should hold no other God above him. So that's one. Or the other is that the jealousy angle, which seems to be more played out in most religious factions. See, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was not convincing us that he didn't exist, but tricking us with science and our mortality, using education and the fact that we have limited lifespans, so we can't properly pass along history. And he shows us that God doesn't exist. He convinces us to convince each other that God doesn't exist. And our egos believe that made in his image meant that God was a man like us living in the clouds, which is impossible. It's made a mockery of. We were never questioning our own reality and what we really were, which is a collective consciousness able to create our own reality. We became trapped in this false physical reality of light. Lucifer means the light bearer. Our true reality is frequency, magnetic, electro-controlled. This is why if you read the Bible, it says Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge. And afterwards they discovered they were naked and they were ashamed. Because only then were they trapped in this vision of light, this reality of light. Why is light supposed to be the fastest speed in this world, but frequency has scientifically passed it numerous times? So you need to understand this. Everything is there for you if you look. And I'm not saying I have all the answers. I don't want to share my name. I'm not looking for followers. I do want this message to get out. I am not controlled opposition. I was very deep into research. I'm not good at making videos. I'm not a social media person or video editor. But people need to start taking action themselves. You need to start coming together as community. Stop blaming each other for the actions of these sociopaths and psychopaths that have been promoted to the top of humanity to promote these nations and religions. The Watchers and the fallen angels are the keys to our current situation. You need to understand Mount Hermon and the significance of the Golan Heights. Trump awarded this Golan Heights to Israel. He has no right to do so. Pan's Cave is in the foot of Mount Hermon. And this is where the Pied Piper stories come from. It's where Jesus addressed the devil and pure evil. It's known through history for sacrifice of children on the altar just inside the cave. And it still has like bloodstains to this day. The stories of Baal, Moloch, Lilith, and then you can get into like Zeus, Beelzebub, Satan, Lucifer, the devil, all come together here. Then you have the Egyptian gods, which were from the pharaohs in Egypt. And Egypt holds a very important part of the Christian Bible, the Torah, and even the Quran. That whole area. But the significance of Mount Hermon and the Golan Heights and Pan's Cave is very important. The UN owns a base right at the peak. Why? And right at the peak is where Syria, Lebanon, Israel all come together. This is where ISIS and ISIL were trying to control through this region. Why was giving that Golan Heights region and recognizing Jerusalem so important? It's because the End Times Playbook is the religious text. And I want to stress, it doesn't matter if you believe in the religious text. All that matters is that they do. And unfortunately, we've given them the power to complete the mission. Like Pan's Cave and Mount Hermon are significant in biblical canon and the religious canon, but it's also in recent politics. Like, why do the UN, Israel, Syria, Lebanon, Trump, and other politicians want control here? If politicians, corporate CEOs, and banking leaders worship Satan, then they just obtained this the oldest house of Satan on earth. Why do we have tech and computer geeks buying farmland and residential real estate all throughout the world right now and driving up the price? Ask yourself why. It's really quite wild. Now, in this video, I have a lot of proofs, and in some of my other videos, I have a lot more. There's lots of things that you can use as proof, but it's not time for awakening anymore. That awakening time has to be on the back burner, and you need to start spending time on taking action and getting together with your community. Get together with a community, collectively buy freeze-dry machines so you can freeze-dry food that can last for 25 years. Work out contracts directly with farmers so you can have clean meat, grass-fed meat. Work on clean vegetables. Work contracts directly with your community and these farmers to collect this food now. Work on water filtration devices. If all of a sudden the power went down tomorrow, would you be able to have access to clean water? Money is not important. Air is important. Water is important. Food is important. And medicine is important. And then after that, we're going to need energy. As I said, we need to understand what we really are. That collective consciousness able to create our own reality. And we need to start loving our neighbor as if they were ourselves, because they are actually a part of us. You need to understand the Schumann resonances, the Solfeggio frequencies. Lots of people have given us hints to this. Tesla's told us about it. Einstein told us about it. Understand that your body has frequencies. Understand Rife frequency machines. Look into Royal Rife. Understand that Hollywood has a war on God, and understand why they do. Understand why it's even called Hollywood. Ancient magical priests and Celtics had magical wands. Those wands were made of a certain tree only. It was the holly tree. They use these spells and our own words against us. Words are very powerful. Frequencies, resonant frequencies, sound and vibration hold power beyond all measure. And the words that we use on a daily basis, like if you say to somebody, be blessed, you're actually saying be blessed. Words and magic were in the beginning one and the same thing. And even today, words retain much of their magical power. That was from Sigmund Freud. You need to understand. John 1:18 states, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Everything around us, that's what's being suppressed. The suppression of the Gnostics. There were certain factions right from the get-go that suppressed knowledge to keep people in check. The Nag Hammadi scriptures and other Gnostic texts, such as the Pistis Sophia, contained ideas that the rulers of the time certainly did not want spreading far and wide. The teachings included the existence of 3 distinct types of human soul groups: Hylics, Psychics, and Pneumatics. It's listed here. I'm not going to go in depth with it because the video is going to run long anyway. Gog and the Antichrist, the Nephilim, the Watchers, the Fallen Angels, Baal, Moloch, which is the huge owl that they have in Bohemian Grove. And amazingly, it's also the icon for Drake's clothing line. Like, we've all celebrated these arrests in the music industry, and we all know that there's some crazy stuff going on in there. It's all throughout Hollywood. The whole reason of eugenics is to prevent anybody else from gaining power. They've been inbreeding within their 13 bloodlines for so long that all they can do now is try to hold on. You need to understand all of these words. And some of the slides here give you some information. And if you look in my other videos, you're going to find that as well. There's lots of proofs out there. There's lots of books out there. Within this video, I give reference to books. Within my other videos, I give reference to books. I suggest that you read them. If the titles are included here, you should be reading the book. You should be looking into this. You need to understand, what if a Zionist group actually stole from the Israelites again, using the Balfour Declaration and Hitler? What if they funded the Holocaust to steal and create an anti-Semitic shield? That would be pretty appalling, right? Well, what if I have proof in this video that the actual Swiss numbered accounts that they used were intentionally set up right before Hitler, that Hitler was carefully chosen? What if I showed you that the Israelites were not the Jewish people that you think of today? The Jewish Zionists that you know today, most of them are Khazarians, which is a region in the north where they set up the wall of Yajuj and Majuj, Gog and Magog. It was a protection wall. It was protecting from these people. And the Silk Road where they used to murder and cannibalize travelers and steal their stuff until the Russian Tsar or king stopped them. The Khazarians is where the Ashkenazi Jews originate from. I'm not saying all Jewish people. The Israelite Jews have been victimized enough. They've had their religion stole. They have been cast out, demonized, enslaved, victimized for centuries. And the modern Zionist Jews are doing the exact same thing. Ashkenazis, isn't it funny that the last part of the word Ashkenazis actually spells Nazis? You need to understand where they came from. The Khazarians, the Templars, the Jesuits, and where they filtered into later on. The Illuminati, the Masons, the Order of the Rose Cross or Rose Croix. And they have control of everything, including the Pope. Right now we have our first Jewish Pope. But they've controlled the Vatican for far longer. See, the Roman Empire never died, and neither did the Nazi Empire. The Fourth Reich is the United States. And I'm not saying it about the people. I'm saying it about the politicians and the intelligence communities that came over in Operation Paperclip. It wasn't just scientists that came over. Again, if you're questioning me, I give you the proofs and the receipts in this video and my other videos. And there's also stories of the Anunnaki and the Dracos and the alien or Planet X history theories. I'm not going to sit here and debate either one. The Tatarian civilization, the Mayans. Because our history has been so corrupted, we can't prove any of it. We can tell that like gene splicing has been done at some point in time. And as I mentioned, there's in this slide right here, you have the giant of Kandahar. There's lots of stories of giants and bones that have been found. And when I'm talking about the giant of Kandahar, in 2002, an elite tactical team in Afghanistan was said to have been killed by the Kandahar giant. It was about 13 feet tall. And they sent in another team to save them. And the operation, it was during Operation Enduring Freedom. And they were in fierce battles, and they came upon this giant. And this has been covered up. When you have so many things that are classified by your government in a country or nation where the government is supposed to be of the people, for the people, by the people, and yet you have an elite group of that government classifying and hiding secrets from the general public for national security, that's ridiculous. You no longer live in a democracy. You live in a dictatorship, and you just don't realize it. You live in corruption. When everything is hidden from you and they do not share with the general public that they represent, well, that's corruption. You need to understand all of the original history that we have and that we can actually prove with like Babylon and the pagan rituals that we now celebrate today, supposedly as Christian religions. You need to understand Moloch and Baal. See, these things we actually have scriptures on and we can study. The other things are speculative. There's the odd thing here and there. There's people's opinions. There's some evidence, but it's basically circumstantial. But giant skeletons are real. The Kandahar giants reports seem real. Where did these all come from? were the giants of the Nephilim in the book of Enoch. They could have survived the flood because they were warned about it. It's in the book of Enoch. Are there more hiding amongst us in Antarctica or within the mountains and fields or underground? Understanding the religious books have all been changed or selectively chosen and translated by men for power. Constantine did the exact same thing that King James did. He united his kingdom or his empire under Christianity because of his mother. All of the religious books were chosen by the councils of Nicaea, the councils of Rome, and Constantinople, but all overseen by him. You need to understand demonology, which was also part of King James. He wrote a book on it. Then you need to understand that most of the New Testament is attributed to the Apostle Paul, who was Roman. Him and Emperor Constantine are two very important figures to Christianity. What were the motivations of both? You need to understand Paul constantly fought and disrespected James, who was supposedly Jesus's brother. He was a Roman who never followed nor met Jesus, but he has such an influence on the Bible. He ignored James when he was told only to teach to Gentiles. He was the one that claimed that he had seen Jesus after his resurrection. And he was the one that preached this divine virgin birth. Anyway, Constantine had split with the empire. He had a split empire. And he and his mother believed that Christianity could fix it. Both men had motivations to protect Rome in their actions. And amazingly, the Vatican is placed in Rome. Paul has been constantly labeled as the great deceiver or the fraud, the liar. I want to state here that I was never religious growing up. I always believed in God and I always had a moral and ethical compass. But I never believed in God. And we'll get into that a little bit later on why I might have started to change my views. It had to do with some dreams and some experiences. And it came with when everything opened up in 2017, when people started sharing knowledge and facts after the Q thing started. See, I believe that was a great deception to make us sit on our hands. But one of the things it did do is it created a lot of manic researchers to start coming together and sharing knowledge. It put a lot of people on puzzles and questions, and we all started sharing facts. It brought people out of the shadows a little bit, and it was a very important time. And a lot of you, that's where you woke up. And the fact that you listened to people or found some facts at that point in time doesn't make us any smarter than anybody else. The fact that you've been looking at this for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You're still reading other people's facts. Unless you're out hounding down everything and you've come up with the total answer and truth to our reality and without any shadow of a doubt, well, then you're the same as everybody else. We need to stop trying to compete with each other. We need to stop blaming each other and the division, because we are each other. I know it sounds a little bit crazy. I know it sounds a little bit far-fetched. And this is where they're going with the hive mind, because they're trying to prevent people. This is why they preach the hive mind of social justice, is because they don't want people to come together. It's always keeping that fear closely intertwined so they can always pull it out. It's like somebody that's spitting facts and they get one thing wrong and then they say that everything that they said is a fraud. It's not true. But these are the tactics that are used for the division and the conquering. And the Vatican and the Pope became the most powerful institutions in the world for hundreds of years. But during that time, Jesus has always constantly come under question because of the historical proofs that don't line up. And this is because of the way that the Bible was written. We need to understand, are we looking in the correct places in history? You have to understand that Pilate, who was the Roman emissary at the time, would not crucify a Jew for Jewish blasphemy. Crucifixion was a punishment for insurrection, like the Bar Kokhba rebellion, or Bar Kokhba rebellion. Historical dates might have been changed to match Josephus and Paul's accounts of history. This is why I say Paul is a very important part. There was Herodian Jews at that point in time, and they were backed by the Roman Empire. They were controlled. That's why they went to Pilate to begin with. They could never go after Jesus himself. They would have to get Pilate and his Romans to do it. And that's what the rabbis of the Herodian Jews did. Roman control was always the underlying mandate that's quietly upheld. Jewish groups wanted David's line, not a Samaritan, to be the Messiah or Mashiach. And you need to look into this if you're going to understand exactly what I'm saying. Now, I give some information here, but I mean a deep dive. I would ask you to look into Royston Potter or who else off the top of my head? I'll get back to it later. But Royston Potter is a good place to start, and he'll point you in a lot of different directions, because I'm kind of drawing a blank right now, and I don't want to dwell on one slide for too long. The Nag Hammadi Library and the Dead Sea Scrolls. You need to see where all these omitted texts and teachings came from. And like I said, why would you leave out key things like Jesus' own scriptures? Mary Magdalene, who was closest, Thomas, who was said to have been one of the disciples that understood Jesus' teachings the best. Why were these Gnostic Gospels rejected? The Book of Enoch is another one. You need to understand the words in the Bible point you in the right direction, as do all the other religious texts. Split a piece of wood and I am there. Lift up a stone and you will find me. God is everywhere, not just in a building or a church. The church is the community. It's us, the collective consciousness. And everything around us, the energy and the frequency and the magnetic attraction, is part of God. This is the secrets that they keep from you, from all of us. Now, if you want to look into understanding the deception, a good place to start is with the Knights Templar. Like Dan Brown created the Da Vinci Code, which touched on this and Hollywoodized the story. The Knights Templar was founded in 1118. And they were hunted on Friday the 13th. They were all hunted down collectively on one day, Friday, October the 13th, 1307. But during that period, those couple hundred years, they had immense control over Europe. And the reason they had immense control over Europe is because they found artifacts under the Temple Mount in Jerusalem while they were staying there during the Crusades. And whatever they found underneath there seemed to keep the Vatican and kings at bay for quite a while, for those 200 years. And they had extremely high stature. They were the banking system of that period. They loaned money to monarchs. They funded wars, both sides of wars, like the Zionists, the Khazarians, the world central banks do now and did afterwards. So even though at that time there were rumors of them having like occult and satanic rituals where they drank from skulls and had orgies, they still were able to hold the power and the banking system in Europe for like 150 to 200 years. Pretty amazing. And what's even more amazing is that they were collectively rounded up on one day. Now you have to remember, in 1307, we've been told that there was no electronic communication devices. Imagine the planning that would take place to arrest Templar Knights all across Europe on the exact same day, to raid all of these castles and properties that they held. And as stated in Dan Brown's book, they may have escaped without these artifacts being found. So if these artifacts were all throughout Europe, how long did they sit there? And the question we need to have is, did the people in control try to round up those artifacts later on? And what were the artifacts? Now, Dan Brown may throw us off the scent. They talk about the Shroud of Turin. They talk about the bloodlines. They talk about the chalice, the Ark of the Covenant. They talk about all the Holy Grail. But what if it was the teachings of the fallen angels and the women of men? See, the fallen angels were said to have taught men about mining metals and how to create weapons and swords, how to deal with herbs and plants, and how to create potions and medicine. Another place to start is the Jesuits. The Jesuits have been around for hundreds of years as well. They weren't annihilated like the Templar Knights. And amazingly, they have connections to the Nazis, to banking, to governments. If you don't know, they're at almost every U.S. inauguration. There's now a Jesuit Pope. They have Jesuits within the Vatican and have for centuries. Their connections to the Masons, the Zionists. Hidden knowledge for power is how they've stayed in power. And their power is infinite. And then you have the Order of the Rose Cross, or the Rosicrucians, That arose in the early 17th century. But it may even date back to the 1300s or even ancient Egypt. And just so you're aware, Trudeau from Canada is a member, as was his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Pretty sure Macron is as well. Then you have the Illuminati that we all quote today. I mean, everybody's Illuminati nowadays. Jay-Z, P. Diddy, the Enlightened Ones, founded by Adam Weishaupt in Bavaria in 1776. A date that shows up on the dollar bill in Roman numerology. It was made famous by Dan Brown in that Da Vinci Code book and movie. See, the funny thing is the people that they claim to be Illuminati, this alumni seems to be more like cannon fodder now. The current group that's initiated or that they celebrate openly is most likely just cannon fodder for the media and the plan that they have. They're the fall guys for the real power holders. Diddy, Jay-Z, they're bad, but they're nothing compared to the people that are above them, like Clive Davis, Mottola, Iveen. These are all places that you can start to look. But as I said, don't make this the primary focus, because right now we should be looking at action, getting together with community members, start watching your words, start manifesting your own reality collectively with your community groups, and start making sure that you're looked after. And then, of course, you have the Masons and Freemasons, and these guys are all over the movies. What was that? National Treasure. And of course the Dan Brown books and so many others. This is thought to originate from ancient Egypt and the stonemasons. They had secret trade secrets that they used. And this eventually morphed into secret society that used all of these secret codes that they have to keep the secrets of other organizations like the Templars, who supposedly infiltrated them after 1307. When they escaped anybody that escaped prosecution were said to have gone to the lodges in Britain and Scotland, and they escaped to Spain and Portugal. And the Rosicrucians and the Illuminati are said to have connections to the Mason lodges as well. The U.S. founding fathers and signers were mostly Masons, and Washington is said to be crafted by actual Masons. And if you look at the overhead view of Washington, you can see it's actually laid out as a pentagram. You can see where the White House is. Like, we've all shared this stuff online. We spend way too much time on dissecting. It's kind of like medicine, where we're fixing the symptoms, but we're not doing anything to cure the disease. And curing the disease is coming together, not pointing out our differences. And they're very good at pointing out our differences. And we've been manipulated and programmed for the past 70, 80 years by television and movies to not trust your neighbor and to blame each other. Even the whole left and right is a big facade on who you represent. Anyway, Masons crafted the USA. You can see an owl in Washington from an overhead view. There's an actual owl. You can see the pentagram in Washington. And here's proofs in this video and my other videos of famous Masons throughout history. And there's some very influential people on the United States and all throughout Europe. Occult means hidden knowledge. And if you're going to look into occult, I would highly suggest Mark Passio or Bill Schnoebel. These are ex-satanic priests who know a lot more about occult meanings and knowledge than I do. And occult basically just means hidden knowledge. And what these people hide from us is natural and universal law. And Mark Passio or Bill Schnoebel, I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, is the perfect way to start. And you can look into Jordan Maxwell, William Bill Cooper. There's lots of names you can look into. In some of my previous videos, I think I give a list. These groups hid the truths and kept them for their own benefits. They secretly work together while they publicly cause divide and steal our wealth, lives, and energy. It's like a big monopoly game to them. And we're just sheep. They have no respect for human life because they don't think of us as being equal to them. That we're like ants. What do they say in that movie? Ant meat boot. Things that they hide from us is the deception. They use fear and crisis. The Hegelian dialectic. Create a crisis, offer a solution, and make the people beg for them to intervene and seize more power and control while eliminating your freedoms and rights. Then they hide things like scientific things, like the ether. They feed us with poisons, surround us with them, spray the air with them. These occultists are evil, and they openly mock us in movies and television. They share the truth with us. They have satanic rituals in houses where they have police or military outside guarding them, and they joke that they're guard dogs. If you don't believe me, look into some of those videos from Mark Passio or Bill Schnoebel or any of the other people. They'll tell you the exact, anybody who's attended them can tell you. And there are people that have flipped. The media has just hidden them from you. There's lots of truth out there if you look and you know where to look. Occultists keep the truth from us about what the physical world really is. And as I mentioned before, and I repeat it, when Adam and Eve ate fruit from the tree of knowledge, doesn't say it was an apple, just said they ate the fruit from the tree of knowledge. They became trapped in this physical reality of light, trapped to be tested by Iblis, Lucifer. And in that story in the Quran, Iblis asks God for permission to prove that man is not worthy. And if he can prove it, then he gets to sit back at the right side of man. So as much as he was punished for not bowing and not listening, he's still able to wage this test on man. It's not in our Bible. It's not in the Torah, but it's there. And there's other myths throughout the ages where that story is shared. So it's not just the Quran. Iblis is testing the worthiness of the gift bestowed upon us by God. And the occultist men and women that help Satan are bestowed gifts for compromising their souls. Although Satan tells them differently, he deceives them by saying if they abide by natural law, they will be able to enjoy eternity. This is why they tell us their plans, because they're abiding by natural law, thinking that they're going to be saved along with Iblis, but he's just deceiving them as well. This is why they want us to beg for their solutions from their own crisis. That's why they tell us their plans. Some actually figure out that they're damned and try to be reborn Christians or find God. Some are killed off for doing so or speaking out. You need to understand all of this. Look into the people that actually were part of it. Like Aleister Crowley was self-proclaimed the most evil man on earth, or the most wicked man on earth. You know how many people in Hollywood celebrate Aleister Crowley? Ozzy Osbourne has a song about it. Jimmy Page bought his house. There was a FBI chief exposed MK Ultra programs and that child trafficking and sex trafficking with high-level people going all the way to Washington. And again, everything gets covered up. It's really quite ridiculous. And there's proof of that here as well. Now, as I said, understanding natural law, universal law, God's law. Natural, and as I said, not an expert. Look into Mark Passio or any of the other people that I've stated. Natural or universal law is the commandments, with the two biggest of them being highlighted. You must love God and love your fellow man as yourself or family. This is the collective consciousness. It's right there for you. As every man is collectively one man and every woman is collectively one woman, unless by marriage she's made a man. Again, you have to look into that to understand what it means. I can't deep dive into all of it, but I can give you the framework to work off of so you have a basic understanding. This is how when people used to go into temple, they used to tie themselves to their wives. Original rabbis, see, I wrote it here. Original rabbis tied themselves to their wives before entering the holy chamber. Jesus talks about making Mary a man in the Bible. Natural law is controlling your own actions and not infringing on anyone else. So as much as we're all connected, you don't hurt anybody else's freedom of choice or their own freedoms. Following orders or any excuse besides defending yourself and your family does not free you from damnation in natural law. So if you're following immoral or unethical orders by a higher ranking officer, you're the one that's damned in the eyes of God. Using government policy, laws, or wars to damn us is what they do. Because Iblis or Satan or Lucifer or whatever you want to call him wants to prove that we're unworthy of God's gifts. You have to know the game plan. And I know this is very religious backed, or seems very religious backed. Just so you know, as I repeated earlier, I was not religious growing up. I wasn't somebody that went to church on a regular basis. I didn't read the Bible until I had events that happened. I had a dream where I saw cities burning. I saw Mount Hermon. I saw a massive war. I saw a black orb, it was almost like a glowing black orb, repeatedly in my dreams for weeks. And in that black orb, it was like it was illuminated. It wasn't light, like, but you could tell that there was like a light in the black. Like, it's hard to explain. And within there was like purple, blue, and green gases that were kind of like one of those balls that children have where you touch the outside and charges go through it. But it wasn't an actual like lightning charge. It was more like a mist charge, like flowing through it. And some say that those are angelic entities over top of the, like, surrounding the orb. And there are the colors that back it up. Afterwards, I started looking into it after I had these dreams. And what's amazing is, over time, I found other people that had the exact same dreams. And then I found other people that had different dreams. And then I found several people that had those same different dreams. There's basically about 5 or 6 different dreams that people collectively shared throughout the world. I had a guy from New Zealand that shared my dream. I had a guy from the United States that shared my dream. I had a guy from Canada that shared the dream. Where else? I think it was the Middle East. I'm not really good but anyway, or like southern Russia. They all shared the same dream. There's a lake of fire dream where people are lining up to jump in the lake or river of fire, and people warning them, like screaming to the people not to do it, and people not listening. There's others where the cities are burning and people are going around trying to save, which is similar to what I had. But I mean, if I told you that when we checked these dreams against other people and we omitted certain facts or changed certain facts, they said, no, mine was like this. And it was in direct line. Like, when we intentionally lied to double check it, or deceived or left something out, the other people filled it in. It was a really crazy time. I know that sounds really unbelievable, but only today can we start believing stuff that we've thought crazy previously. If I told you that I warned people in 2015 that we were going to be locked down in martial law types conditions, people thought I was nuts. I didn't name COVID or anything at that point in time, but I knew that we were going to be locked down in some martial law type event. How could that happen? Others knew it too. It's not just me. I'm not claiming divinity, or I'm a prophet, or that this is my knowledge. I'm just saying my path had led me to the information that I was seeing at that time led me to that. Same as the financial crisis, 2007, 2008. Pinpointed that down to like a month or two. Just by checking things like retail spending. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent. Because our history, our purpose, and our true being is hidden from us. They've planned for centuries. And unfortunately, we don't have the time to counter it slowly. We need to act wisely, prudently, and quickly. And this is one of the few slides that I'm actually going to read outright. We can speculate or feel the truth, but proof is hard to come by. We know we have been deceived, and we are learning more daily. We can take actions to elevate our consciousness to higher levels by changing our frequency and energy to more positive levels. But the fight for time to achieve this requires us to stop the physical destruction that this dimension of light is threatening. We must start taking actions to work together to bond here and fight together. Not just online or social media, but in this physical realm. We need to start making your ideology known to your community. And if you don't want to come out right and be vocal, start wearing identification markers that only awake people realize. You can wear something like an upside down flag, get it printed on some t-shirts or embroidered on some shirts or hat. You can get the Tetragrammaton, which is the religious name of God, or a wide-eyed logo. Part of the reason the truckers in Canada and the USA, or the farmers in the Netherlands and the yellow vests in France scared the government into illegal actions is because, and they violated people's rights and freedoms. They did it because it made them realize that people were waking up and realizing that they weren't alone. See, the mainstream media and government made everybody think that you were an outsider if you thought differently. And when people lined the highways in support, when people donated millions of dollars, people were starting to realize that, hey, you know what? We're the silent majority, not the silent minority. The median narrative of the media narrative of woke social justice and entitled or fake LGBTQ2 whatever groups were not what the majority wanted or agreed with. It's been jammed down your throat within the past 5 or 6 years. And before we realized our power, they wanted to shut us down. They don't want us to have these physical gatherings of positive energy. They don't want change. And now you have to ask yourself, can you trust online voices or celebrities? And I'm not talking about like Hollywood celebrities. I'm talking about the celebrities that came with the truther movement. There's all this fear porn that's out there. Like people right now are out there saying, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. We're basically promoting fear porn. And fear porn is how they control us with crisis. And this is why working together, meeting with your community, start taking action. You can still educate yourself. You can still share knowledge. But you need to do more in actual change. You need to make sure, like, one of the things they can't do is you know that other working class people, your neighbors and community, are not controlled opposition, or there's a very strong chance they're not. But people that are online, that are being promoted, that aren't being censored, well, you need to start to question that. Get together with neighbors, collectively buy the freeze-dry machines that I spoke about, contact farmers directly, purchase clean food, freeze-dry it, learn to filter water, pool together resources, medicine, work on escape plans or protection plans for your neighborhood. They're counting on us to fight with each other. Like the Obama movie that they put out with Leave the World Behind or Civil War. They're banking on this. And the fact that Obama consulted on Leave the World Behind, it means the government's actually done strategic studies on this. So they're not just doing psychological and mind control studies and studies of trauma-based stuff. They're doing studies on how they think we'll react to certain scenarios. And they're banking on this. They think that their propaganda will make us turn on each other. And this is where the education thing should be focused on, not turning on each other. Start actually going with, I know for years you've learned not to trust society, but this is one where we need to start trusting each other, and our natural reaction to help each other. When the blackout happened in 2002 or 2003, people had community barbecues. Anytime there's a major horrific event, people come and help each other. That's our natural instinct. These sociopaths and psychopaths don't think like that. We all want to help each other. We all want to claim we're smart and our egos and stuff, but we need to set aside our egos and just focus on the other part of helping each other. We need to get like toxic free water. Get rid of the fluoride, the chlorine. I'm not sure if hydrogen water works or Kangen water or whatever. But if you know more about that, do that. Grab medical supplies. Hey, you're going to need some protection stuff because there is going to be crazy people and sociopaths and psychopaths running around. Have some firearms, have some weapons around so you guys can collectively defend yourself, and actually have a communication plan if the phones go down. Have books. You need to have books. You need to have like physically drawn maps. Most people don't have physical maps anymore because we're all reliant on our GPS. If the power all went down tomorrow, could you still live? Could you still bake on your own? Could you still work on your own? Could you work with just the gas from your fireplace? Do you have the propane tanks or natural gas to do that? We can protect all this. Start working with other communities. Once you have your community set up, start working with other communities to work out security plans for passing information. Because we might know everybody within our community or most of the people within our community, but once it gets to the point where you're trading with others, well, that then becomes the point of infiltration. And if they find out that that's what we're doing, then they're going to have that planned. So you want to make sure that you have safe words set up, that you have a system in place to protect that. People are relying on you. Same thing with getting equipment. You can get vehicles that are older. You can protect from an EMP, put the distributor cap and the battery away and the wires. You can put that in a Faraday cage. And everybody can rely on that one truck or one van or one recreational vehicle. You guys can easily share the cost as a community. You can share the cost of a freeze-dry machine. You can share the cost of fuel and energy and medicine. Everybody, the burden's not on individual families. Collect gold, silver, gas, all of this stuff. Store it safely. And have manual maps and manuals and teaching guides and how to build things. Have survival guides. Have photographs of what plants are good and what plants are not for foraging. And then each person has a job on what they're carrying. Everybody in the community has experience and knowledge. Make sure that you're properly utilizing each person. One of the people, I think it was Ray Potter, that says it: prep, pray, and stay out of the way. Don't get caught trusting a plan that isn't yours. You can hope that Trump and Q are working with 5D chess and a plan to help you and your family and your friends and your neighbors, but don't rely on it. Hope for it, that's fine, but don't rely on it. You look at Trump, and I touch on this more later in the video, but you look at Trump, his relationship with Kushner. You look at his bankruptcy in the early 90s. Rothschild and Rockefeller, Morgan, these people wrote off more than half of his debt. The government forgave him for the taxes for 9 or 18 years. And then on top of that, Russian oligarchs gave him, even though he was maxed in credit and writing off debt left, right, and center, Russian oligarchs loaned him money. So you still think he's for the little guy? You know how many small businesses that guy corrupted or ran into the ground? In Atlantic City alone, in that bankruptcy, he left all of his workers holding the bag. And most of his developments, I mean, he's dumped so many small and medium-sized companies without paying them. partial way through the project. I'm really hoping that it's otherwise. I'm not controlled opposition. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm not telling you to be against them. What I am trying to tell you is to be careful. You can trust the person that goes to work every day that you see leaving the house every day, because that person is in the same shoes as you. But if you're trusting a billionaire whose daughter dated a Rothschild right before she married Kushner, they had family dinners. They've been in the same circles. They've written off each other's debt. They've done business deals together and everything else. But now, all of a sudden, we're led to believe that he's against them. And on top of that, you need to realize that they don't let you become a billionaire in their system. Same thing with Elon Musk, in all honesty. Elon Musk, his name is Elon. The name for God is Elyon. There's only a Y missing. A Y. Think about that. And I say words mean something. Phonics mean something. The Y to God, the deception, the close deception. I don't want to sound like a quack, but I want people to start realizing that doing what we're doing online is not helping. Spreading all of this information online helps each other learn, but it's basically spreading fear porn to those that aren't awake enough. And not doing any action in your community and having a plan is only setting your family up for disaster. As I mentioned, apocalypse comes from the ancient Greek apocalypto, meaning literally disclosure of knowledge, a lifting of a veil or revelation. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, all the stuff that's going on, they're basically playing out the religious texts verbatim, even to the shooting of Trump, to the announcement of Jerusalem, the Golan Heights. We need to understand this. If this was all a big sting operation that they had, is the collateral damage from the vaccines allowed? Like, that's ongoing. That doesn't fix. There is no full-scale detox. So I understand that, like, if they let certain things happen to rope people in, but are you going to let everybody get poisoned for a sting operation? We need to realize that they bought into the Q movement, and they used it as a political tool. And you don't want to be buying it hook, line, and sinker. You can buy, you can believe. John Trump, Donald J. Trump, Donald John Trump. His uncle, John Trump, was the one that went through Tesla's files. You need to have questions about this. The occultist controllers always planned the reveal. It was needed for the endgame. For those of you who are awakened by QAnon or the Trump presidency, I want to ask you, what did the movement do? Did it cause division amongst family and friends? Do you still get along with your family and friends? Did we see any arrests of significance by the self-described white hats? Any. We saw Epstein arrested, but then he was killed. And who's Bill Barr, by the way? He was George H.W. Bush's attorney general. Why would somebody cleaning the swamp take him? There's also rumors that he was Clinton's fixer. Was Trump constantly portrayed as the victim? Do you have any evidence of Gitmo incarcerations? Any photographs or anything else? There's speculation. People are saying, oh, I have information, I've heard, but have you seen it with your own eyes? How did Flynn not see all of this coming? He's been in intelligence his whole life. And why would he make those mistakes? How many CIA agents or assets did Trump hire in his cabinet? Bill Barr is an ex-CIA. So is Pompeo. Why would he hire people that he's at war with? Aren't the CIA and the intelligence agencies the enemy that George H.W. Bush ushered into the White House? And they've controlled every president since. The intelligence communities and the bankers are fighting for control of the enslaved population. And all of these groups are working with eugenics to decrease the population. Did the information stop people who are already angry from standing up by trusting the plan? So the U.S., Canada, Britain, but the U.S. especially, is an armed society. And we have a lot of ex-military, ex-special forces operators. If those people were willing to stand up, and the militias, were those people at the verge of standing up at some point in time? And did trusting the plan make everybody stand down? You became a keyboard or digital warrior, but you didn't take any physical action. Nothing to change their physical reality, which is where this battle's taking place. Did you constantly look foolish to your family and friends, despite being right on all of these things happening? Where's the public proof? Why did the dates never happen? Why would they push a release of acts that caused harm or death if it was just a sting operation? The entire vax population it seems to be acceptable collateral damage. Did Biden, Trudeau, Macron, and others cripple the world and their national economies? Yep. The whole shutdown crippled the world, threw us into this tailspin to change the entire fractional reserve banking system, the world central banking system. If the QAnon movement was a LARP or fake, why did Trump endorse it? Why did he play along? And if it wasn't, why didn't any of the things come true? When does the Q clock actually match anything good or positive? It doesn't. Did it allow them to enact their plans in the open because we were brainwashed into believing it would stop? Did Trump getting shot win him sympathy and the election? If you were on the fence about him, after he got shot, did you believe that they were actually trying to take him out? Did it look staged? You got to remember, there were people in the audience that didn't move. They were spotting things. Was somebody with an actual laser to make sure that the targeting was perfect? What did his ear look like before it was shot? Did it look like it was plastic? Was Trump really an outsider? If the media subliminally pushed him for 30 years to run for president, all the celebrities he was on every talk show host, why did they turn on him after 30 years of support? Does Trump know kayfabe, which is what they use in wrestling, to fake who a good guy and a bad guy is? Could you really become a billionaire without the support from the bankers and the controllers? Could you fight your way out of bankruptcy? Did the Rothschild and Rockefellers bail out Trump after the divorce? Yeah, they allowed him to pay back his debt at 50 or 40 something cents on the dollar. And then the Russian oligarchs gave him really questionable loans. Did Ivanka date a Rothschild before Kushner? Speaking of Kushner, why does nobody question his support and close friendship with Netanyahu? his purchase of 666 Fifth Avenue? Why does nobody question his support and close friendship? Does anyone think John Trump going through Tesla's files was actually bad and not good? These are all just questions. You must have some. Does this all add up? Is online sharing all that's required to reverse 60 to 200 years of neglect? I highly doubt it. How much do you know about the House of Rothschild? Do you know how they came to power? They used the information of the Battle of Waterloo to gain control over the Bank of England. But the 5 banking houses all throughout Europe did same underhand control over stock markets and banks. They basically funded both sides of every war and monarchs. So basically, everybody became indebted to them. Rothschilds poked the king in the chest. The King of England has been poked in the chest by a Rothschild. Same thing with government presidents and prime ministers. They can say or do whatever they want. And what is Rothschild really their name? It's not. It's Red Shield, the Roman eagle on a red shield, which used to be outside their father's shop. That's what they're called. Look into their history and where their bloodline comes from originally. And remember what I told you about the Khazarians and the Ashkenazi Jews. Masons crafted the USA, as I said, and you can see it in the patterns of Washington. The Rothschilds constantly show up in history after their banking controls. Andrew Jackson was like a true hero of the United States. He recognized the plan of control from the world central bankers. And unfortunately, Lincoln's Civil War borrowed money to fund the Civil War. And he had a plan to get out of it, but they assassinated him before he could implement his national currency and remove the corporation that held control of the U.S. This allowed Rothschild bankers into the U.S. again. But what they don't realize is that the French and English Masons and monarchs at that time planned on invading the U.S. during the Civil War. And the Tsar of Russia loaned his navies, all his ships to protect both coasts. This really pissed off the world central bankers and the Masons and the secret societies that planned on this invasion. There was like a window of opportunity after all of this because other people saw this plan that was undertaking where the world central bankers were trying to get a foothold in the U.S. And these people became the robber barons. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Leland, Morgan, Gould. Who else was there? I'm missing some. There's quite a few. But Andrew Jackson fought tooth and nail to keep them out. Teddy Roosevelt played a good game, but I mean, he basically played right into it. Here's the robber barons here. This is all of them. Bankers tested the USA for 90 years. There were panics in every decade. Some decades had multiple tests. The American Civil War was engineered by the Rothschild banking elite. They used the divide and conquer strategy to take America back by creating a conflict between the North and the South. The North was the British colony, which was annexed to Canada. They think of everything as the Americas. They don't think of Canada and the U.S. And the South was going to be a French colony. This is what I'm talking about the invasion. This is what they planned. It's pretty. Abraham Lincoln opposed the destruction of America. He tried to issue the greenback, and he fended off the attacks with the Russian Navy. But then, amazingly, he was shot by John Wilkes Booth, who happened to be a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. Secret Society guy. Proven, by the way. So, in 1905, their banking checks finally took place. And as I mentioned, Britain and France planned on taking advantage of the U.S. Civil War. Tsar Romanov, I think it was Alexander at that time, foiled the invasion plots by loaning the navy to protect both coasts. The Roman monarchy made some very powerful enemies by doing so. The world central bankers, the Rothschilds, and even the robber barons and the secret societies of Britain and France. What happened to them? The large faction of powerful enemies the Russian Tsar made with helping the USA during the Civil War already had issue with the Russian monarchy. When the Russian monarchs, the forefathers, forced the conversion to Judaism by the Khazarians, and then eventually, remember how I was talking about the Silk Road earlier in the video, where travelers used to go and they used to be killed, robbed, eaten. The king basically said they needed to find religion. They couldn't worship and sacrifice for Baal and Moloch anymore. So then they picked one of the three religions. They picked Judaism. And they converted under duress from the Russian Tsar. And then eventually they still kept doing what they wanted to do. So then he eventually forced their exile, which is like through the Donbass region and Ukraine and down through the southern parts of the old USSR. They were forced out and they spread throughout Europe. This is the Gog and Magog story. This is where all of that ends up. Like this is all recorded and you can see it. As I said, there's not many things you can prove, but when you actually can prove it and it actually lines up, it's pretty amazing. And the fact that this actually lines up is unbelievable. And of course, Lincoln was killed. And I mean, they made Andrew Jackson out to be one of the worst presidents of all time. The U.S. Civil War had 655,000 casualties. And they had massive losses in farmland, industry, and the economy. They indebted the USA after Jackson removed the world central bankers. And this, after they took out Lincoln and his plan to recover, it left us in a very dire spot. And the mid to late 1800s saw the chess pieces moved into place for control of the world. The Marxist agenda was put in place. Anybody that was exiled was educated in Marxism and sent back to Russia because they were really pissed off that the Russian Tsar helped foil their plan. They created the mafia. And the banking systems in USA, England, Germany, Italy, and Europe were all taken over totally by the Rothschilds. The protocols of the elders of Zion. People say this is a hoax. But what do you know? Basel, Switzerland is the home of the central bankers and the banking supervisory authorities from around the world. It houses the Bank for International Settlements. You guys should really look into that place because They're the central bank. It's a central bank for central bankers. It has like a bunker underneath the Swiss Alps, which is almost 40 stories below the ground. And the employees are said to enjoy world sovereignty passports, meaning they're free. If you work there, you are a free man. You are not controlled or owned by a birth certificate system. They're not subject to national laws or the slavery debt of the birth certificate system. And as I said, they tested the banking system in the US for decades. And then finally, in 1907, while Teddy Roosevelt, who was J.P. Morgan's adversary, was away on vacation, Morgan and the other banks created some rumors and instability for a bank called the Knickerbocker Trust. And this was a bank by Charles Barney. The Trust Company of America was also a supporting one. So what they did is they questioned the stability of Knickerbocker Trust. And when people started doing this, they refused to back them when people started running on the bank for to check on their money. The other banks refused to loan Knickerbocker any type of currency or legal tender printed cash or valuables to back anything, which created more fear and panic. And Teddy Roosevelt, as I said, before cell phones and electronic communications, amazingly, 1307, they were able to round up the Templars, but they couldn't get a hold of Teddy Roosevelt because he was away on a hunting trip. And so he was out of communications, amazingly. So what ended up happening is this massive panic and run on the banks in New York happened. And Morgan and all his friends sat on their hands until the very last minute when they stepped in and decided to bail them out after this panic was widespread and well known. They jumped in. Now, publicly, in the mainstream media, Morgan and his buddies were touted as heroes. Rockefeller and Morgan all seemed like heroes because they came in and bailed it out. And when Teddy Roosevelt returned from his hunting trip, they basically said, we have this thing fixed. You just need to sign off on this, sir. And for many of you that don't realize, the robber barons were called the robber barons for their abuse of employees and their business practices in creating these monopolies. And Teddy Roosevelt was president that prided himself on monopoly busting. I think it was called the Sherman Act. And what did Teddy Roosevelt have to do for this help from Morgan and Rockefeller? Well, he had to promise to subvert the Sherman Act for them. And this was the only way they could possibly band together and create a financial force for this. So they created a crisis themselves. They bailed themselves out with their planned response. And not only did they play the poker hand properly to get them to bail on their other challenges, then shortly thereafter, they had a meeting at Jekyll Island where they came up with the idea of a world central bank, which was called the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve became their solution. And this was a home run, or a grand slam home run, which was just amazing for these bankers. So they played the American people and the government, which wasn't fully corrupt at the time, like a well-played symphony. Each act getting greedier and greedier until the climax where they take over the entire U.S. banking system. Now, you need to realize from 1875 to 1905, they were setting up the chessboard. And once they owned the banks and the industry, they were able to do this. You need to understand Presidents Garfield and McKinley were shot. Why were they shot? Did they stand against us? Previous slides showed that many things happened in the 30 years up to it. What people don't realize, it wasn't that long ago. Billy the Kid was supposedly shot by Pat Garrett. The gunfight at the Old Croy Corral happened during this time. Jesse James and the Cowboys, all of that old Western stuff happened. Charles Darwin's time was during this time. Huckleberry Finn and Mark Twain. All of this, the Statue of Liberty was shipped and erected in New York Harbor. Ulysses S. Grant died. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle published Sherlock Holmes. Jack the Ripper was still active in 1888. Vincent van Gogh was around. Yosemite became a national park. The Lizzie Borden murder trial. Thomas Edison created the first motion picture studio. The Nobel Prize was created. And the Klondike Gold Rush happened. All of this seems like it was a long, long time ago. But it was in this period. And what I meant by the chessboard being set up is the mafia made its way to New York and then first New Orleans, quietly in partnerships with Albert Pike, the KKK, Freemasonry. You need to understand Mazzini's Italian movement isn't that old. And Mazzini and Albert Pike were great friends. Marxism was pushed, and it really grew in New York amongst displaced Russians, especially displaced Russian Jews and Russian revolutionists. So these Russian revolutionists that became the Bolsheviks were being trained in New York and by intelligence agencies of the United States, England, France, Germany. Tammany Hall corruption case in New York also took place. The ring stole estimately $200 million of taxpayers' money, which would be equivalent to over $5 billion today. Everything wasn't so corrupt yet, but it was being installed. And the robber barons locked down monopolies in all areas of resources, industry, and the stock market, as well as venturing into the banking industry and partnerships with the world's central banks. And as I said, I've listed the robber barons. So after the Knickerbocker crisis and the panic in 1907, Jekyll Island meeting took place in 1910. And Aldrich and other connected individuals to government and the World Central Bank and the robber barons all got together and came up with the idea. But not everybody was for this. I mean, there is speculation that certain people stood against this. One of the people that is said to have been against this, the creation of the Federal Reserve, was John Jacob Astor, who at the time was the richest person in the world. So, would he be against it? Also, the Strauss family and the Guggenheims. They all died on the Titanic, and there's been a lot of speculation that the Titanic was a murder plot to get rid of the people that stood against the Federal Reserve. And I would love to tell you that that's true, but I can't prove it. So where they stood for sure, nobody really knows. But the way that you go about collecting facts is by trying to disprove whatever conspiracy that you come up with. And the way I like to look at things is, the first thing I look at is, when I'm looking at a conspiracy, was this questioned back then? It was. People questioned the sinking of the Titanic. They thought that it was an insurance scam because the Olympic, which was Titanic's sister ship and only a couple of feet smaller. I mean, everybody goes on about Titanic being this massive, the biggest ship in the world, but it had its sister ship named the Olympic that was already sailing before that, and it had a fire in the galley, a fire on board, and which damaged the ship's integrity. And during that time, people thought that the ship was switched out, and they figured this out through the windows. And this happened even back then. See, the J.P. Morgan owned the White Star Line. The White Star Line is the owners of Titanic and Olympic. They were into steamships at that time. And J.P. Morgan invited, now this I could find proof for, he invited some of his rich friends, Astor, Guggenheim, Strauss, he invited them to be on this ship. And amazingly, the day of the voyage, Morgan drops out. He has some type of business meeting and he cancels just hours before its proposed departure. Now, his best friend at the time was Milton S. Hershey. That's J.P. Morgan's best friend. And he's the founder of Hershey's Chocolate. And he avoided being on the ship as well. He had urgent business that forced him to cancel his travel aboard the Titanic, and he left on an earlier ship, the America, which amazingly was one of the ships that warned Titanic of the ice ahead. Now, the funny part about this is Titanic was traveling at such a speed that America was only hours ahead of Titanic, and by the time they reached port at the speeds they were going, Titanic probably would have been there sooner. So why did he switch ships to be there, for time? That doesn't make any sense. Another person that canceled was Vanderbilt, who actually left his luggage and his valet on there. Supposedly he had a premonition that he was going to die on the ship, so he didn't board, but his luggage and everything went on, and he was going to take a second ship. And Titanic was said to be unsinkable. Just seems kind of crazy. You also need to understand that that every possible thing that could go wrong on Titanic did. The binoculars being locked up, the speed that they were going despite iceberg warnings. There were just so many questions, even back then. But the investigation was silenced. Now, this is what I can prove. I cannot prove that that Strauss and Guggenheim and Astor were against the Federal Reserve Bank. I can't prove it. But these things I can. And these people died that night. So this could have been an elaborate scheme to get what they wanted. Remember, these sociopaths and psychopaths care nothing about who. They care nothing about life or anyone that stands in their way. And on top of that, if they are not in direct cause to killing somebody, if this is a series of events caused by their orders, the people that actually create the scenario or do the acts are the ones that are held accountable by natural and universal law. And this is how they play. So were these people murdered because they were resistance to the Federal Reserve? Because very shortly after the Federal Reserve Act was passed and implemented. And another bonus was the insurance money was collected. This sounds a lot like the events of 2001, by the way. You need to realize as well that the Federal Reserve, fractional reserve banking, is a Ponzi scam. See, they pretend, they make this big stink in media, whether it's Michael Moore or whoever, and they pretend the scam is that each dollar printed by this private corporation or private bank loans money to the United States at interest. But the real scam of the Federal Reserve and the U.S. banking system is that each dollar the bank holds, it is allowed to loan out 10 times that amount without printing any more cash. They don't need to print it. They don't need to print it now or in the future. They make us pay back their fake debt with the original money that's already in existence. So this system, the Federal Reserve System and the fractional reserve banking system, becomes insolvent without war or some type of reset to hide their theft and fraud every few years. To put it in perspective, if a bank has $10, it is allowed to loan $100. And that other $90 is never printed and never reported back to the Fed to be printed. That's the scam. That's the greed. It became the ultimate control of the USA and the free world. This is actual enslavement. Rothschild stated publicly he cared little for kings, monarchs, or government if he controlled the money. He had true power and control. His actual quote for Mayer Amschel Rothschild, "Let me issue and control a nation's money and I care not who writes the laws." That's the Federal Reserve, funding both sides of every war and making us, the people, totally insolvent for their control. We became debt slaves. And once they created the Federal Reserve and had control of the money, they enacted the largest con job and propaganda campaign on the people of the USA and the world. The con: make everyone believe that money is power and the most important item for life and survival. They use the media, entertainment, celebrities, and their corporations to create this facade. Happiness was a purchase away, and all you needed was more money, more purchases. Happiness is not external or from material things. It's appreciating what you already have. They made us forget that. They did it because they removed us from the collective consciousness and it led us to a path where the 7 deadly sins rules our society. See, that's why all these modern spiritual movements and books, secrets, like the movie or book The Secret, teaches you about the laws of attraction. The law of attraction and real prayer is appreciating what you already envision happening. Most of you are already learning this stuff.
It's being shared online everywhere. And understanding it is most important. People need to realize the secret covenant. The secret covenant is as follows. An illusion, it will be so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought to be insane. We will create fronts to prevent them from seeing the connections between us. We will behave as if we are not connected and keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be to accomplish one drop at a time so as not to bring any suspicions upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will also stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will remain together, and always we will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways so that they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, age accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, and also within the air. They will be blanketed by poison everywhere. The soft metals will make them lose their minds. We will promise to find cures from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poison will be absorbed through their skins, their mouths. They will destroy their minds and reproductive systems, for all their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poison will be hidden in everything that's around them, and if they drink, eat, breathe, or wear what, we must be ingenious in dispensing the poison, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good and fun images with musical tones. Those who look up to will help, we will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in film and grow accustomed to them. They will never know the true effect. And when they give birth, we will inject poisons into their blood of their children and convince them it's all for their own good. We will start early on. When their minds are young, we will target their children. And with that, the thing that children love most, sweet things. When the tooth decay, we will fill their mouths with metal. We will kill their mind and steal their future. And when their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases, for which we will create more medicine. We will render them more docile and weak before us as our power. They will grow depressed, slow, obese, and when they come for us for help, we will give them more poison. That's a secret covenant. You need to understand. As I said, our weakness is our mortality. So when they say that Alzheimer's has always been around, and we never look into it, because it's doctors saying it's always been around, or trusted individuals. The medical industry was taken over by the Rockefeller Foundation. It was created by the Rockefeller and Carnegie families to push their petro byproduct medicines, while they themselves use homeopathic medicines. You need to understand all this. Alzheimer's been around since 1979. Autism. The reason those of us over 50 don't remember autism is because it wasn't prevalent. This is from all of the chemicals and frequencies and poisons within our air, water, within the clothes that we wear. You need to realize that cotton and linen actually have electromagnetic properties, whereas all this synthetics that they give to us are basically dead fabrics that cause us illness. The fluoride and chlorine they use for our teeth and cleaning our water is actually poison to us learning, poison to our brain, slows us down. The vaccines that we have are laden with mercury, formaldehyde, foreign DNA. This is why Planned Parenthood is such a big thing. When they're using the fetuses of abortions to create vaccines, or DNA from eggs, from chicken eggs or snake eggs, turtle eggs. All of this is being used and pumped into our system ever since 1986, when the laws were changed so vaccine manufacturers no longer faced the same critical laws that pharmaceutical companies faced for their drugs. The FDA was created by the Rockefeller Foundation. The medical industry and the education system also created by the Rockefeller Foundation. We need to remember that paper money is fairly new to creation. It was created by the banking families that tricked us into believe that the value is powerful or all powerful. Paper money started basically just as scrolls with seals and tracing marks to act as promissory notes to trade gold, silver, and other valuables for trade and purchases that could not be directly bartered between individuals. So they needed third-party valuation. Precious metals were heavy and cumbersome to carry and travel with. And travel was unsafe, with fears from the rich of being robbed. The Knights Templar originally had the multiple banking houses, so they could hold precious metals or items in one city and release them in another to help facilitate trade and commerce. This model was adopted by the Rothschild family when they opened their locations across Europe. They started with 5 European countries. It included London, Paris, Vienna, Frankfurt, Naples, branches in major cities of those nations. The original paper notes in the USA were actually backed by gold. There was speculation that both Lincoln and JFK wanted to create national constitutional dollars backed by silver to rid the world of this world central bankers and their robber baron counterparts. We can touch more on that later. The scam of controlling the monetary system and the minting of the currency has been talked about for decades. Many thought the scam was that each dollar was loaned to the government with interest, but as I already explained, the true criminality is the fractional reserve banking system that allows them to loan 10 times what they hold in deposits. This debt creation requires constant money flow to keep from collapsing. With inflation and short supplies of circulated cash available, the smallest panic in one city or country can cause worldwide collapse. This is why they try to force us into war or some mass casualty event every decade or two. It's to hide their crimes, their fraud of the fractional reserve banking system. It's a big Ponzi scheme. When the gold standard was fully removed, the Fed and the world central bankers determined the value of each legal tender currency in the world. They do this by loaning money they don't have and buying bonds back so that more money can be printed. See, governments use these bonds to back their loans, but the Fed actually purchases these loans. It's supposed to use it as a regulatory body, but they found ways around it. Their greed knows no boundaries. It's 100% counterfeiting if anyone else did it besides them. Same illegal practice happens in stock markets. Trusted companies and brokerage firms
purchase stocks or options with only 10% of the value, and the rest is on credit. They sell these things short, and they gamble on these companies' futures or the other investors' futures. You've heard of margin calls. That's what it means. 90% is due immediately, and this causes stock market panics and crisis. It happened in 1929, happened again in the early 90s, happened again in 2008. See, there's an order of operations with the world central bankers at the top, and they do have certain friends, as I mentioned, with the robber barons or certain brokerage and lending houses. But when it all comes down to it, and they call in for the money to protect their crimes, all the other people are affected as well. And the lowest hanging fruit get exposed. That's their monopoly game. They're playing it every day. In 1971, Nixon took the U.S. fully off the gold standard. But in 1933, only 2 decades after they promised that the Federal Reserve would prevent any catastrophe like Knickerbocker ever happening again, they did it in 1929. And in 1933, they figured out the best way of creating that crisis or taking advantage of the crisis. See, 1929 was created to help the Nazi Party, to bankrupt Germany and create the environment for Hitler to take control. But just like in the Knickerbocker thing, they went for the Grand Slam. So they told the U.S. government that they would print more money to bail the U.S. citizens out of this debt. But it took the seizure of all gold. So the U.S. government put in an executive order to seize all the gold in the nation and hold it in reserve as collateral against the printing of this new cash. And at the same point in time, Germany collapsed because of its debts from the Treaty of Versailles. It's one big game and you ain't in it. Or one big club and you ain't in it. And you need to understand it. How do we overcome the wealthy elite? The first thing we need to realize is they have no money. They've brainwashed you to make it reality. They just have credit and your belief that they are all powerful and wealthy. I know I'm being kind of repetitive, but 1912 and 1913 were key years for the world central bankers and the robber baron partners. The Federal Reserve was a huge win for the banking leaders and corporate leaders of the USA and the world because it gave them full control. Titanic's sinking removed John Jacob Astor, Guggenheim, the Strauss family, and others who may or may not plan to stand against the Fed, as we mentioned. Rockefeller hired a man by the name of Ivy Lee, who had done improvement public perceptions for the railroads. Lee convinced Rockefeller to create the Rockefeller Foundation in 1913. He also convinced Rockefeller to hand out dimes to children in public settings, and both improved John D. Rockefeller's image. The foundation was more than an image, though. It created a hands-off third-party control system for competitors, and it allowed J.D. Rockefeller to hijack the education system, the medical schools, the pharmaceutical companies, the medical industry, arts, and other charities under the guise of philanthropic means. And this basically secured him and his friends' monopolies. The basic history of the FDA was to push byproducts, oil byproduct pharmaceuticals. And it warred against natural or naturopath medications. Safety of food additives was previously tested by the Poison Squad. In 1937, it was discovered that sulfonide contained a poison which killed 107 people. The previous law didn't require testing. The next year, Congress passed the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Law. The FDA combines law and science to protect consumers. And as I said, Rockefeller founded Big Pharma, and he waged war on natural cures. You ever heard that Dr. Livingston, I presume? There's another company that was related in England, related to the monarchy and the government over there, called Kinetic, with a Q, which basically went down to Africa to discover new diseases, which were then utilized to create further panics and push their drugs. Nothing is released until the cure is found. Anyway, I'm jumping ahead again. 1917 and 1918 were key years to the plan of the Secret Covenant, to the Masons and the evil money enslavement groups. See, you need to understand, now that the USA was under the control of the Federal Reserve System, the pillars or cornerstones, as they like to state, of their long-term plot needed to be installed. Rockefeller became a massive supporter of eugenics, which is basically population control, trying to create a white master race using selective breeding and euthanization. He supported this in Brazil. It was very Nazi-like. This is not debatable. This is true fact. Arthur Balfour and Lord Rothschild convinced Britain that the need for a Zionist Jewish state was required in the Middle East, and they eventually decided on Palestine. Arthur Balfour was a leading diplomat, a leading politician, and a one-time prime minister of Britain. You need to understand, he created the Balfour Declaration. There's a direct letter that's been passed around, but many of you don't realize that Balfour was also involved in the eugenics movement. Eugenics was hugely popular with the Nazis and the master race. Balfour was involved in a lot of different things. In creation of the intelligence community in Britain as well. With the Bolshevik revolutionaries crossing across Europe, World War I Europe. How did they get across World War I battlefields, front lines, untouched, so they could overthrow and destabilize Russia? Well, with the help of the intelligence communities and the military. Germany wanted the Bolsheviks to reach Russia. The English in Britain wanted the Bolsheviks to reach Russia. The French wanted the Bolsheviks to reach Russia, and so did the USA with the OSS at the time, which later became the CIA. The entire Romanov family was executed, including women and children, after they already abdicated from the throne. They did that willingly. They pulled them out in the middle of the night and did this in the worst way. Unbelievable that this was supported. But as I said, the Tsar and the Romanov family made some very powerful enemies when they backed the USA by lending the Navy during the Civil War. And even before that, when they ousted, and it wasn't directly them, but they still blamed the Russian kings, even though it wasn't the same bloodlines by that point in time, for being ousted from Khazaria. German eugenics has roots before the Nazi era. As I mentioned, Balfour was a huge supporter. So was Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt. These people supported eugenics. because with the inbreeding of these families, it solidified their control. Did the Rothschilds create the multiple banking crisis in the USA in 1819? Remember how I was saying they tested the waters numerous times? 1819, 1837, 1838, 1839, 1857, 1873, 1884, 1890, 1896, before they hit the jackpot with the Knickerbocker crisis. Did they work with J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, and other robber barons to create the Jekyll Island meeting that created the Federal Reserve to take over the USA? Did the Rothschilds and robber barons fund the Bolshevik leadership and have the intelligence agencies of Europe and the USA help their Marxist plot? That can be proven as well. They loaned them, they paid for the Bolshevik Revolution. They funded that. Did the Rothschilds work with Arthur Balfour to create this Committee for Imperial Defense, the Balfour Declaration, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and the OSS in the USA? Also true. Facts support it all. Why does Arthur Balfour seem to be attached to the Rothschilds? Why were there photos of Balfour with Bolshevik leaders if Zionism was supposed to be opposed to Bolshevism? Did Russia agree to help the Allies in exchange for the Ottoman land division plans for the Sykes-Picot Agreement? Because the changes like the Balfour Declaration were hidden from the Russians. They thought when they were allying with the British during World War I and World War II that they were getting the Ottoman lands back. Did Hitler's grandmother, here's one for you, and somebody that goes really deep dive into this was Janet Oosterbard, I think her name is. And she takes a really good deep dive into this. On one of my other videos, I have her name. But did Hitler's grandmother, Maria Schicklgruber, work for the Austrian House of Rothschild? Yes, she did. Was Maria Schicklgruber dismissed and relocated once she discovered she was pregnant? Yes, she was. Was Hitler's father, Alois, considered illegitimate? Yes, he was. What name did Alois use his entire life? He used Alois Schicklgruber. Okay. Was it Schicklgruber? Yes. He used his mother's name. When did he change it? Did he change it when he was adopted by his new father or when he lived with his new father? Or did he change it 1 or 2 years after Alstom Solomon von Rothschild died and the will was executed? See, Adolf Hitler's father, Alois, was considered illegitimate. He went by Schicklgruber his entire life. And 20-something years after his mother died, and 18 years passed when his stepfather died, all of a sudden he decides to change his name to Hitler. Now, his stepfather's name was Hiedler, so nobody knows why it was changed. And he refused to I think he refused to actually take the name, but when he changed the name, he came into money. He also was given a job within the postmasters and customs, which he wasn't qualified for. And amazingly, this happened 1.5 to 2 years after Anselm Solomon von Rothschild of the Austrian Rothschild house died, which gives just enough time for the will to be executed or executed. And why change his name 28 years past his mother's death, or over 18 years past his stepfather's, or his supposed biological father's death? Why did he use Hitler instead of Hiedler, as his stepfather's name was? Did Alois come into money at that time? Yeah, he did. Did his customs office job that he was unqualified and uneducated for come from the Rothschild benefit? And did his mother ever suffer for money? No. And she kept her mouth shut her whole life. She never said who the father was. It was always speculated that it was Hitler or somebody else. Now, is this just speculative and conspiracy? Was there any speculation or conspiracy back then? There was. There was a whole big stink within the Nazi ranks when this information came to light. And Hitler put his SS in charge of investigating this, but it was his SS that was loyal to him. And after all of this was transpired and they reported that Hitler was 100% not Jewish, they made up a fictional name of Frankengruber or something like, or Frankenstein or something. They, at no point in time did they suggest Rothschild. They just made up a fake Jewish person's name. They said he wasn't related to them. Hitler then wiped out the entire town where the records were. And amazingly, the person that reported it was killed. He executed the journalist who reported it. He used Himmler and the SS to disprove this, and then made them publish books and everything to publicly, because in Nazi SS times, a lie, if repeated loudly and often enough, becomes the truth. And Hitler did that. So why would he take the time if it was irrelevant? Did Rothschilds create anonymous Swiss accounts before Hitler started his campaign? You need to understand that in the 30s, right before Hitler took power, the laws of Switzerland and these numbered accounts for anonymous bank accounts to be taken place was created right before he took power. And did Hitler's campaign against the Jews fill those banks? Did the Holocaust make the Balfour Declaration a reality? All of these things, coincidentally, all took place because of this. Kind of weird, eh? Did the Rothschilds hold a party with photos that seemed like Eyes Wide Shut, a movie from Stanley Kubrick? Did Kubrick die after he did it? Did Kubrick also say that he was the one that filmed the fake moon landing? Is he on film saying that? Again, also, yes. Do kings and politicians seem to take orders from the Rothschild? Well, they do. And so these banks were set up by the Rothschild, the Bank for International Settlements, which is a bank above the world central banks, also owned by the Rothschilds, that have bunkers, stories and stories beneath the earth, all created. Hitler's campaign against the Jews filled those banks. Hitler also took over most of Europe. Remember how we spoke earlier about the Templar Knights hiding artifacts all over Europe? The only people that had control of enough of Europe to find those would be Napoleon and Hitler. What did they find? Another question we'll touch on in a couple minutes. Sykes-Picot was why the Russians joined the Allied forces, as there was always bad blood between the Russian and the Ottoman empires. The agreement was never intended to be ratified. So, as I said, the Russians joined the war because they thought they were getting control of areas that used to be theirs. Meanwhile, Britain and other international entities were dividing this up secretly for several different deals, one being the Balfour Declaration. Not trading in good faith. Do many of you know that Trotsky, so the Bolshevik Revolution was Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin. These are the people that created communism in Russia through the Bolshevik Revolution. And when Lenin spoke in English, he had an Irish accent. He spent so much time in England and the British Isles. He learned to speak English quite fluently. I think one of his teachers was Irish, so he had an Irish accent. Trotsky was in New York. Both of them worked for newspapers. So you need to understand, in 1917, the Rothschilds funded Lenin, Trotsky with $20 million. Real names were Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov and Lev Bronstein. They were both Jews, not Israelite Jews, Khazarian Jews. They funded them through the Schiff banking family to overthrow the Russian Tsar. And they planned to murder him and his family by a red flag revolution. The Rothschilds then prevailed, and the Russian central bank enslaved the Russian people to the Jewish red flag socialist elite. Russia was the first red flag Jewish dictatorship, and between 20 to 100 million white Christians were murdered in an orgy of executions, rape, torture, and enslavement. You need to understand all this. This isn't anti-Semitic hate. These are facts. You need to understand the Russian Revolution was funded by the robber barons, the world central bankers. Allen Dulles and his brother. Allen Dulles was the head of the CIA, for many of you who may not know. And his brother created the Treaty of Versailles, which was what gave Hitler the platform, which is what crippled Germany and gave Hitler the platform to create the Nazi Party and take power in Germany and Austria. The Bolshevik the party was funded by Schiff and Warburg, an agent for the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, as revenge against the Romanov and Russian monarch-led protection of the USA, and for the Khazarian exile. Tsar Nicholas's entire family was executed. Communism demonized farmers and the people. It took their lands, and the people suffered as nations suffered for the transition and state control. They left the pleasant peasant class that they utilized to gain control. They basically left them at the bottom to starve. Millions starved. You need to look into this. You need to understand the Dulles brothers and their fingerprints on all this. Arthur Balfour, other OSS, CIA, DMI, DNI, Duxiem in France, the KUK in Austria, the FIS in Swiss, the German intelligence, all housed and taught or funded Bolsheviks and Russian revolutionaries. Pretty amazing, eh? And then they were partners with them. They were their allies, but they funded all of it against them. World War I was extremely unpopular, and it gave them the foothold for the revolutionaries to take over. And the Allies basically stabbed the Romanovs in the back. John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles wrote the Treaty of Versailles. They were integral in world politics. And you need to understand how Dulles Treaty set the stage perfectly for Hitler. They funded Nazis as per the letter from Albert Pike to Mazzini. The Dulles family are key players in and out of the shadows. They wrote the war guilt clause of the Treaty of Versailles that Hitler specifically utilized. If you're in Canada, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, when he wrote the Accords and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, left the ambiguous wording of that Charter of Rights and Freedoms for his son so they could utilize the Emergencies Act illegally and step on your rights and freedoms. This is all well played out, well plotted. The Dulles brothers were lawyers for the banks that traded and funded the Nazis. Those Swiss banks that we talked about, where the Nazis put all their gold and the Jewish people from all these countries that were escaping them put their gold that could never be reclaimed again because they were in anonymous numbered accounts. And once the paperwork was lost, they couldn't get to their money. Since lawsuits have taken place to try to reclaim some of it, but none of it will be fully recovered. Were they actually stealing from them or just hiding their crimes of the theft that had already happened? Dulles was the head of the OSS and the CIA. Him and his brother were Secretary of State. They created the Cold War framework. They sat on the JFK Warren Commission. They installed and ousted the Shah of Iran. And they were mentors to George H.W. Bush. Here's exactly the Dulles brothers and how they're key figures. As I mentioned, they were lawyers for the Rockefeller family, the Schroeder family, and did work for Morgan and other robber barons and heads of industry. Were key in writing the Treaty of Versailles and the War Guilt Act that gave the Nazis a platform to gain popularity. And they helped the bankers fund the Nazis and skirt the laws. They helped with Reza Shah of Iran seizing power in 1925. And also helped in forcing his abdication in 1941 for his son to take power with more Western ideologies and more likely for BP oil and American oil interests to be able to build their refineries and oil drills. And then they ousted him in 1979 because he asked for a more fair share after all of the equipment had been in there for decades. And instead of giving a fairer share to the Iranian people, they ousted him and took Khomeini out of exile. And when they installed Khomeini, they added the Ba'ath Party to Iraq. The Ba'ath Party is Saddam Hussein. George H.W. Bush and all the intelligence agencies were a great part of that. And then they went to war at him with him when he decided that he was going to sell oil in euros and disrupt the world petrodollar and OPEC system. Dulles brothers were instrumental in the creation and the early years of the CIA. They were instrumental in advising presidents and the USA governments for decades. And they fought with JFK about Indonesia. Allen Dulles was fired by JFK, and then amazingly, and JFK threatened to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Amazingly, after his assassination, Allen Dulles was asked to be on the Warren Commission to investigate the very assassination that was most likely plotted by his friends. We'll get in more in that in a little bit because there's a lot of proofs that go with that, like George H.W. Bush being in Dealey Plaza that day.
What if I could give you everything that you ever wanted in life? Let me ask you a question. If you had 3 wishes from a genie, what would you wish for? Now, you can't vote for infinite wishes or another genie. No scams. What would your 3 wishes be? Would one of them be money? Maybe you want infinite riches or wealth beyond your imaginable dreams, or maybe you just want something simple, like you never have to worry about money again, and it's always there. How about your next wish? Would that be like for family and friends to be happy so they never have to suffer financially or any way whatsoever? Maybe you're totally unselfish and you want a world of peace, a world no more wars, or maybe to end world hunger. Maybe you want true love, because who knows, once you have everything you ever wanted, you want to make sure the person you're in love with is somebody who's genuine. Who knows what you wish for? Maybe you wish to control time. Maybe they're more materialistic than that. See, the reason I ask this is because it reminds me of the fisherman and the businessman. Sometimes it's told with the nationality of the fisherman and the nationality of the businessman, but let's just leave it at the fisherman and the businessman. So a fisherman goes out 3-4 hours a day on his boat and fishes, and this businessman sees him, says, "You could be doing so much better. I could help you." And the fisherman says, "Help me how?" He goes, "Well, I could show you. First off, you would have to work a full day, at least a full day, maybe a lot more hours." And then the fisherman says, "And then what?" "Well, then you could make more money and more revenue, and you could hire more people." He says, "And then what?" "Well, after that, you could get multiple crews and multiple boats in the water. You can make even more money." And the fisherman says, "And then what?" "Well, after you're managing a successful fleet of fish boats, then you could branch out into other investments." And the fisherman says, "And then?" "Well, after that, when you go to retire, you'll have so much money." And the fisherman says, "And then what do I do?" "Well, then you get to do anything you want and spend it with your family." And the fisherman says, "I'm already doing that." See, the key to happiness is not in seeking out more riches and what society deems as being success. It's about realizing and appreciating what you already have. I know that sounds crazy, and I know a lot of people say, well, you need money to survive in this world, and this is the world we live in. But it doesn't have to be. You need to find like-minded people and create communities where this matrix system doesn't exist. You know, money is a fairly new thing. It hasn't been the sole purpose of life for that long. Hell, it only came off the US dollar only came off the gold standard in 1971 and 72 under Nixon. And that was because people were demanding an audit of Fort Knox from the money they seized in 1933. Now, OPEC supported the greenback, the US greenback, as the petrocurrency for the world economy, the petrodollar. But now it has no backing. Oil can be purchased in any currency now. So the currency is absolutely fiat. And all currencies are absolutely fiat. Even Bitcoin, where they say only so much can be mined. Well, as soon as it becomes valuable in another currency, it can be controlled and manipulated because people can buy and purchase it. So if you're already rich in one currency, all you need to do is purchase a shit ton of it otherwise. If you look into the world economy, the banks are allowed to loan you $10 for every dollar that you deposit. So every dollar that they hold, they can loan out 10. No new money is printed. So they create debt out of nothing that we pay back out of the original kitty. The original $1 pays back the $10, but it has to be constantly circulating. And through all of this greed, this has been going on for so long that the world's assets, through inflation and everything else, before COVID was less than 3% backed by currency. That's why financial panics happen so easily. If one city or country has the slightest financial panic, the entire world goes into chaos because of the world's central banking system. Now, many of you are celebrating right now with the arrest of Diddy and the talk of celebrities fleeing the United States and the possible arrests of Jay-Z and other celebrities. You're celebrating a victory. But what have we won? There's also talk in the media now of this walking pneumonia. And you'll see here in the video, there's x-rays. Half of these x-rays that I show here are walking pneumonia people, the chest x-rays of walking pneumonia victims. And the other half are from snakebite and cone snail victims. They have the same effect on the lungs. We still had vaccines pushed. We still had elections frozen. We had zero accountability or arrests of any key players. Trump was elected based on lock her up and then backpedaled from that. Listen, we need to understand. If you think you're awake, are you really awake? Or did you just wake up into an Inception-like dream? Another controlled matrix where you think that you're awake, but you're not really awake. You're still in a controlled matrix. You need to understand, most people woke up through Trump's last presidency, the QAnon movement. All these recent events have caused most of the people to wake up. And without blaming anybody or saying anything, causing more division, because that is the least, that is something that we want to avoid. Most people were too busy for their entire lives. Nobody wants to be told that your entire life is a lie, that everything that you strive for, your entire purpose, was all done under false pretenses, and that you fell for it. And then you're too busy trying to pay your bills and look after your family and your responsibilities, or the people that work for you, or whatever. Now, the beauty of what happened, and you need to understand, the apocalypse is based from the word apocalypto in ancient Greek, which means the reveal. The reveal always needed to happen in the end game of the plan, because it was the only way they could push this absurdity. So let's look at what they accomplished through the QAnon and Trump presidency awakening. And I'm not against Trump and I'm not against QAnon, and I still hope that I'm wrong and there's white hats that are going to save everything. I do. I'm not controlled opposition. I am just a concerned citizen who's researched for decades. I've spent a lot of my own money. I've had national businesses that I've created. I'm not a conspiracy theorist that lives in my parents' basements. I read a lot. I don't listen to a lot of music. I'd rather listen to books in the car. So I just want everybody to figure out what we've gained. Like I said, the enemy of your enemy is not always your friend. But we assume that that's true. And because somebody shared some truth or some insight into the inner workings of people we've deemed or called the elite for so long, these occultists that have hidden knowledge and power from us, because they shared this information, we believe that they're good guys on our side. And I just want to take a few minutes, and I want you to bear with me. But let's see where this is, like, what it's all added up to. So Trump was supposedly an outlier, yet he was on talk shows through the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s about running for president. And he was backed by the very people that spoke out against him once he had. Now he's for the working man, but he's crippled more contracting businesses in his developments than pretty much anybody. He fires people and doesn't pay them. So, okay, so that now he has ties to the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, because when he was in possible bankruptcy problems during his divorce, who bailed him out? Ivanka actually dated a Rothschild before she was with Jared Kushner. You don't think their families got together? So, who does Trump really represent? Then, of course, there's John Trump, who was in Tesla's notes and hotel room after his death. So, is Trump an outlier? Is he one of us? Or is he one of them? You don't get to be a billionaire or a multi-billionaire if they don't trust and believe in you. Okay, so then what did we gain? All right, so what did we gain with all of this? So we were told to trust the plan. We were told that we were going to lock her up and people were going to be held accountable. Yet the only people that were held accountable were Trump's friends. Trump played the victim. They were after Trump. He was impeached and the whole kit and caboodle. He was raked through the coals and claimed that he was doing this for us. But none of the real bad guys went down. No accountability happened. And then the election took place and he was winning by a landslide. And then it was stolen at the last minute. And then we were all upset about it. And everybody said it was going to be it was a sting operation. But what happened? Nothing. Now, Fauci was able to introduce his Operation Warp Speed. Now, if you look, Trump ordered the vaccines before he actually acknowledged a problem in the United States. Operation Warp Speed was actually signed in prior, or the framework was signed in prior to recognizing COVID in the United States. Okay. So then he could still be on our side. Maybe these white hats, this is all some big sting operation. The people that took the vaccine are just collateral damage. The end isn't for everybody. Well, then that makes you just the same as the people that were saying that the unvaccinated should be rounded up or forgotten about. Because that's not us. That's not what this movement was supposed to be. This movement was supposed to be for the other working class people. We're not supposed to abandon people because they're too busy or they're too brainwashed. We're supposed to be standing up for them and looking out for them. You're trying to tell me that the intelligence community with Flynn and everybody else, they didn't know what was going on? Rogers and Flynn and everybody? Come on. I'm not calling people out. Like I said, I hope I'm wrong. But I'm just theorizing out in the open with you. Now, a lot of people have
the great thing that did come out of that whole QAnon movement was the fact that people started researching, started looking into things for themselves, and sharing online through 4chan, 8chan, 8kun. But we were all too lazy to do anything ourselves. We all want to trust the plan and believe somebody else is going to do it because we're all afraid to step forward. And any real change happens in the mirror. You have to do it yourself. That's where everything starts. So, what are we going to do if nothing happens after this inauguration? Or if there's a couple cannon fodder celebrities? The Illuminati was never black before. It was actually quite racist. So the fact that they allowed Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Diddy into this elite club makes you question, were they only allowed in just so they could be cannon fodder now? I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking what we benefited. Now, Agenda 21 was turned into Agenda 2030. Why is that? Because they couldn't figure out how to push the end game on us without having people stand up. You have an armed American population, and some other countries still have access to firearms. So you have an armed population that could stand up. And then in the US, you have so many trained operators. So how do you get them to go along? Well, you tell them that everything's okay and everything's being looked after. They always believe the chain of command. And if they don't, it's trust the plan. So you put some chatter out there that this stuff is happening and it's black op, and then they buy into it too. And then by then it's too late. Next thing you know, there's snake and cone snail venom in the water supplies, in the produce that we're eating, in the meats that we're eating. There's nanoparticles. There's metals being constantly sprayed into our air systems. There's weather control. There's directed energy weapons. There's wildfires and crazed fires like in Hawaii, where no blue roofs or anything that had a blue ceiling or roof on it, or even a blue umbrella caught on fire. That's kind of weird. You can look back into Robert Pavlida. That's where all of this started with the directed energy weapons. He was looking for over-the-horizon radar. He was a Czechoslovakian engineer. Robert Pavlida created woodpecker technology. Woodpecker technology is the basis of Pandora, Project Pandora. So it's Looking Glass. All of that originates from Robert Pavlida's work. Tesla dabbled in some of it beforehand. Tesla was more into cellular technology that we have nowadays. He basically discovered it 100 years ago. And air energy within the air systems. If you look at the periodic table, there used to be a fifth element. It was called the ether. They used science to get rid of it. But it's the energy flowing within the empty space. Kind of what Tesla was preaching. Anyway, there's been many great people that have started researching after this. And we can all come together. And we've shared knowledge. And there's a lot of new information out there. There's a lot of truth. There's a lot of controlled opposition too. We don't know who we can trust. But you don't have to trust celebrities, and you don't have to trust people online. Meet people in your community. People that you see every day. Family, friends. If you're afraid to speak up, one of the things the truckers movement did in Canada that scared the crap out of the government and made them create the Emergencies Act or invoke the Emergencies Act illegally was the fact that it was showing people that they weren't in the silent minority. They were actually a silent majority. The fact that they raised so much money multiple times and it was seized from them. The fact that people were lining the highways. And then it transpired into the Netherlands with the farmers, and France, and even into the United States. It went into Australia and New Zealand. People realized they weren't alone. That's what they're afraid of. So find something to unite under. Whether you use the Tetragrammaton, which is God's real name in the Bible. You could use that. You could use an upside down American flag, or upside down French flag, or upside down Canadian flag. Start wearing that so you can identify each other. Whether it's a pin, whether it's a t-shirt, let other people know that you are the same, and then unite as a community. Instead of having to buy a freeze-dry machine so you have clean food for 25 years, work together as a community. Instead of buying, you get 5 or 10 people to put $1,000 in, and you can get a massive freeze-dry machine and create food for the entire community. You can contact farmers and get clean food. Make sure it doesn't have pesticides. Try to keep it in greenhouses where the soil's clean, where it's not being sprayed by these metals, with non-GMO seeds. We can do this. We can prepare. And once you get enough people within your community, you can actually move out and create your own community outside of the cities, free of this monetary big machine of corruption. Look, you think that the laws are we're gonna get out of this legally. The system has been so corrupted now, and the shadow government is so infiltrated into all positions of power that we are not voting ourselves out of this. Unless we totally eliminate all political lobbying, all campaign funds to parties, unless they're all regulated to be exactly the same, unless they all have the same airtime, and political lobbying is illegal, you will never have fair government. You're electing a party leader, but you're not electing a party leader. The party elects that leader. And then you vote for whoever they select. And you don't get there unless you're controlled or blackmailed in some way, shape, or form. You look at ever since George H.W. Bush entered the White House, he was forced on Reagan. Reagan requested Gerald Ford to be his vice president, and Ford declined, and Bush was pressed. And Ford declined because the intelligence agencies forced him to. See, Ford had a lot of dirt on himself from the Franklin cover-up. It's another conspiracy of silence type of situation. So Ford had that dirt on him, so they made him back away. And then when Reagan tried to go out on his own and do his own thing, well, amazingly, he was shot. Did you know that Hinckley, the person who shot Ronald Reagan, was actually a Bush family friend? Bet you didn't know that. He was actually supposed to have lunch with somebody within the family a couple days after the assassination attempt. probably also don't know that George H.W. Bush is one of the few people that can't tell you where he was when JFK was assassinated. Kind of laughs it off and says he doesn't know where he was. But amazingly, there's photo evidence that pretty much suggests that he was in Dealey Plaza that day, as was his son, George W. Bush. There's photo evidence saying of people that look identical to them. There's also numerous testimony saying that there was multiple CIA hit squads in Dealey Plaza that day. Not just the mob and the CIA. There was multiple different groups from multiple different agencies. But yet the Warren Commission wrapped it up with Lee Harvey Oswald. There's been numerous confessions, deathbed confessions, that have been totally ignored since then. Hell, what's Mr. Fine's first name again? Joe Fiennes, I think it is. He admits that he was one of the shooters. He was there with Nicoletti from Chicago. Tells you exactly what the gun was. And then there's Harrelson, Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson's father. Sorry. You know, like I said, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy nut, but when you start looking into things, things don't add up. And when you want to go back and figure stuff out, what you kind of want to do when you're doing your research is you want to disprove the conspiracy theory. So you try to find as many things to make sure that it's not true, because sometimes you want to believe something, but you have to go into things saying, well, this can't be true, so let's try to prove it. And if you do that, and then you can no longer disprove anything, and you start to find out that things were even exaggerated, like talked about back then. Like, do you realize the word many of you probably already know the conspiracy theory didn't exist before JFK. It was used by the intelligence agencies to cover everything up. I apologize because video editing and social media is not my strong suit. Research is. And as I mentioned earlier, it's not important what my name is, and I don't want any attention brought to me, so I'm never going to say what my name is. But I have created multiple successful national businesses. I have brought them up from scratch. I've joined in and helped other people create them. I'm not somebody who's just a crazy person living in their parents' basement. I'm somebody that worked their butt off and bought into the pursuit of happiness and life, liberty, and then while I was working, I was tipped off. I had numerous weird handshakes over the years. I had numerous whatever, and I never really caught on. And then I saw the collapse of 2008 happening. I knew it was going to happen before it happened. I basically pegged it down to the month. And it goes back to one of the things, the strongest things you can look at is retail spending. They can fudge all the other numbers, but they can't fudge the retail spending numbers. And once I started to see these patterns, I started looking into it more. So I had investigated stuff before that. I was always interested with JFK and anything that didn't add up. I was always curious about things that didn't make any sense in 9/11 and buildings falling, like 3 buildings falling when only 2 were hit by planes. No building ever falling from fire previously. And the Commission for 9/11 Truth, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, winning in court, but it being buried in the media. I looked into a lot of that, and like I said, it's starting to sound more and more like a conspiracy theory, but when certain things don't add up, just the nature to look into the truth makes sense. But after the 2008 thing, I started looking into a lot more. So when the financial collapse happened in 2008, and I basically saw it coming, then I started spending a lot more time. I stepped away from business, and I started looking into things. And I apologize that my video's not state of the art. I'm not the best public speaker. But I do want people to start waking up and stop slapping yourselves on the back in this echo chamber. We have this echo chamber right now of self-praise and all these people that have created social media celebrity out of the truther movement. That's not what it's supposed to be. And it's also not supposed to be about spreading fear porn. These people are not elite. These people are nothing above you. They just have knowledge that's been passed down through their families and friends that they've hidden from us. Doesn't make them smarter. They're actually inbred. So they don't have the knowledge and birth defect, like the resistance to birth defects that we have. You are actually stronger, but you have been programmed since childbirth. We watch everything on TV. Everything is programmed so we mistrust each other. We take whatever we can get because that's what we're programmed to believe on TV. Yuri Bezmenov is an amazing individual. He defected from the Soviet Union in 1970 to Canada. And he spoke all over Canada and the US for 20 years from the time of his defection. He was a KGB operative in the former Soviet Union. And he said that everything wasn't all about James Bond stuff. The main goal of the KGB at that point in time and the intelligence communities, and I don't think he realized at the time that they were all working together, was the destabilization and demoralization of the United States. He called it ideological subversion. I saw him speak in the early 90s in Detroit or Windsor. I'm not sure what side of the border it was on. But I couldn't believe what he was saying. He was saying that people would ignore facts and truth for their own mental stability. And I balked at that. I found it, I laughed at it. I found it utterly ridiculous in believing that he could be right. That people would ignore facts, ignore the truth. That they wouldn't question. But that's exactly what we're seeing. People are so brainwashed by society's norms and the television and the media that they ignore what's right in front of their face. And I'm hoping what I'm saying here is making enough sense to the truther movement, because something made you wake up. Something made you think something's wrong. And I don't want people falling into another trap. Like, there's no sense in being awake if you're just in another dream or another matrix. We need to understand division is what their plan is. Whether it's division of brainwashed normies versus us that are awake, or the woke crowd versus the conservatives, or liberals versus conservatives, or Republicans versus Democrats, or left versus right, or black versus white, or yellow versus, like, no matter what, they will use division. They will use multiple levels of division. They will use controlled opposition levels of division. They want us fighting amongst ourselves. They want us mistrusting ourselves. And social media, following people on social media, you don't know if that person's controlled opposition, but you do know if your neighbor is. The neighbor that you've seen for the past 20, 30 years. Or for some of you younger people, for the past 10, 20 years. And if you're really old, then 50 years. You might have seen these people grow up. That's who you can trust. You know they're working class. They're not subverted. Andrew Jackson was a great hero of the United States. He rid the U.S. of the debt and the world banking system. And they fought tooth and nail to get it back. When Lincoln borrowed money in the Civil War, they thought they had their stranglehold. Lincoln tried to create his own currency to get away from it. That got him assassinated. And left the U.S. in debt. He gave them the foothold to get back in. And they tested the system all through the 1800s. They had multiple crashes and panics and everything until the Knickerbocker Trust panic of 1907. 1907, 1905. 1907, I think it was. And J.P. Morgan, Knickerbocker Trust, got sidelined by some copper takeover. And J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller conspired not to bail them out. President Roosevelt, who was one of their biggest enemies at the point in time, who was a trust-busting, monopoly-busting president, he was on vacation. And Morgan and Rockefeller and the other bankers refused to put any backing behind Knickerbocker Trust and the other banking companies that were involved in this copper takeover. And it threw the New York Stock Exchange into a total panic, and the New York banking system into total panic. Basically, Morgan utilized his influence to look like he corrected the problem, and Roosevelt had to sign off by letting them sidestep the monopoly legislations that had been previously keeping him in check. And this was for their assistance in bailing it out while he was on vacation. Conveniently, like I said, it happened while he was on vacation. There was a panic almost every 10 years before that. They knew exactly how to manipulate the market. And they did that. And then that led to the Jekyll Island meeting, where the Federal Reserve was created. And you have all these movies like Zeitgeist and stuff, and say that every dollar that's printed is loaned to the United States with interest. But that's not the real scam. The real Ponzi scam is the fact that every dollar that the bank holds, it's allowed to create $10 worth of debt. and no new money has to be reported, printed, or anything. So you can have an economy that's worth $100 trillion, but there's only $10 trillion actually printed backing it. And we're all playing this shell game with the $10 trillion backing it to pay our bills. And the interest just keeps getting higher and higher. Now, this system is corrupt and it eventually eats itself. And they have things like wars and stuff to balance this out. But their greed has gotten so ridiculous that they made it so their own system of manipulation can't even survive. Like I said, people have tried to tell us throughout history. J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Hershey. Oh, that's another thing. The Titanic disaster. Back when Titanic first sank, there was a lot of talk that Titanic wasn't the ship that went to the bottom of the ocean. That it was insurance fraud. Because the Olympic, which was the sister ship of the Titanic, had a fire previously that had damaged the hull. And they say they said back then that ship was switched out for Titanic during that voyage. And it was ran the way it was intentionally. Because there were iceberg warnings from the America that was only 3 or 4 hours ahead of Titanic. Now, here's another thing. John Jacob Astor, Guggenheim, and Isla were all on the Titanic maiden voyage. Morgan basically pushed them to be there. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Astor and Guggenheim and the Strauss family being against the creation of the Federal Reserve, and there's no concrete proof to that. There is some speculation. Astor was the richest person in the United States at the time. I think might have even been the Astor family might have been even the richest family in the world at that point in time, on paper. So he might have stood against that. He may have, and it might have made sense. But without that speculation, Morgan invited them to be on the ship. He basically made it the Titanic maiden voyage as being the place to be if you were of any man of influence or wealth. But Morgan backed out the day before the Titanic voyage, or the day of. Hershey backed out, who was J.P. Morgan's friend. That's Hershey, the owner of Hershey's Chocolates, or the creator of Hershey's Chocolate. Morgan's best friend. He backed out. And Carnegie and Vanderbilt backed out. Their luggage actually went down with their people because they backed out so much at the last minute based on a premonition. And Hershey left because his excuse for leaving earlier was that he was going to get there earlier. But he was on the America, which was only 3 or 4 hours ahead of Titanic, and Titanic would have actually made it to port probably quicker based on the speed they were going. So a lot of that doesn't make any sense. So did Morgan and the world central bankers actually take out their leading opposition to the Federal Reserve? Who knows? I do know that in 1933, they seized all the gold from the Americans to bail them out of the financial stock market crisis that was never supposed to happen because they introduced the Federal Reserve. And I know that the Federal Reserve seized all that gold and it was put in Fort Knox in trust as collateral against them printing more money. I also know that the stock exchange crash in 1929, which saw this, was the leading contributor to Hitler coming to power. See, the Treaty of Versailles, after the loss of World War I on Germany, created economic and military sanctions against Germany and Austria. And Germany had to borrow money to pay the reparations from World War I. Well, when the stock market crashed, it basically stole all the Germans' money. And if you went to history class in grades 8 through 10, you would have learned that Germany was in a state of hyperinflation after that, to the point where you needed wheelbarrows of cash to afford milk and bread, kind of like the situation in Venezuela after they went into their socialist spiral. Their money became worthless on the world stage. So it created the perfect scenario for Hitler's party. What else happened right before Hitler took power? The Swiss banks, the anonymous banks, were opened in the mid-30s, right before Hitler started invading countries in Europe. So you have to ask yourself a question. If Germany was broke, Hitler's investors would have been German. If they were broke, how did Hitler form one of the largest, most technological, advanced militaries in the world while they were under military and economic sanctions, and their dollar or Deutschmark at the time was worthless on the world stage? They had to have foreign investors. Well, who would have that type of influence? Well, we know that certain Americans were involved because they were charged with consorting and operating with the enemy. Prescott Bush, George H.W. Bush's father and George W. Bush's grandfather, was one of those people that was actually formally convicted of that, trading with the enemy and profiting with the enemy. I think Disney was involved with that. Many of the large corporations that are in power today. Or many of the same families that are in power today. That's kind of weird. So they created this scenario. Oh, let's back up a little bit in history. The Bolshevik Revolution, which undermined the Tsar of Russia, and they executed Nicholas Romanov's entire family. If you've ever seen the movie Anastasia, it's the one daughter that supposedly went missing or survived. The Romanov family was the monarchs of Russia for hundreds of years. They were the ones that ousted the Khazarians from the Ukraine and Donbass regions, or southwestern regions of Russia, back in the early, I'm going to say 1500s, 1600s. They exiled them. As well, the Romanoff family, remember how I said Andrew Jackson was a true hero because he ousted the bankers, but Lincoln gave them a foothold to get back in when he borrowed money. Well, during that time, they were always trying to get back in, and they planned on using Lincoln's war while the USA was fighting amongst each other to come in. The England and France militaries were, or monarchs, or masonries, or whatever you want to call them, the leadership of England and France were looking at taking advantage of the situation. And Tsar Romanov, Nicholas's father or grandfather, have to look that up, but he loaned them his navy, and the Russian Navy is protected the coast, both the west coast and the east coast of the United States while the Civil War took place. And they were loaned to Lincoln when he borrowed that money. So the world bankers or the Masonic houses of France and England kind of had a bone to pick with the Tsar of Russia and the Romanov family specifically. So amazingly, the revolutionaries that were constantly underfoot during the turn of the century, they were exiled. What countries do you think took them in? Do you think it was England and France and those allied countries? Do you think they stayed with the intelligence agencies or the intelligence organizations of those countries? Now, if I told you that while they were in exile, they were in England, France, Switzerland, and even the United States, it's documented with Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin's whereabouts and who they were friendly with. And you have to also remember that World War I, Europe, World War I Europe was not an easy place to get across. Yet the entire Bolshevik revolutionary organization was able to cross multiple battlefronts to get to Russia unabated. See how history kind of makes a lot more sense now. Like, there's a lot of holes in things. Like, how did the Bolsheviks get through World War I Europe untouched? How did you cross multiple battlefronts? Could you just walk across if you were a normal citizen? You could just go wherever you wanted while the war was going on? No. How did the banking system crumble and come under the control of the Federal Reserve? Well, there were multiple attacks on it until finally one worked, and that caused the panic. Oh, wow. Well, once the Federal Reserve was created, wasn't it supposed to prevent that from happening again? Yes, but there was an extenuating circumstance because they needed to create the German thing. Well, why would they want to do that? Why would anybody want to give Germany power? What was Hitler supposed to do? Was Hitler really the crazy fanatic they make him out to be? Or was he in charge of specific missions? I don't know how much you've looked into history, but you've probably watched movies like Raiders of the Lost Ark and other type of entertainment where you've seen that Hitler had this obsession with the occult. Where did he get that obsession with the occult? Hitler loved the Jesuits and was actually friendly with the Vatican. So where does the occultist stuff come from? Then you realize that the Khazarians and the Templar Knights were the banking system of Europe from the 1300s to the 1800s. And amazingly, in even before that, actually, sorry, because in 1307, the Templar Knights were all rounded up. On Friday the 13th, and I do believe it was October, Friday the 13th, 1307, they were all rounded up on the same day. Do you have any idea the organization and communications that would be required before there was telephone, before there was wires, before there was, like, you would have to do everything by horse runner. If you believe our history, you would have to do everything by horse runner to set up such a strategic arrest. And why would they want to why would it have to be so specific to have multiple arrests all over Europe? The Vatican and the King of France actually organized this to all happen strategically on the same day. It was said that the Templar Knights drank from skulls and practiced occultism. It was also said that when they rounded them up, they tortured many of them at the stake and burned people, and because they were trying to get confessions and they were trying to get the artifacts that they found under Jerusalem while they were there during the Crusades. This is the reason the Vatican played ball with them for so many years. Those artifacts were never recovered. Did Hitler recover those artifacts? Did it take that long to plan for Hitler to take over those artifacts? Or take back those artifacts? And is that when Hitler became obsessed with the occult? When he realized the power that were in those artifacts? You have to remember that power, whatever was in those artifacts, kept the Vatican at bay from the Templar Knights and let the Templar Knights do whatever they wanted for close to 100 years. So, what did Hitler find? What was he tasked with? Who paid for it? Do you know that Janet Usbard was also another strong supporter of the QAnon movement, strong believer? Unfortunately, she's no longer with us. She has a very questionable death. I think they called it a suicide, which makes no sense whatsoever. Cynthia Coder was her partner. Cynthia Coder overcame ritual abuse and everything like that. Anyway, they have an interesting website called fallcabal.com. I highly recommend anybody that wants to be awakened, watch it. They do some pretty in-depth dives into history. They put together stuff. I have a lot of documents and files and photos and books and stuff on my slideshow here, but they go into depth with stuff and tell the story much better. They are much better at making videos than I am in editing, but they go into the story. And one of the stories they tell about Hitler is his lineage. See, Hitler's father, his name was Alois Hitler. But he wasn't born Alois Hitler. He was born Alois Schicklgruber. Now, he was born Alois Schicklgruber because he was an illegitimate child. And when Maria Schicklgruber had Hitler's father, she never told anybody who the father was. And there was a lot of suspecting on who it was. A man named Hitler, Hitler's brother. So there were two brothers that it could have been, and there was another person that was in there. But Maria Schicklgruber worked for the Austrian House of Rothschild at the time. And she was immediately dismissed after she got pregnant, and she was immediately located to another town. She wasn't financially poor after that. And Alois ended up getting a job within the government, which was pretty unheard of based on his education and everything. But he still went by the name Schicklgruber. His mom passed away. 28 years later, he changed his name to Hitler. Not Hitler, like his supposed father, Hitler. So, and you're going to say, well, this sounds crazy. This doesn't make any sense because this is just a news thing that some conspiracy theorists have drummed up. Nope. See, this was written about back then, and Hitler had that media establishment that wrote about it burned down, and I do believe the person was arrested and executed. Then Hitler had his SS do a report into his lineage that nobody could question after that, and totally destroyed the village that his grandmother raised his father in. Does that sound like a man that has nothing to hide? So there was reports back when Hitler was in power that his biological family tree could have been partially Jewish. Can you imagine that? Well, everything is not what it seems anyway. So, and like I said, the Rothschilds opened up banks in Switzerland right before World War II, right before the Jewish people had reason to actually hide their money in these untraceable accounts that their families could never find. The financial markets collapsed to give the perfect scenario for Hitler's political party to come into power. The fact that he may have actually been biologically a Rothschild. The fact that Alois Hitler didn't change his name until a year and a half after Rothschild died, which would be about the same time it takes to execute a will. So part of the conditions of him getting the money and everything of the will was to change his name to distance himself from the Rothschild family. Janet Osterman goes into it much better than I do. Like I said, check out fallcabal.com. But there is documentation proving this. She's not out on a wild goose chase. And like I said, Cynthia Coder was one of her partners. This lady overcame satanic ritual abuse herself to help. Unfortunately, Janet's no longer with us, because if you speak too much truth or pose too much threat, eventually you get taken out. So, anyway, the real history doesn't require magic bullets. You know, Myron C. Fagan predicted all of this, the Council of Foreign Relations. This isn't a stretch. History is right there. We're actually living within multiple dimensions at the same time. History is easy to see. It's all overlapping and it's ever repeating. But the non-television programmed history doesn't require magic bullets. It doesn't require, acts of God and everything else. It actually makes sense when it's put in chronological order and you piece it all together. Do you know that Otto Skorzeny, which was Hitler's bodyguard, one of Hitler's key bodyguards and assassins, ended up working for Mossad, which is the Israeli Secret Service? So an SS assassin ended up working for Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. So a guy that hunted down Jewish people during World War II ended up hunting down Nazis and other people for the Mossad after World War II. Otto Skorzeny also worked for the CIA and other intelligence agencies. He wrote a book about it. The photo of the book is in this presentation as well. You can look it up. You can read the book. There's photographs of people that are supposed to be dead. Joseph Mengele most likely was part of MK Ultra. He may have possibly even been part of the Zodiac killings. Protected. Operation Paperclip wasn't just bringing scientists here. They brought key SS officers. The USA became the Fourth Reich. Prescott Bush, George H.W. Bush, they made the USA under intelligence control. And every president since then has been an intelligence asset until Donald J. Trump, who represents the old bankers. There's two sides fighting for your total enslavement, but depopulation comes first. So we need to wake up and start actually doing things ourselves within our community. Identify yourselves where things that other people can openly identify, but normal people will have no idea of. You're not offending anybody. You're not putting yourself out there. We offer up a few different suggestions and you just throw it on. Not a big deal. And then start speaking to each other. Start working together, pooling money, pooling resources, making contact security plans, contingency plans, escape plans. Get out of the cities. The cities are going to be ground zero when the shit hits the fan. The water systems are so easily contaminated. The food systems are so easily contaminated. The air systems so easily contaminated. Just because of the population densities. Like I said, I'm not trying to spread fear porn. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop saying people are elite. We need to stop saying that they're all powerful, that you can't do anything. We can all do something. Change starts with us. I have faith in you. Know the truth. View the truth. Seek the truth. And the truth will find you. That's enough for now. There's more videos to follow. Look on my page here. Or hopefully other people, this makes other people, I don't care who shares this message. I don't claim any control or intellectual property rights over it. There's no trademark or intellectual property control over this video. Anybody is welcome to share any of my information, screenshot anything that they want, share it with each other. I don't require any credit. I don't care about it. I just want to make sure that people get the information out there. We need to stop the divide. Stop the division. Don't fall into more division. Don't believe in sitting on your hands anymore. Don't just trust the plan. Start working on your own plans. Work together. God will be with us. But it's time we start realizing what we really are. Made in His image does not mean that He is a little man in the sky. As I talked about, Yuri Bezmenov said ideological subversion was removing the demoralization, removing morals. And once you do that, once you remove the moral fabric, then people don't have anything worth fighting for. So what have they done? They've removed God from everything. They've made us sympathize with the devil. You look on TV, there's Hotel Has-Been, or whatever. There's Lucifer. There's all these movies that sympathize for the devil. And they mock God. God is just a placeholder. It's not a name. The Tetragrammaton is God's name. It has lots of power. Some of you have had dreams. Some of you feel this. People are having similar dreams. That's how I know it's true. And the people that are having these dreams are usually the least religious people. People that have doubted God their entire lives, and all of a sudden they're feeling this uncontrollable urge to follow a path and inform others and save people. We need to realize that this demoralization is about removing the moral guidelines and making us forget what we really are. We are a collective consciousness able to create our own reality. We are in total sync with the earth. The Schumann resonance and all the resonances of our organs and our bodies are magnetically, electrically connected to this earth. Just like whales migrate and have internal GPS, bees, birds, we do too. We are connected to this earth. They are playing with this. The crazy thing is they take everything, the controlled opposition takes everything so far in different directions that as soon as we start talking about it, we think that everybody's nuts. But there's a little truth in everything. It's like they always say about humor. The funniest jokes is the ones that have an actual basis of truth. It's the same thing with the conspiracy theories. So many of them are based in truth. So start recognizing that you are a collective consciousness. We are all connected. That's why it says love thy neighbor. Because your neighbor and your family are the same. You are the same connection to God. We are all connected. Love is what they use to cloud our minds. If you love everything equally, and when I mean everything equally, if you look at the indigenous people, they lived in harmony with the earth. They prayed over the animals that gave them subsistence. When they killed something, they gave back. Everything was used and utilized. Nothing was wasted. And it was an honor. We've lost this. We've become this commercialized, uncaring, narcissistic, egotistical, serotonin and dopamine loving culture. We seek ego and praise, pride. We need to stop that. Start looking out for each other. I wish you well. I'm going to steal a line from Royston Potter. Prep, pray, and stay out of the way. But get together. Start working together. And we might make it out of this. It's not about fear porn, but it is about reality. You are much more than this physical reality. But while you are here, you need to prepare yourself for whatever they throw at you in this physical reality. And your frequency and higher being will raise out of that. I wish you well. Love you. Bye.
We are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights. And the Charter says that's wrong. We're still going to go ahead and do it. It's basically a loophole that allows a majority to override fundamental rights of a minority. We are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights. And the Charter says that's wrong. We're still going to go ahead and do it. It's basically a loophole that allows a majority to override fundamental rights of a minority. We are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights. And the Charter says that's wrong. We're still going to go ahead and do it. It's basically a loophole that allows a majority to override fundamental rights of a minority. We are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights. And the Charter says that's wrong. We're still going to go ahead and do it. It's basically a loophole that allows a majority to override fundamental rights of a minority. We are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights. And the Charter says that's wrong. We're still going to go ahead and do it. It's basically a loophole that allows a majority to override fundamental rights of a minority.